I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, tell where you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I know vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD, I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, it's done.
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself. A love too precious to let go. I've been searching
the best of me.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I
Hello everybody, welcome on back to the Polaris playoffs. It felt like just last week we were here playing the final games of the regular season, and that's because it was. It is not, we've not taken a break. We're still on the train. The train is still going, and I am here once again conducting it. My name's Twiggy, I'm here with Marcus this time. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well. Yeah, super well. Very excited for playoffs. I remember back to this time last year when playoffs were happening, and obviously we saw domination from one side of the bracket. And well, it was domination during playoffs, right? And then when we got to a bit later on in the tournament, it didn't really go our way.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens again. I mean, Apex are looking like... I mean, I'm assuming we're talking about Apex here. Let's drop the name at this point. They're looking, I would say, even better than last time. Obviously, haven't dropped a map yet. We'll get to that in a little bit. For now, I want to introduce our casters that we are going to be going through today with. It's Hazza and Cairo. You know them. You love them. They're quintessential now. Like, at this point, think of a more iconic duo. You can't. It's them. How are you doing, guys?
Thank you. Hey, that was very nice. Iconic, I guess. Part of the furniture almost. Yeah. We're just here. It's accepted.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of squinting my eyes when Twiggy said loved. I mean, sometimes I don't know what Twitch chat are like, but yeah, I'll take it for now, you know?
But I'm glad to hear that. So, okay, you guys were... It's already broken down. This is great. I love this. Either way, you guys were not here for the last time these teams played. Or were you here for one of them? Either way, you weren't here the last day when this first matchup was played last time. So how are you feeling about this one? Obviously, you didn't see it, but I think, you know, the outcome is relatively self-explanatory. Metasport versus Apex. Last time we saw them play, in fact, it was literally the last day we were on broadcast. Apex once again managed to take them out, and also they chose the map that they liked the most here.
Yeah, I think, look, we saw strong signs from Metasport. Again, you can see that trend of their development throughout the splits so far. It's a question of whether we get more of that in playoffs or not, and if it goes any further, because Icebox didn't look anywhere near as competitive as Bind. They brought out the deadlock there as well. This is something that they've done a couple of times. Is it enough to catch Apex off guard? Is it enough to take a map away from them?
Yeah, and I think as well, you've got to be thinking it creates this like interesting interaction where you've almost had a free go at Apex. You can see how it is, and then as we come in towards this game, like it's almost like a mental, a kind of mental game of chicken of when we get to that map veto. Do you want to go back to Bind? Do you want to go back to Icebox? Is there going to be something new there?
Yeah, and I mean, last time we came out as well, we saw these two teams. We'll take a quick look at this one. Hookahs versus Formulation Gaming. Both of these teams are going to be playing in Eclipse later on. That will be next month. Both unfortunately relegated, but we saw a final hurrah from both of them, and Hookahs did not manage to pick up their first game in the season. I mean, look, we can talk about it a little bit. Obviously, let's take a look back before we take a look forward. Hazza, Cairo, how are we feeling about Hookahs, about Formulation Gaming in general, their chances going into Eclipse?
I mean, I just want to quickly take the board in saying that I do think Hookahs do have what it takes to do that. It's sad to me because as someone who was always a fan of Hookahs, I didn't see everything that I know that they can perform to, right? And I'm sure we all feel the same. Like, they have such talented individuals on their team, but when it came to this, split, again, I always use this same phrase. The pieces just weren't together, right? The glue wasn't there. It all seemed a little bit discombobulated. Obviously, we had some great solo plays and some good plays as a team. But at the end of the day, obviously, Hookahs, sad not to get a map. Yeah,
and they were competitive in this league as well, right? Like, you look at this team as being one that was nowhere near lowest for overall ACS as a combined 5. You've got players like Dawood getting loads of entry picks, but on the flip side, also being the most for first deaths in the league. So no trade potential, the team play not quite there, and maybe not putting in the extra effort to be like scrimming and working as a unit. When you've got names like Nilla that have been around for so long, and honestly, it just feeling like a last dance in general, and whether they can, you know, tango one more time in Eclipse or not is beyond me.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing here is that they just didn't quite have a starter in this in the season, and I think, you know, when you have a few tough games to get started with, your performance kind of peters out, and I think by the time they knew they were already kind of dead and buried, there wasn't really a way to get back into things, and they really tried their hardest against Formulation Gaming here, but they still looked good even on Icebox. Either way, that chapter of the season is over and done with. We're now in the playoffs. We've said goodbye to 4 of our teams. We now have 4 left to play. We saw a couple of them play earlier on. In fact, the last game that all of the teams we're going to see today played were against the teams that they're playing against. So we've already kind of seen what to expect from this one, and I think a lot of I think OnlyFins especially are actually kind of surprised that they're up against Sweet and Sour once again. Maybe Sweet and Sour are a little scared about that one. Here is what we have to look forward to. Our 2 games for today: Apex versus Metasport and OnlyFins versus Sweet and Sour. So we've talked a little bit about Apex versus Metasport, but go ahead, like what are we thinking today, Hazard?
Yeah, I think I just want to jump in here especially as well with the contrast to what you said about Apex and Metasport. OnlyFins Sweet and Sour almost feels like the more exciting game for me, and I'll tell you exactly why. It's because every other team there was pretty much guaranteed, if not totally, into playoffs. OnlyFins weren't. They had to win that Series 2-0, and in the process probably showed a little bit more than perhaps they would have liked. The others have the benefit of cloaking a little bit of what the playbook looks like, and how much more of that we end up getting today is the question I'm going to be asking.
Alright then, I will say goodbye to you for now. You can go prepare for that first game, Apex versus Metasport. I'm sure it'll be a banger, so I'm sure you're going to be screaming a lot. Get those voices ready. Goodbye, guys. And yeah, we can take a look forward to this one. Apex versus Metasport. How many times am I going to say those 2 teams' names? A lot. That's what you have to look forward to today. So, look, Marcus, what are we thinking coming into this one? We've already seen this one. We know that Apex even have a good look on the maps that Metasport are confident in. Do you think we're going to have maybe something different from Metasport coming into this one, that they're going to change something up, or is it just going to be business as usual?
I feel like the way it went last week, and we saw Metasport actually push Apex, 9 rounds on bind, right? And considering that was Apex's map pick, I feel like 9 is not bad at all. Considering Apex throughout the split ended up with a plus 113 round difference, and when that came up a minute ago, I chuckled to myself because it's not normal, right? That just really isn't normal. But look, Metasport, they do have what it takes, and I know that you mentioned to me in an interview though, Soulcast did say how he wanted to play Bind, right? Yeah. Because he kind of knew that was a map that Metasport were good at, and they kind of wanted to test themselves. And I feel like yes, you have playoffs secured, but even doing that towards the end of the split, I feel like that's confidence, and obviously the confidence shows in their gameplay, right?
Yeah, I mean, to quote Solcas indirectly, it's not quite verbatim what he said, but he was basically like, oh, we'd played all of this, we're feeling really confident, we just wanted to practice Bind. We know Metasport are good at Bind, so we'll just give it a practice. We don't have too many set strats, we don't really know exactly what we're doing on this one, and, there's an interesting comp that Metasport play on that one, so they were just like, let's give it a go. And they had me and Pavlos were talking back and forth about this last week around, that they had the biggest deficit that they've ever had in the season of 4 rounds against Metasport there. So they went down 5-1 at the start, and then they came back and brought it back in their favor. But I mean, that's the thing with Apex. It looks just kind of like as soon as they've downloaded the strats of the other team, once they figure out what's going on, they have such good game sense, such good fundamentals, just off the bat, that they can bring it back their favor.
Yeah, for sure. And also, talking about the maps in particular as well, right? Apex and Metasport, they actually both share Icebox as a strong map. And even though it was Metas' pick, it was still 13-6 on that Icebox pick. So again, I do feel like this could go either way, but I do think you have to give credit to Apex in their season so far, right? And you can't just be saying, oh well, Metas, they've been playing well, maybe they could take on Apex. I just think something big is going to have to happen, right? And I think going up against a team like Apex, not only are they going to be good individually and as a team and on every single map, you have to think of the experience from each of their players, right? It's not just a mix that have come together. It's a mix of experienced tier 1 players, and that's a scary prospect for anyone going up against them.
Yeah, I think, look, as much as we want to make a interesting storyline happen here, the reality of the situation is that Metasport has good and bad days, and Apex does not have bad days. Like, that is the difference between these two teams as far as I've seen. When Apex had, in fact, last week, we were told before the games that Kayak had had allergies and didn't think he was going to play very well that day. And to be fair, he was not at the top. He was generally at the bottom of the leaderboard for all of those maps that he played. And Soulcast kind of took on the duelist role for him there. But they still just kind of didn't really seem like they were too bothered about the Metasport side. So when we look at today's game, it does just seem like we go, oh god, I just kicked my desk. It does look like we're just gonna see. That's how excited I am for it. We're just gonna see Apex have another good day, but you do really never know. Like, that's the thing with Polaris. Stranger things have happened than Apex losing a map, losing a series, and it's the playoffs. There is pressure on the teams. You know, you lose a game now, you're in the bottom bracket, and then everything gets very, very scary for you. So there's a possibility. There's always a possibility that Metasport do something. They are a quality team, and so I am interested to see what they will bring out. But now that they know that Apex can beat them on one of their favorite maps, it gets a little more scary.
Yeah, but I do feel like we need to see some form of adaptation from them, okay? Because we mentioned before we went live today, or at least I mentioned, I am not a fan of the solo Sky, especially on Bind, right? And coming into the game with someone like Spolen, who we know can play a good Gecko, and obviously I'm biased towards Gecko, right? Because that's my boy. But if you're gonna run a solo initiator in this current meta, I don't think you can do it as Sky. I don't think you can do that. Like, at least you have flashes that can recharge on Gecko, or at least, you know, pick up. You can do safe flashes, and I feel like that's something that Apex can easily work against. Yes, it was 13-9, but if you only have one initiator, and if you only have one form of information gathering, then you are going to struggle, right?
Yeah. I think
struggle.
Yeah, the thing is, with Metasport's comp on that map, it very much seemed like they were trying to set up flanks all the time. They wanted to make sure they had a sentinel, make sure they had control of every part of the map so that they could go and kind of play interesting strats. And it worked for the first few rounds, and then as soon as the opposite team figures out what you're doing, it gets a little more scary. Here are the stats, some of the stats we wanted to take a look at. Obviously, this is the two raises that we've seen against each other. Soulcast obviously flips back and forth between playing Initiator and Duelist here, but even on Duelist is absolutely head and shoulders above a lot of the players in this league, despite the fact he hasn't played it as much as everyone else.
Yeah, obviously Soulcast is one of those incredibly talented players, again experienced as well, and you see him release these headshot montages, you know, and like, look at this. You think about how much damage per round he's getting, what his ACS is, and he's still got 25% headshot ratio, which is like a 1 in 4. Good math, right, Marcus? Great math.
Well done. Yeah, that's impressive. I like that.
I do want to give credit, though, to Demiurge, because their first blood percentage was nearly the exact same. And when it comes to being a duelist, and when it comes to making space for your team, getting that first pick is very important. Yes, his first death percentage was a lot higher than Soulcast's, but again, as long as you're still getting that first entry, you're at least giving your team that advantage.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what the map veto is going to be like for these ones. So this is what we saw, obviously, last time these two teams played against each other. Apex banned Split. That's generally just been their first ban anyway. They like to ban Ascent as well, but generally they'll float bind. They won't pick it first. I'm interested to see if they will do that this time. I'm assuming they got the taste of bind that they wanted, and they'll go straight towards Icebox or whatever map they can get their hands on. But Metasport did ban Sunset straight away. These two teams have a very similar map pool. I don't think this is the way round that Apex would want it to be. I would think they would want to start on Icebox or Lotus first and have Bind be either the second or third map. But I think the thing is, yesterday we were like, if Metasport win the first map, we could have a really good series. It was kind of this, it was favoring them in the way round it was. I don't think that's going to happen today. I think Apex are going to be very much to business. We saw that team room cam of them there, and I do think they looked very serious. You know, they were in that huddle, they're thinking about things, and while last time these two teams played, there were no stakes for either of them. They couldn't even change their seeding based off of their results in that one. This one is different, right? There are always going to be stakes in every playoff game, and Apex are probably going to have the pedal to the metal. They're going to pick maps that favor them first.
For sure. And look, I mean, you stole nearly every single thing that I wanted to say straight out of my mouth. So that's, you know, that's perfect. I haven't got to say it now.
No, we're in each other's heads, you know?
Literally. And you called it. There's the sunset ban. So for me, I'm probably looking at Apex, like you said, picking the Lotus or picking the Icebox, but it depends. How confident are Metasport going to be? Maybe they pick Icebox against Apex. Maybe they know they can play better because they picked it last time, right? They picked it last week. Yeah. They must be confident. No, they haven't.
Okay, no, they have changed it up. Okay, so this is an interesting pick here because obviously, while Metasport don't have a massive amount of games on Ascent, they are a good Ascent team and they know that Apex ban Ascent. It's generally their second ban. So maybe this is a plan to try and get back at Apex. Obviously, they have tested the waters on Bind. It has not worked out for them. They've actually only played Ascent, as far as I can remember, once in this season. Or twice. Never mind, twice. The first time they played it, they lost 10-13 to Sweet and Sour. The second time, they lost 1-13 to Formulation Gaming. So the fact that they're going to this, a game that they have, a map that they have lost twice out of the 2 times they've played it, against teams that are much lower quality, that will, I'm not going to say that, sorry, hold on, teams that generally perform a lot worse than Apex on paper, is a bit scary for them. You know, they're going for something that they think Apex don't like.
Yeah, and I think when we just look straight at that veto, I am worried for Metasport. Okay, I'm very, very worried. I mean, again, like we said, it's very difficult for them to kind of come out on top of a map veto against Apex because, like we said, they are a phenomenal team. But I think the way they've worked this veto is that we need to win Ascent. If we don't, obviously they're not going to say this to each other, but if they don't win Ascent, I do think they're going to struggle, right? And I mean, look, for sure. at least they kind of spice things up a little bit, right? At least they run the double controller. They do take away one of the initiators, which might be a negative. I was talking about that on Bind, right? If you run a solo initiator, Sova, it's a little bit better than a solo Sky. But I feel like potentially if Apex were to slow this game down and force Fallen to use that dart, and then they can play off of, you know, the information that they got, I don't know. I think it could be a difficult one, Twiggy.
It could. The only time that Apex have played Ascent this season was when Apina Orchestri picked it against them as their first pick. Didn't quite work out for them. 13-2 it was to Apex on that one, and I mean, I've got to assume that Metasport saw something in the 15 rounds that they saw them play that they can exploit. I would hope so. Yeah. Either way, we're going to find out very shortly. Let's see how it works out for Metasport with Hazza and Cairo. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, guys. The first game in playoffs, the opening round, is a repeat of the final match week that we've seen, both for OnlyFins and Sweet and Sour later, but all focused now on Apex versus Metasport.
Yeah, Hazza, this is a massive game for either of these teams, obviously, with the playoffs. I just can't wait to get into this one.
There's a lot of precursor to this on both sides of the server that we have to be thinking about. A repeat matchup a week later. The Icebox pick from Metasport stays the same, but we're going to open things up on Ascent. That is the here and now. That is where this one begins. And to look at Apex with a more broader context, 3 upper bracket finals, 3 wins. The expectations are there. They always have been, with a gauntlet laid by the heroes of Berlin before them.
And to get things started, Hazza, we have a Norwegian derby. They've played each other once before in the regular season. That was the last play day. But here we are, starting things off with Metasport on the attack.
The only time these two teams have ever faced one another. Vong, of course, part of the LPB team that made playoffs last. The only returning Polaris player in the server as it stands. Metasport will start this one off slowly. We know what the track record is, the defeats here. Apex, if you play them at a fundamental game, they'll pick you apart. They were light years ahead of Apina when they did. And it's going to be a straight up execute, the first challenge that they face.
Yeah, Metasport are straight in. Look at this. Apex are trying to react, but they've just got no way of doing so. Metasport are routing the site. Apex left scratching their heads as to where the last two players on site have been left. Well, back to the server, back to the spawn. All of three are trying to come back into sight.
Spike down, 2-player advantage. Drone over the top, trying to incite an additional fight. It's Kayak that will chomp at the bit first, but a couple of missed shots throws this one into disarray. He's revealed behind the smoke, which Heartbeat is dictating the pace of. The retake stopped in its tracks.
This is such great delay. The smokes that have been able to hold off, as well as mollies and the like. This is so difficult for Apex to try and get into. And you just see Metasport, they're just holding it in pairs and swinging off one another. What a fantastic round to get things kicked off.
Brilliant. As soon as they took the site, it didn't feel like there was going to be any way back in. Apex, they think, oh, Metasport, we're trapped in here with you. No, you're trapped in here with us.
Yeah.
And the padded cell of the B site shuts it down. And yeah, the big thing here, they're playing double controller, Cairo, so compositional difference, and Apex obviously running the standard.
Yeah, Metasport not scared to expend utility at all. Like you saw early doors, they were using the nano swarms to get the initial space on B main, pushing the players back towards site, and from then on it was almost as easy as just swinging off one another. Moving on towards this round, a lot more slower, looking to prioritise mid space, as you see Metasport standing outside top mid.
Turret B, earlier information on that push this time. And all sheriffs for Apex, and a headshot from Avova will kick things off. That's Vong gone. You still do have Heartbeat though with the full utility belt.
Avova still sticking around.
As if they keep slow peeking back into him where this sheriff will be strongest.
Avova could still get caught off guard. You see him trying to like return towards Dice. In fact, it's actually the jump spot.
The garage turret has been broken, so the information is late. Knife does come in, and it stops utility on all three players. Avova takes down another kill, damage dealt. Heartbeat finally with a return, but it may be a little too late. Apex, they've managed to get themselves back in this round, and it must be Demiurge now to create some more magic with a spike in the open, but the site already breached.
Yeah, Dreammasters went back to actually try and do some lineups. I don't know if that's for back gen or whatnot, but right now, Demiurge needs support on site.
Yeah, it's short. That's where you've got to be taking these fights, and Demiurge will. He obliges happily every single time. That bloodlust continues. For those who are saying he was hot and cold, finally delivering where needed. Such an important round. Metasport need to haul it. And look, they're taking a lot of damage in the process, but they are getting there. Not unless Hype has something to say about it.
Listen, Hype's been good in a clutch before, historically, even back on Wild. I think that this time, though, it might just be a little bit too much contact being taken through the turret. Both players lining up, but it should be easy. It should be! And Dreammass, well, manages to scrape them through and towards the next.
Skin of their teeth. Way closer than that needed to be, and Metasport will feel the full effect. It's a single rifle kept out of it, and the Guardian in Demiurge's hands really makes the difference. Something that we did say about Apex in a few of these rounds is maybe the discipline wasn't there for them, that they gave away picks from time to time, but on a round like that, it's the game you've got to play, and they played it well.
I mean, Hazard, you see that though, but like they took their picks. Avova sure stayed around for one longer, but was immediately back towards site. This time round though, you've got to be looking at A main and looking what Apex want to do with taking that space. Did it in the last round, and they're doing it again here.
I mean, again, it's another round where B has gone ever passive after Metasport tried it on the initial pistol. A deviation from the set strategy. Alarmbot in towards market. The drone will fly over its head casually. Both pieces of utility broken. And the threat that Metasport could be looming in the middle of the map is there, especially with Vong's wall.
Looks like Metasport want to try and pivot towards that B side of the map, as you were saying. That's 2 rounds in a row where they've initially started with the mid space.
You can see what the implementation is here from Vong as well, because not only it is that mid wall I was speaking about, it's the poison orb on short as well, and that's going to force Soulcast to take a peek into the Outlaw. Sure, Demiurge won't connect, but now there's 4 players right at the neck of B main.
This is so hard to try and disconnect. Height plays off the contact so well, the turret. And you've got Mosey still standing on the sides, waiting for the curtain call to drop. And it seems as if it's just going to be Metasport dropping right now. They're making it easy. 1v1, spike dropped, and there you have it. Apex hold the site so well.
I mean, they didn't exactly have the bodies on the line, but in a 4 versus 2 effectively on site, each player gets at least a couple kills, and Mulsey even finding his 3rd. So, well dealt with from Apex. That deeper setup proving to have value. And Metasport, while they tried to create a little bit more pressure on the map, they weren't able to execute their game plan off the back of it. So now into the first full gun round of this opening map.
Just thinking in terms of ultimates as well, Hazard, you're now starting to get closer to them. Thinking like probably 3 of them, majority of them for either team. So one could come online in this round towards the latter stages to be a change.
And that's the big difference too, because you remember when Apex beat Apina 13-2, it was those first couple of rounds which they put up. Metasport, the one round they got against Formulation was the pistol. You need to make sure that you still have win conditions to take this back, and proactivity is the name of the game from Apex here. Kayak back on the duelist, the spearhead, a reveal Dreamass would be a dead one to many, but he does outlast. Now the question is, how do they want to reapproach this?
Well, look at this, they're already up through mid. We're sure Kayak's waiting for Dreamass to re-peak, but Apex has lost so much space in mid, and here's the first fight. Mosey winning out, it's huge! The second even bigger. That whole mid space that Mets was able to take is completely gone just from one player.
Big shot Spolin. Ducks and weaves into cover away from the paranoia, but one safe angle to you is a peek from Kayak on another. That flank fully maximized in the end, and Avova shutting things down to equalize the score. So yeah, Metasport, you know, a bit here and there on that round, really.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the reactions there were pretty so open, but this is the thing, if things aren't optimal, if things aren't at their best, like Apex will punish you. Metis were just a second off of that swing to try and get the trade, and I mean that's just a whole round on its head.
Multi doing more work than he should be accredited for so far in this game, and Metasport, knowing what they found on the pistol, go back to that couple sheriffs, Stinger, for what looked to be a tempo change, a fast A play, but the early utility will delay that for now.
Remember that mid was a lot open. You've got the turret and the alarm bot there this time, where Apex being a bit more aggressive on B main, just to keep note of. As right now, Metis are really pushing the issue on A.
These Stingers looking to take the gloves off and get brawling with them up in the face. Kayak already so low. A burst of any gun here would be enough. It's the Stinger that finishes the job. The split push now connects through the heaven position. Avova on an island, sat with a wine glass down at the table. It's all too casual. The pressure's not put on. This spike has not covered ground, and the rotates are starting to come in.
Yeah, every player's in a 1 versus 1 situation here, they need to win their fights, and that's exactly what happens. Soulcast from under in hell, a demon being able to hold out on the A site, and now all of Apex are here. 2 players out on main, as you said, Spike nowhere near the site.
Avova bought so much space and time by doing absolutely nothing. He posted his reservation to the restaurant, and Soulcast just pulls up a chair and does the work for him. 3-2, Apex take the lead. And again, like I said, it's in these next couple of rounds where the game can really get away from you. What can be spoken of these ultimates that we're keeping tabs on?
Yeah, we're talking about optimal Valorant and the best you can be, but the pace and it's just not there. Metasport tried to go for a quicker take, and the reason why I use the word quicker and not a quick take is because there was so much staggering, so much delay. No wonder they're timing out off the back of it. And I think this is a good time to introduce the new coach for Metasport.
The latest figure into the server, Metasport, playing with their coach Enfist before, but now they've made a change. Hearthbeat partnering up for playoffs with his former coach Ilka. Under his guidance, they've already taken down 2 Challenger Leagues like 007 and Admiral M. They defeated DAC, they finished the Italian job, but the Polaris puzzle is their biggest test yet, and it only takes 5 rounds for his inclusion to be made. My biggest question, Cairo, and something we've spoken about before, is this introduction, you know, know, in enough time? Has there been enough setup to really make this work, or are we just looking to the fundamentals that they've already built?
Well, I think fundamentally that's what the past 2 rounds have been kind of suspect of. You think of the swing on the round 2 rounds previous, that last round there was just a little bit of disconnect in terms of getting the spike on, dealing with a Vova or Soulcast. I think that, like, at the end of the day, there wasn't anything macro-wise that was wrong with the past 2 rounds.
Metasport trying to sell pressure in the middle of the map, and Apex want in. A shoulder blade spotted by the turret, but Kayak already on an offensive angle, and Utility invested to bring 3 players away, all spotted. Metasport not too quick on the uptake though, instead they react the B site.
I love this, Hazard. The TP in towards the backside means that there's at least a player there when the players get close, but you've got to be looking at the spike. Nowhere near the B side as Apex try to react. This could just be a false play, it could be a fake.
There's already 3 or 4 players here from both teams now as the spike arrives. They will be ferrying it to the site. The precious cargo can be collected and planted. They know all too well about Dreamas close by, and Soulcast has already got him dead to rights.
We're 4v4 now. This is a big ultimate and plenty of tags on Soulcast. Manages to escape with a life, but here comes the re-entry from Apex.
It's a 4 versus 4, and Vong is still hanging about in main, looking to take a timing, inviting players even further back as he has been suppressed. Kayak cracks the whip for the first shot. Now they know about Vong. Halfbeat inside his own smoke and spraying into it, getting the results that they need. It is an effective 2v2. That's where Halfbeat wants in, but Avova takes it over the line. Both of the clutch Omen players in the previous series have their way, yet it's Avova that takes hold of the situation.
Hazard, when it comes to Ascent, when you think about this as a map just at its core, is a fundamental litmus test for any team playing on this. And if your challenger, if your opponent is Apex and it's a fundamental litmus test, I can only see one winner. And that's exactly what it was on that retake there. Just the way they were able to trade off each other, play all round. It was a nice reaction from Metasport when it comes to that team play. I mean, Apex are just the kings of it.
And this is where we want big game players in the playoffs. Both Halfbeat and Avova winning a 1v1 each in the previous series. Halfbeat a 1 versus 2. Yeah, he couldn't replicate his efforts there.
This is nice.
And out comes the op for Kayak.
Yeah, but it's
the
not
ultimate
just
game that we were keeping tabs on. There's twice as many. Are they going to need them? Maybe not.
Perhaps it's just the fact that Hype's here as well to combine. Gets 2 off the back. Sure, Kayak's taken out, but there's still 4 players here to fight together, and that's exactly the case for Apex. They make it look so easy.
No way to root out Hype from position. It is surgical on the Apex side, and Mulsi under the microscope finds 3 more kills. It's both him and Hype, those players towards the left-hand side of the map that have been having the most involvement. Kayak is purely a catalyst, like you say, to make things happen, and make things happen they do.
I mean, that's it. The bait is so perfect. And again, Hazard, is Apex doing the simple things to high degrees.
Feeling like a broken record, man. We was hoping that we'd be able to pull out a deep cut, something of which our ears have not listened to in a while. I'm talking about the phrase Apex lose a map. We haven't seen it, and we may not. Kayak continues on form. That's another opening pick.
That's the thing though, man. Apex are just a team that grows with strength to strength, map to map, series to series, and playoffs to playoffs. As an organisation, the third in Polaris. Not only that though, I've always felt that Apex as an organisation, as they get to that playoffs, their form just becomes unreal.
Well, that's the question that everyone has. Is the pressure going to be too much for them? Everyone already has them as a shoe-in for Ascension, and sure, the stakes increase there, but you've got to start somewhere. First playoffs for Kayak as a player. He had a stint on Zero Tenacity, but never really made the jump. Here we go, though. Demiurge flies straight into A. There's nothing to be spoken of the rest of his team. They're heading towards a B site with a lockdown flaring off.
I mean, they're going to have to get Hype right now, and they can't do it. The setup's so good, and now every player is stuck outside. Dreamash trying to get something in mid, but Hazard, they just can't hit where they need to. The bullseye completely missed, and now it's up to Spolen. Outside on B main against 5, mate. You may as well save because it's a non-starter. 15 seconds left. Metasport have also
10
been
seconds
timed out.
left.
They've timed out
Yeah.
to try and talk about things at 3-2.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about as well. What was the call? It's looking a whole lot like the kind of Valorant that they were playing on Bind against Pinot Kesteri, a couple of weeks ago now. As they're going to try and hunt down Spolin here, and they will be successful. That is a weapon lost in the process, and Apex just happy to hunt for it. They don't want to give them a single crumb to go off here. And like I was saying, it feels that they're trying to over-manipulate rotates, but Apex know we're going to win our fights, so it doesn't really matter. The pieces moving on the map just not making too much sense to me right now.
Yeah, sheer confidence to try to beat out with Demiurge on A, and just they get wiped out immediately. And the response from B site from Hype is just that they're so capable and so willing to invest things. Like the lockdown, for instance, that's a big piece, and they knew that they needed to hold on to B site, so they invested it.
Now again, same Viper wall into middle, but we see Kayak on the Outlaw, knows that he can save a bit of cash and rack up some bankroll in the process. First to peek would be Vong, missed shot, no follow-up. Hesitate for a moment, don't think they realised the op was in play, they do now, and they've also got an opener on B. Demiurge is the price that they pay.
Still holding on to mid, just a pause, waiting for a reaction. The lockdown now invested, but the thing is, Kayak knows there's Vong, doesn't know about Heartbeat, and it's an easy pickup. Advantage being taken for the attacking side.
Smoke's going to go towards Spawn, Heartbeat joining the rest of his team, but what is there to be said of them? Somewhere in transition, Mulsi have over both of the VCT 2023 participants are more than just that. They are here to play, and Mulsi with another one through the hoardings of the wall. Heartbeat can't take a singular step forwards for the fear of being revealed. An expose from Apex, looking so good on Ascent. A map we've rarely seen them play so far, but when it finally arrives, it stands the test of time.
Hazard, now as we look at this, you start to wonder, like going on towards Ascent, what were they thinking? Like, it's clear to see that this is an Apex map through and through, and they're absolutely dominating this.
The thing with Apex as well is they've shown the fewest maps out of anyone so far. They haven't shown Split, they haven't shown Breeze, and Bind only just made its entrance the other week. So the question is, where do you really take them, And Ascent is where we find ourselves for now. And the big talking point for me on that round is it's another one where Demi's gone walkabouts by himself. A statistic which goes heavily against him is the fact that he's 4th in the league for first deaths per round. If you're not finding a way to trade him out, then where are you getting your value? It's an op this time.
Yeah.
Heartbeat's bought it for him. Daddy's money. What can you do?
Well, that's the question. Oh, no! That is the question, and there is the answer, Hazard. Kayak gives you it promptly, and now they know about Dreamass. Can't exactly pick it up, and already the players dipping out. They've already had their fill.
Soulcast will keep his head on a swivel as well. Turns attention back to main just in the nick of time. There are 3 players here to test him, but that man is just too good. Roll call collected. Attendance from Apex on this A site, and they're ready to take the jewels that go with it. That op is a warning shot, and the follow-up is the punishment.
They're just stuck out on B main. I mean, what more can you do? And the thing is, though, is they're not even trying to move. They're waiting to see if anyone's going to peek them. Fair enough, they've got a Bulldog and a Sheriff here, but at this point, I would even be happy for them to invest a second timeout, because this is where it's been going. The players just been completely destroyed by Vong Sheriff, but all in all, it's still Apex that win the round.
That's something to say about Metasport as well. They're a very confidence-based team.
Yes.
You look at the series that they have won when they beat OnlyFins. They won the first map. NXT, first map. Lost to Formulation. It was when things didn't start the way that they wanted to.
I mean, It needs to be though, like you need to be ready to swing with the punches, be ready to go. Look at this fight on A main, sorry. You're getting a Hunter's Fury invested just to try and help. This time though, we've got some early picks. It'll go in the way of Metasport. Abova and Kayak being launched out, but look at the refight. Apex maybe a little bit too heavy, a little bit too happy to take these fights. And it's actually ended up favouring Metasport. No, not like this.
And it won't be. Hype gets shut down. And like we were saying there, I think, look, that's one of the ways where you can catch Apex off guard. And I like that Metasport just go for something quick there.
Yeah.
The combination of utility towards short, towards tree is really nice. Kayak has nowhere to disengage. It's either the Nano Swarm at his feet or the Hunter's Fury straight through his chest. Hype, showing that he's turned up. A player which I think has been criticized quite a bit for maybe being an outlier in terms of team performances, but when it comes to playoffs 12 and 8, there is no better scorecard that you could hope for from your Sentinel player.
Oh, it's another quick play, trying to take players off guard. Look at Apex, there's already 3 here. Majority of their forces ready to fight. Demiurge jumping around Switch, the rest of the players close by. And a Viper's Pit now to actually try and stabilise towards CT and force Apex elsewhere.
First time that we've seen it used, and Apex, depending on the scrims that they've been playing, how exactly do they choose to navigate it? Kayak revealed, will hide behind the wall a moment longer. That's the utility out of play and out of place. No snakebite to be used. A reveal which lands right in the chest of Heartbeat. Kayak gets bombed, the pit is down, and so are the players. A target-rich environment which Apex expunge, as they will be walking up to a 9th here before the half closes.
Yeah, has a target rich. I mean, Apex are just rich in general, whether that's in mechanical ability and the way that they play it. It's just unbelievable stuff. 9-3 half on the defense, and as Metasport switch over, the one saving grace we can say is the fact that they do have a double controller. This could be a good half for them, and obviously we know how easy it can be on Ascent defense. So there is some things that Metasport can use, but they are playing Apex. We really need to hope that they're going to be able to bring this back.
It really has to be. I don't think this veto is necessarily lopsided. You've chosen to pick Ascent. Icebox is where Apex go. One of which played in the previous series. It's a guarantee here, but again, not just saving face, they need to do more. And the defense is where that starts. Killjoy and Viper both stacked towards B. The wall cuts through sections of middle. Behind it stands Heartbeat, the A anchor, the captain. Can he collect his forces and create some inspiration? May not be long before he's put to the test.
Oh, look how many players are behind this wall, Hazard.
Oh, they're going to flood straight out. It's a fight which goes both ways. But what is there to be said after the fact? Allvong in the kill feed. Will Metasport take this any further? You're walking into the jaws of your opponents, and Apex are biting on down. Hype's got 2. That's a flash for his 3rd, which is sent to the skies as Apex trajectory is towards the sun.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? To the moon, it seems to be. A nice refight in mid, that's what it comes down to. And again, as we've talked about many times before, it just comes down to the team play and how they play off one another. Metasport, they play well initially, they get the entry picks, but an advantage even, it's just Apex refight back in, and it's just unreal.
Yeah. Metasport looking to challenge that. They live and die by the mid play.
Yeah.
The first few kills picked up, and then you're chasing towards Link to try and scrap away on Hype, who's traditionally going to be away from the rest of his team. Not this time, it is a full frontal A siege.
Yeah, has it straight through, trying to get players to even get a pick, try something, man. But Apex are so good with the utility, they've found the entries, they've found the site, and they can get the spike down when they want, and they're certainly taking their time doing it.
Multi revealed Heaven with the knowledge that they fall back that far.
Yeah.
A spam through the boxes, but it gives a haircut to Solcas instead. Still nothing to be said. Metasport knocking on the door, but nobody's home. Kayak's got his feet up in their living room. A home intruder making his mark on the league now. Ooh, Demi, a couple headshots, but how much further do you go?
I mean, I don't think there's going to be much further here, has it? Yeah, Solcas sends us into the next round. And you look towards what's coming next. You already saw the pace which Apex can hit. The fact that they've got 2 rifles as well, in fact, make that 3. This is looking pretty tasty for their bonus round. And Metasport, while they're bringing in some decent stuff, they need to be wary of what Apex are bringing to them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the series that we had last time, Soulcast was +8 for first fights, +27 over 2 maps with over 50 kills. He overshadowed the rest of his team massively. Now, 15 assists, and is happy to take a back seat, if you even want to call it that, to what else is going on. And Kayak now, simply a ruse, but it's already pulled a rotate out of Demiurge.
It's a big 1v1. KG versus KG. In fact, we don't even get it. Hype just destroys the turret and dips off.
And where you thought the spike was maybe heading towards B, now using Kayak's position, they're going to funnel the rest of the players into short. And well, Metasport, with a couple of numbers there themselves, have actually done enough to dissuade it. So every single lane getting a piece of the cake here from Apex.
Yeah, this is really nice. Hazard, the way that the mid-round adapting. Metasport are already dipping towards backside as they realise they're under siege. Metasport trying to hold on towards CT, not allowing Apex to go out this way. But again, look at this, the way that they're adapting the round. Kayak is taking so much space and still already taking a kill as well.
They're just building the whole thing off of Kayak's positioning. A double, triple fake and turn away off of his young shoulders. It's more than enough space to get what they want, and that's the spike planted. The bottom line for this one, a 4 versus 3 retake. Do you go for it in regulation, or will overtime loom over your head? Demiurge certainly thinks there's a chance, but only good for his life.
Has it already. If I'm Metasport, I'm thinking about saving. In fact, they're not even going to be able to. Spolen, stuck between a rock and a hard place. And at 12-3, so are Metasport. Has to play for overtime, has to throw everything but the kitchen sink at the wall and hope something sticks.
And I think the big turning point for me in this game, Cairo, if this one is settled in the next couple of rounds, is that Metasport failed to get big value out of their ults on that first half, that things did spiral out of control, that maybe they didn't invest a second timeout where they could have, that the adaptations weren't there. And on the flip side, Apex looking laser sharp, focused on the sole objective of another upper bracket final. And already within touching distance of being one map to the good.
I mean, it's just another Apex performance. What more can be said about this one? Metasport, as you said, have had good ideas. They've tried to get stuff, but the value that you've got out of it in the end is just not hit. It needs to be 100%. There can't be any failings here. Even the slightest percentage is off, and Apex will manipulate that.
Don't even have the money to get an op in play. It's a double up instead. Demiurge there with Dreamas. A couple of bullets exit the magazine, but no kill picked up. And still Metasport wading through deeper waters, looking for that first engagement. And in the process, the proactivity A main has given a bit of a gap on short. Spolen makes the most of it on the either extremity. They're not playing through middle here at all.
Yeah, they've seen 3 players and the Apex have immediately reacted towards A. The only thing is, though, the 2 players in the middle of site. So that means Apex are using the extremities around the site to try and get more from it, cutting off the rotates. The spike still in towards window. They've not even reacted to the player that's towards CT.
It's not the first time that Kayak has gone for a walkabout in the garden. Daisies in his hair. It just looks too simple of a stroll. Molsey, the fellow Pole, will be here with him this time though. And now Vong spotted. A dash to the B site. Both players in separate places. The door is broken. He knows where they are. And may just look to force the issue here onto the captain.
Hazard, this is really dangerous. This should be easy, and it is. Straight on towards Spike. A 1v1 against a Vova. And look at Vong's health. It's not that much.
But it doesn't matter. Avova's already on the scene, and without barely lifting a finger, Apex take yet another result. 13-3. They only conceded 1 more than they did against the Pino Orchesteri. And again, it was that failure to adapt and make the necessary changes before the game got away from them.
Has it's not even that, man. You've got to be looking at the last time Metasport played it, 13-1 against Formulation. I mean, Apex already knew that they could do the damage. You put those two together and it does not make for a kind recipe.
It does not at all. I mean, look, the track record against Norwegian organisations for Metasport certainly isn't great, and it doesn't seem as if that is going to be improving anytime soon. Not unless there is something to be said of Icebox. It was their pick before, now Apex take it as their own. Will it be any different? We'll have to find out after our analysts and the break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, I bleed, I'm off the leash, go down on your knees, bitch I got PhD, I'm all that you need, you just give me. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done.
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of all households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one.
But now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take?
Oh. We're live. Twiggy? Twiggy? Wake up. We're on.
Oh,
We're on.
Welcome
Get yourself
back to
sorted.
Polaris, everyone. What happened? Apex won.
Yeah.
And they're playing again. Icebox.
In a minute, I think, and it's I think it's their map pick as well. So
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That's Apex. They won Ascent.
yeah. I
There's
mean,
not much to say.
yeah.
There's not much to say. Very similar to the last time they played Ascent. It was just kind of there. The fact that this is the map that they banned second is kind of ridiculous. You know, this is a ban for them.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like when it comes to Apex having such a big map pool, right? Like you can make it through the veto, right? You can make it through the whole veto, and it's probably not going to go your way. But even if you think it's going to go your way, it's not going to go your way. Not when you're up against Apex, because they can play every map. It doesn't matter. Like we even said how they played Bind just to feel something. Like,
Yeah, no, it genuinely does feel like that.
But there's the post-match scoreboard. We have Apex winning 13-3. Again, unfortunately, not a single member of Metasport did hit double digits on kills. But look, obviously we can talk about Apex all we want, right?
Yep.
They're a great team.
Yep.
They played super well. There were some signs of life from Metasport. I said to you how like they were changing the pace up a little bit after that timeout. They kind of, just kind of went at a completely different tempo. But
Yeah.
it's what Cairo said. They went at one tempo with that Stinger half buy, but like it was the short players. They had a different tempo to the main players. So once they made it to site from short, the main players were stuck in main. So there was no follow up for that round whatsoever. And Soulcast just did Soulcast things.
Soulcast things.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does feel like that. It is just kind of no matter what you throw at the wall, they are just able to pick it up and go, okay, we're gonna shoot you now. And then that's basically it. Icebox is feeling a little scary now, and I do think, it's already a done deal. There's only so much we can talk about when it comes to Apex games a lot of the time. In the season it was like, oh, but there's still something to go for. They still need to get in, they need to guarantee their place in the playoffs. And at this point it's just, okay, well, they need to win the next map. It's as simple as that, and it seems like that's a done deal.
Yeah, and you talk about Icebox, right? So coming into this is Apex's map pick. Icebox is Apex's map pick. And last week when they played, it wasn't their map pick. It was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Metis' map pick on Icebox last week, and they lost 13-6, which was a worse loss than Metis' Bind performance, right? So if we're thinking that Metas pick Icebox and they lose 13-6, if Apex are now picking Icebox into Metas, you can only think it's going to go one way, right?
Yeah, well, we will find out, but since we don't really have a lot to talk about right now, we are going to throw it to a break before we get to Agent Select. Just a very short one, so that you don't have to listen to us waffle for ages about, you know, the 3 rounds that Apex lost there. So we will see you in a bit. Icebox is up next. Don't go anywhere.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and up making last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. But you gotta be.
Alright, welcome on back to Polaris, everybody. I told you it would be a short break, and we are back now. Agent Select is ready for Icebox with these two teams. Apex versus Metasport, and it does feel like things are going to be over quite quickly. What do Metasport need to change here, Marcus, if they are going to get something done?
I think they're going to have to be proactive rather than reactive, right? Because I think going up against a team like Apex, if you react too late, or even if you react, period, they're gonna know exactly what you're doing, right? Because they're probably they're forcing you to react. They're literally paving the way they want you to play, right?
Yeah.
And it's all about, I feel with a team like Apex, it's all about trying to catch them off guard, right? And you look at their comp, and it's kind of giving me 2022 vibes still from Metasport. So at least judging from the compositions, it's not going to be catching them off guard. So it's all going to come down to their play style, right? But are Metasport going to be able to deal with Kayak Shiori once again? I mean, I say once again, they didn't really deal with it prior to today, but will they be able to deal with it right now is the question.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up that thing about reactiveness, and I do think that Apex are just kind of the kings of reactive play. That's the thing. If you're going to try and beat them on their own kind of home ground there, it's not going to work out. You have to really make sure that you have a plan that is going to catch them off guard. And when you're playing a default Icebox comp that they have probably scrimmed against 200 times in the past year, it's not going to happen. Either way, we will find out what they get done in terms of strats in just a second, because Hazza and Cairo are going to guide us through Icebox here, and we'll see if Apex can finish this one off real quick.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, lasting 30 minutes for many would be a positive thing, but against Apex, that's a 13-3 loss, so it doesn't count for much. We now head on towards Apex. So, the big thing that we have to speak of is that it was their pick in the previous series. It was even worse than the Bind performance that we saw. What have they done in a week to turn things around?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions coming in towards this map, Hazza, and let's be honest, this is a map which Metasport have shown good results on, played some good Valorant on Hazza, but this is where it counts, this is where it matters. They are fighting for survival in the upper bracket.
They are indeed. Apex, they make the acquisition of Metasport's previous home turf in the series that we saw only a week ago. What have they done to make this winnable, to make this tangible, for us to cling on to any last ounce of hope that with the future uncertain of this Norwegian team, that they can give us one last hurrah?
Toxins going up.
Well, already you see how quickly Apex want to take this on the front foot. So far forward, and already Kayak getting the entry picks, setting the pacing, setting the tone, and setting this to be an Apex round.
The staging is there. Apex have their own points to prove. Players that have been to the big time, those returning faces, and rookies in prospect. Metasport start out on the attack, but Apex bring the fight straight to them, and already Hype breaking that turret on the flank mean that Metasport are boxed in. The map is shrinking around them, and their chances going with it.
Here.
Trying to wait for someone to peek them, but Apex so diligent, so reserved, not wanting to peek out, letting the players peek them, and well, actually it's Avova that gives away the first pick to Metasport, and as to make that 0, Apex pick up their first.
That is insane, man. Kayak, Soulcast, the two highest rated players in the league for ACS with some seriously snappy shots. You just can't doubt the individual ability that they have, but it's so much more than that. And honestly, it feels sad to be in a situation where we have to chalk it down to such things because Metasport haven't done enough so far to test them.
But how does Kayak get so far forward without Metasport knowing? No one's checked it. You've got someone holding on the drone. Sure enough, you might be. There's a little chance, but like you've got to be expecting it. It's Apex, man.
Yeah. Diligence. That would be the name of the game. A drone from Spolen in a similar position, yet this time they're that much quicker on the uptake. Metasport, they start rowing, and that boat moves forwards to an A plant.
Well, it should be easy enough to go down, although I say that the combination utility will stop that. Again, Apex showing their strength of prowess and holding sights and putting themselves in an advantage straight in the flood, and Metasport begin to drown. Vong having to hold it only with a Sheriff, a 6-shooter. And well, it'll be a P-shooter this time round. It will be 2 for the Norwegian side of Apex.
Oh, Apex doing so much. Again, the Norwegian organisation not exactly pushing forward the talent pool in this one. It's the representatives on the other side of the server which are being done out by their fellow countrymen, or the investments made by them, let's just say. But the big thing for me there is you go for the pace change, cool, you get a plant, objective secured because you've made some extra money, but the one oversight will be the fact that Apex didn't use any of that utility until the killer moment, and it's that instinct which has been the biggest benefactor for them.
That's the thing, Apex just have that instinctive push, that ability to just turn it on a dime. Already Demiurge being seen, and Mosey going so far, caught out by the drone, and now this is where things get dicey.
Out by himself, there was nobody there to wallbang. Mulsi instead takes the peek forward thinking. Spolen to shut it down though. Another player that we do have to think about, having grown into the boots, the shoes, which didn't feel to fit when they made those roster changes. Soulcast coming in, gets laid out by Vong.
Tries to get an extra pick, something to bring the numbers back and dip away. Fortunately, they're not allowed to, and now it's up to Vova, up on high, supported though by Hype close by.
2 players on site and 1 for the flank. Kayak may arrive a little late, but has managed to cross the utility. Dreamhouse catches wind of it a little late, but it should be good for him to find the kill. He'll put pen to paper for it, and just like that, Metasport get all the kills on the site as well. Only Hype remains, and look where they may have won the pistol before and none of the gun rounds. This time, it's in round number 3 where they strike first.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird round, all in. You think towards how it started off with Mosey putting himself on an island, and then it's just like kind of one after one. Like you see here, Soulcast untradeable, Kayak untradeable, and then Avova untradeable. Then you're left with Hype just sitting there. Like they've tried to take engagements to get the numbers back on their side, and it's just not worked out at all. Apex being punished for the mistakes that they made.
Kayak with an early dimensional drift, and I'm curious to see what this is going to look like for them. He's done a brilliant job at being able to disengage, find progressive cover. A set piece from Metasport to provide them B space. Oski's still just sort of fighting on the front lines.
Yeah, has to respect this, has it, with all the pressure that's been put on. That's Sova, Sage being seen, at least 2. So Nosey's outnumbered. Whether there's more, they'll need to try and figure that out. But look at this, after the pressure being put on, Metas look to react elsewhere.
Kayak does still have a TP in the pocket, but I don't think he's going to be committing to it. He will make his last stand on the entrance to A. Just where the spawn barrier drops, there could be some bodies in its place. ADS up close, and 2 skulls crushed. Under his boots, 4-3. That's the player advantage which they take into this final minute of play.
Yeah, taking the advantage is incredible, and not only that, you look at Metasport, they're now disconnected, trying to find something to prop themselves up from, and they can't do it. Heartbeat though is pretty far on A and hasn't been discovered.
Oh, he will now though. Avova uncovers him and quickly tosses a mound of dirt on top to fill up the grave. 4 versus 2. Alarmbot will finally get the recognition of these players, but look at the delaying utility that they have. Nano Swarm, Poison Cloud, all of this means that they've got to force the issue, and straight into the hands of the Apex players they go. Another in the pocket as round 4 concludes.
Like, it's made to look easy if you're Apex, right? You just look at it and you're probably at home with your feet up, like, what are they doing, man? Like, they're making it so easy. But at the same time, though, you've got to be looking at the setup from Apex and how much information and how much coverage that they have on the map. Like, you look towards this left side, they're so confident in Kayak there. You've got a Sova and a Viper playing off each other on A for clearing, and it just sets up the orb with the KJ to do so well on B.
They have Kayak with the freedom to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Placing down bricks with the cement of the double walls behind will build upon those foundations. Usually think it would be the other way around, but it's in exact mirror. They'll do the same thing that we saw only moments ago. Metasport will fully commit to the B play, however, this time.
They will, and they're just getting mowed down. Again, made to look easy, but it's so good from Apex. Players on an island playing off one another again. You look at the disconnect, the utility that's been sent forward. Demiurge now has to clutch up against 4, and it's 4 Apex players as well. Oh, what more can be said here other than Metasport need to time out?
Nothing. It is quite frankly speechless. And look, whether Metasport have something to be said of a timeout or not is the different question, because sure, you can call for a pause, but it's what you say in those moments that matter most.
Yes.
They went for a B play. The biggest error in my eyes is, again, just not enough being done to force out some of this utility the opposite way. They use the same set piece, recon over the top, slow orb, but it's not catching anybody. There's no one to play into it. They just put their own utility up when the push comes, and they win the round.
Yeah, and the fact that Kayak every single time is able to get so far on A and just allow the players to gamble on the B play is incredible.
Metasport, can they give us some food for thought? Demiurge certainly can, right down the throat of Kayak. A Sheriff shot which sends them off to a good start, but good must become great if you are to beat the giants in front of you, and it seems to be. Vong has got himself another. That's at the expense of Soulcast. The two strongest players on Apex side, with a gun in their hands, gone.
Yeah, exactly, and a few of these shields haven't been broken either, so this is just going to allow the rifles to be cycled back. Blades up as well. This isn't looking so hot for Apex right now.
Oh, there we go. Vong, the former circus act of the clowns on Le Petit Buffon, juggles guns into the hands of his teammates and finds the kill on the flank, which puts them forth to a vacant B site. We saw it a week ago when Heartbeat was looking at the back of Hype's head, still couldn't find the kill, so we'll probably be happy that he isn't here this time and they can just move on in post.
Both players from Apex are on the lonesome, having to prove out. There's like ships in the night between Demiurge and Mosey, and well, Demiurge is the one who's coming out on top. Plenty of cash in the back pocket for Hype to send this, and as I've said before, Hazza has been good in the clutch.
A young gun, a loose cannon, needs to clear a whole lot of angles and
barrel.
spots the barrel of Vong as he makes his disengage. Hype, first of those kills, but nothing more. Demiurge, 3 kills with the blades. He dissects the defense and doubles up for Metasport exactly where they needed it. Didn't come in with the most resources, but they will exit with their pockets full.
Yeah.
However, and I say however, I think you already know what I'm about to say.
Yep, I know exactly what you're about to say, mate. It's the ultimate game. Apex have an absolute monopoly on that front.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
incredible.
man. There might as well be a guy with a top hat walking around, honestly, twiddling the moustache.
Yeah.
It
What do you
is-
call it? An ultimate for every time you go past go, and Apex have been making a rotation of it.
Food for thought, a feature of the McDonald's menu. Apex tucking into round after round. It's playoff season for them. There's still plenty of cash rewards up for grabs. But here we have it. 3-2 split. Mike not committed.
Playoff season, it's almost like Polaris hunting season for them, man. Like, they're just adding trophy after trophy. A little bit of pressure trying to be put on from B as Mosey holds it by themselves. If they get caught out here, this could put the round into turmoil, and it has.
Oh,
Look at the reaction on the map.
it's one player drifting over from Hype, but the rest of Apex will sit and stay. Only the Sentinel that has shown the reaction forced out. Instead,
unreal.
it's the Yoru ultimate, and with that, they call their bluff. Apex know exactly what's going on. A defensive pit in the site. They make use of the ultimates they have, but how much extra value added?
Yeah, but Hazza, you look at this, they drop the Sage Wall and they make it a ring, a one that which they want to fight, and Apex are the ones coming out on top. The third ultimate invested here by Apex, and the
30
value,
seconds
they're
left.
getting loads of it.
The site was spring loaded. Let's still a 1 versus 2 for Vong, and he's on the other side of the wall, which he put up. Apex trailblazing through this series, want to try and tear it down. They have not yet revealed the position of Vong, but there's an idea about where he could be playing from. First kill taken, Vong in the clutch, here to play. It's Soulcast which stands on the other side of the server. 8 bullets in the magazine, but you know he can do a whole lot more with less.
Has 2 shocks though, Hazza. I don't know if that's going to be enough to actually change the course of the round.
Utility factors out of it. It's a gun game purely, and the shots must be sharp. Soulcast on the angle and ready, but not in place to take the kill, and Vong with a huge 1 versus 2, keep Metasport alive.
But the biggest point about that, Hazza, is the fact that Metasport won after Apex investing 3 ultimates, Viper's Pit, Dimensional Drift, and on top of that, a Hunter's Fury. I thought towards the end there that this is going to be an Apex round, but the fact that Metis win it, it cannot be understated how pivotal that can be. Now, it's 1 ultimate versus 1, Lockdown versus the Harbour Reckoning.
A game of push and pull could be played in the site tape, but the biggest talking point now is that Metasport have demanded our attention with a little bit more. Apex not yet in economic turmoil, but the last of their finances squeezed out on a couple of rifles. Kayak with the Guardian. He's been so good, and that's exactly why. 2 shots, 2 clicks of the mouse one, and that's it, they're done.
Oh no, Hazza. It's just falling apart at the seams. Pull one thread and Metasport will fall apart. How does he even get away with that? The fact that he gets one, right, okay, good job. The second?
Inhuman.
What?
There's no other way to put it. This guy's come from another planet, let alone another region.
Oh, mate.
I can tell now why when I went to Warsaw that they were begging and pleading at the ankles to give him back. Because this guy is a serious prospect, and well, you want to talk about using 3 ults on the previous round? Kayak's ability is ultimate.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. He is king. And has been top of the charts, ACS, KD, the full shebang, man. He has been absolutely incredible. And Metasport actually had the information, but they were so slow to react. That's the thing.
Moments like those, you trade him out 2 for 1, but honestly, the play afterwards is what I find more interesting, and I'm glad that we get a replay here, because Halfbeat finds a kill, but then you have Multi and Soulcast on cleanup duty, and there's no utility invested to clear it out. I think Spolin again got caught towards using a drone or something of the sort. Not just the kills that he gets, but the players that he takes down with him, I think. It doesn't look like Metasport have made the most of like this early utility. Look at Spolin, 3 and 6.
I feel as if like with Metasport, they're just like the unrefined version of Apex. Like you can see what they want to do, you can see that there's a process, there's a methodical approach. Even on Ascent, the reactions were spot on, but Hazza, they're always like 1 or 2 seconds behind Apex, and it shows every single time.
Recon over the top. Is there a slow orb to be said of it? No. A slight deviation from what we saw before, but full reconnaissance used to try and collect the early B space. Avova will fall back, but we have to say, the previous series, Icebox, insurmountable. He didn't lose a single first fight when defending his site, and doesn't look like he's going to give one away here either.
Yeah, just throws down the molly to just create an extra bit of delay, but in fact, Metasport will build upon already the space that they've taken. Planting the spike deep allows them to a lot more space and a lot more time to get things done, but that pit's being dropped, it could be their undoing.
Further development made. Demiurge, the duelist, trying to clamber on forwards, but it's the former player in the same role, now on Harbour, harbouring his full powers, unleashed his Mulsi in the moments that matter. Apex take themselves a 6th, and that retake was pretty clinical. They got players on the site early, and Metasport just looked a little disjointed.
Yeah, but Hazza, how many rounds ago did we see that dimensional drift be used? What, 2? Now it's back online. Just shows you. Lockdown and Reckoning being used, yeah, sure, they're pretty expensive, but they've got the value out of it. And now you've got Kayak, who can do what he wants with the dimensional drift, give the information, react. You know, they shoot the full shebang, which Apex like to do. This defensive side has been fantastic so far.
Right there.
Kayak again, lining up towards the A site, waiting in the wings to make things happen. And the biggest thing to say so far is that for every lethal dosage given to the Metasport side, they've failed to find a true antidote, a way to put him down. And again, with nothing shown early, they get away with it. They walk through middle instead. Now it's Hype's turn to make something happen, and he will, just for one. Kitchen control lost, and Apex forced to rethink this.
Yeah, look at the reaction again. They're straight away. They're looking to try and clear out mid. Like even get just miss out on tube. But still, you see the reactions there. What they want to do, the ideas behind it.
Huge kill. It's one of the first times that you see Avova go down in a moment like that, and all of a sudden, B has been completely unlocked. That should be the spike plant. No cause for concern, denial to be dealt.
Spike planted.
But a 3 versus 3 ultimately, and one in which Metasport are outgunned.
Yeah, you can see Apex are still slightly worried about Kitchen, and that's why Kayaks went to clear it. We've also got Snowman being cleared. Sure, they've all done it on their ones, but they've cleared that space anyway, and at quick pace. Now they know everyone's out on long. In fact, now they know someone's in mid.
Oh, I don't know about this one. They didn't play numbers on the site. Spolin feeling a little bit exposed in position, and now Vong's reprisal is expected, yet still the result differs from what you'd expect. Metasport making the most of the situation that they're faced with and picking up yet another scrappy round.
Yeah, but it's not only that though, they're on the fly calling in mid-round, and it's fantastic from Metasport. Again, we see that through the late flank through Vong to get the res on Demiurge in mid. had. Not only that, the playthrough kitchen as well, Apex completely thrown into disarray. And yeah, they end up finding that round.
That first piece of control is the wedge in towards middle, and that's where you see Apex get exposed. Kayak's moved one over. They've, you know, shifted the hierarchy here just a little bit to account for what was going on. Kayak on an angle though does hold a cross, and Heartbeat has to be careful taking this duel, which he's now well aware of.
Attacking side off, it's iconic from Demiurge just to be on the op in general, and usually finds great value. Just misses out on Mosey, but Kayak will be missing out on that round. Big entry picks.
He's played Dreamas in from spawn. Kayak taken down, and now Metasport with a 2-player advantage. But Soulcast, many times he's stood 10 feet tall. Looks to take more. A missed shot from Demiurge. Squeeze of the trigger. No kill. And a rotation in. They're multiplying inside the site here.
They are Hazard, but the engagement's still not being taken. Apex are dying to try and find an entry. Dying to get the numbers back on board.
And still before that first drop of blood has hit the canvas, there are 3 Apex players now queuing up for an A-fight. Players drop low. Heartbeat gets his first. We're into 30 seconds or so left to be played with the spike yet to hit the ground. Metasport have twice the numbers, and finally they can enact it.
Oh, no, not like this. Oh! Coming up clutch. One more to find the ace. And Hazard, you just see it. The style being turned on at last second. Metasport trying to scrap their way through the round. And they survive luckily. But Avova just shows up nearly at the right time.
So crisp. The A in Avova nearly standing for ace, but 4 kills is all he'll find before Dreamas puts that one to bed. So final round of the half now. Skeletons out the closet, Metasport improving consistently. They've already bested their tally from this half the last time that the 2 teams played. It's the defense where things look worrisome. One more round here almost feels necessary.
Just using the turret for initial contact. Nice stuff, and you know that it's replenishable. So you know you'll be getting that back. As for the other side, Apex are using up the utility that they won't get back. Blindside and the like, to force Metis in towards the A side, and this is where they're stacking heavier.
Soulcast is already through a drone. Just have to double check whether he even purchased it or not. Only 50 credits left in his pocket. That's what he may just take to the grave, as it's the final round that this half has to show for us. Demiurge entering on the op yet Avova. He's found his 5th now. It comes a moment later. That is the entry pick, and they will roll with the punches, Apex.
They are completely... Avova still up on high, Hazard. Still hasn't been routed from that spot. And there's more utility. The cycling of walls. Metis still stalled out, and they're known about.
And in terms of early pieces, they may have invested, but all of this replenishable, like you say. As long as the high tide is up, Avova is re-engaging those toxins. Vong gets one. Now Dreamas, 1 versus 3, coming in. We would have thought he's a big game player. Yet we haven't seen the full potential just yet. Now is the chance, and he's starting to take it. Already 2 kills, and it's Killjoy in his face. A wraparound from Hype, a timing taken, which he may not be aware of. He isn't. It's Dreamas instead! A huge clutch, a capitalization.
Hazard, that round could have recovered Metasport's attack, could have recovered the upper bracket chances. 6-6 moving on towards defense. Let's not kind of overlook what Metasport have on the defense this stage, which is so good at stalling out. Apex need to be wary on their attack here, as they've really let Metasport back into it. Look at that rounds that count here. From the 6th to the 12th, that's what, 7 rounds in total, 5 of which are Metasports.
I've not particularly been blown away by some of the macro game that either team have played, but in terms of personal performances, we're really hitting the heights now. And as I said before, Dreamas, well, they may have contributed kills, maybe not coming up in those kinds of situations. It could be all the difference, but the pistol is where things need to carry that momentum forward. Demiurge wants a fight, he's popped the dash, and he's out, empty-handed.
Empty-handed, but Hazard, the health that's been lost has been completely recovered because of the Sage. Simple as that. Metasport play an easy game. They've lost next to nothing.
Heartbeat. Oh, that was the fight.
Oh.
Aggressive. In the belly of the beast. After the push on B, and while Dreamas will be tailing after the footsteps that he hears, needs to pick up kills, and a Boba shot low, but not low enough. Hype instead fills in the gaps with 3 of his own, and it will make for a quad kill before the round is said and done. Apex, as quickly as they lose out, it's the round which follows up that's that much more important.
It's like the playground bully, man. Honest to God, like you're like, yes, they've got detention. Like everybody's buzzing, and then they come out and they get you after school. Like that is exactly what Apex are. They're waiting for you to walk out the school gates, and that's when they pummel you. Pistol round sorted, and yeah, what more can be said?
Now we're really looking towards what Kayak can do on the attack, because in the defense sometimes he had his work cut out for him in terms of where Metasport were looking to head. Now, he has his pick of the litter. Wherever he looks to cast the orange and blue banner, they can follow suit. Pistol's the name of the game, of course, for Metasport, and they'll just play 4 players towards A. Heartbeat maybe looking to frisk them down for information, but if he makes a play similar to what we saw in the previous round, that's this one written off.
Apex have to know something's up here. There's been no reaction, there's been no gambling. They've got plenty of utility to use to make sure that they can route any mistakes or route any stacks. That's exactly what they're doing.
It's like the first piece of utility that we've really seen used. It's a drone B, and it will allow Hype to slot in. With the spike not committed, they may just be readjusting the goalposts here. I mean, it's anybody's guess where they want to go, but as Hype moves closer and closer towards the B site, having yet to pull the trigger, nobody forcing his hand, and that's when the penny drops and the rotation is there to match. This is going to be chaos.
This will be chaos indeed. Now you're getting the harbour wall going up first to stop anybody trying to swing through. The utility again, spot on, denying any sort of information. They're sending it in, but it's an absolute bloodbath. That's exactly the case with Dreamas left against 4. I mean, all the rifles picked up and they make it look easy. It was always going to be the case when you go 5v5 into a rifle. You were looking for something, a bit of luck, Hazza, but Apex give you nothing.
Just when you thought that they would be walking straight into it, it didn't happen, and then one by one they fall in line. Apex, they keep the 3 rifles. Now Metasport need to make something happen. Demiurge without his op, 7 and 15. Of over 70% of the games we've seen him play so far, he's been near on 20 kills. Fell short the last 2 times that these guys played each other. But now is his chance to live up to the potential that he gave us.
That's it. Already that mid play being used up. We've seen it before from Metasport, and we'll see it from Apex. Kayak picking up the KG. So not only do you put a big question mark on the kitchen Hazza, but across that whole middle of the map, the UKG utility being down, the stall being lost out on the mollies, that's a big, big pick.
Use of the Yoru clone, a double agent faking things out towards middle as the A play starts to get underway. There's a minute left on the clock, but they don't have any of the space towards B long that they did the previous time. Spolen with the shoes that he's had to fill, and everything we said before, it has to be huge from him now, and already it's starting to go his way. 2 kills for a 2-on-2. May not be enough, but Demiurge is in hot pursuit.
But Hazza, you've got to look at what's been picked up there. Hype's gone. Look at what's down. The KG util, Demiurge already on the flank. This could be disastrous.
Heartbeat has to hold his nerve and not lose his head so that Demiurge can be played in though, because Kayak's going to go for a peek, and that has the same kind of outcome as you would expect. 3 kills already for the youngster. Now Demiurge, a duelist of his own, with a big task up ahead, the biggest so far. The names on the roster that you'd expect to come up in these positions. Vong, Dreamas, they've both done it. Now it's his chance. He knows where both players are, and he hasn't quite taken the first, but the fights are there. Wide of the mark. The biggest test that he could have possibly asked for, and can't quite reach it just yet.
That is heartbreak, Hazard. That is heartbreak from Metasport. They almost do everything right. Like, I mean, if you're Apex, you've got rid of the 2 Sentinels. It should be easy enough to take the site. And then you've got Spolen, who comes out of nowhere, gets rid of so much, brings it to a 2v2. You're hoping Heartbeat can just stay alive a bit longer, play in Demiurge, as you said. And unfortunately for them, it just does not come to fruition.
Scanning ahead.
Sheriff's now the name of the game, a stack through middle. And Heartbeat once more. The only player to be said towards this side of things, and just with how passive they are, there's no real layering of utility, no opportunity to do so. That's something that Apex have done a couple of times. Avova, Hype, both having their impact on how B was played.
Poison orb emitting.
The shots have got to hit. They've got to hit now.
Not, that's the thing. A peppering already on towards Heartbeat, and look, they've got everything they want to do, everything in barrel loads to finish things off. Do not put a plate of dinner in front of Apex, because it's going to be gobbled up before you get a chance to see it.
How many times did we see Metasport get the deep control, which Apex are now enjoying?
Yeah.
The util stopped it from being a possibility. They really baited out as much as they possibly could, but Metasport on a round like this, they're not going to be competitive in that extent. It's into the next where really, if this becomes a common trend, then that's the next 3 rounds gone. And that is you in the lower bracket, 1 game away from being out of the competition until next split.
I mean, as we said it before, like, timeout here is totally respectable, but how many times have we said that, like, Metasport, they seem like a kind of like reversed of Apex, you know, like a less evolved version of them. They've got the same ideas with taking the deep space, with trying to do the same things, but Apex just do it to such a high degree in comparison.
The thing about Apex as well is that they played all of their playoff contenders in the final 3 weeks of regular play. You know, these were arguably the hardest matches that they had to face, but they've consistently shown that level of improvement. Sure, they've been pushed further, they've lost rounds here and there. Metasport with the biggest gap on them. Do you know what the largest margin of defeat that Apex have been held to at any point is, Cairo, during this split?
No.
A difference of 4 rounds, as we're seeing here. And again, it just feels crazy that they are looking as good as they are. But again, why should we be surprised? The names on paper were good.
Yeah.
It's just, after a bad year on the top rung of competitive play in the region and VCT EMEA, the struggles for some have very quickly had those seeds of doubt removed.
That's it. I mean, it's funny, I was actually looking at the last time that these two played, and the statistics has it. You know, the only player that didn't go positive in first engagement, it was Kayak. And has been so good at doing it so many times, maybe not this time round. They all trade out even. There goes Vong, which actually is really important for the post plant. You're always got to be thinking towards that barrier rod, which Metasport actually used pretty well to try and get back on the spikes.
I mean, sure, Kayak will lose one there, but they've spotted out the off as well, and Demiurge is on a plate for Hype to dish out damage on site. Lockdown is so deep, and Heartbeat, with the attempt to try and make something happen there, has ran himself into the ground. Not the first time that we've seen Metasport succumb to a similar situation. Lockdown is the safety net that allows the reposition, and with DreamHack trying to find anything on the way back through, a cheeky kill through the screen perhaps, they can set up accordingly to finish him off.
Nice peek off the alarm bot break, but it's the high-low set that we're already seeing from Apex here, has it?
Malsi is low on the op, would have to be another 1 versus 3, but as soon as the shoulder is spotted, it's done. Malsi, the man that takes it. 2 rounds now away from the 2 maps taken.
You've also got to remember here, Hazard, that the last time that these two played on this map, it was a 13-6. Metasport are already on 6, so it would be nice to see them at least show some improvement. That'd be a nice pat in the back.
They found twice the rounds that they did in the first half, but if you come up with nothing for your defense, then it makes little difference. Things starting to slip through their fingers now here once they'd finally looked to have got a grasp on the game. The two leading players on the orange side of the server are the ones with their ultimate abilities.
I think the incredible thing about the fact that they've got nothing so far on the defence has is that Metasport are playing double Sentinel.
Who's next?
Long up close. The guy is just so ballsy. He wants all of the action with Demiurge at his side. A little bit more support perhaps. It's him that'll get it done this time. Kayak still in the ultimate. Hasn't managed to pull the gun by his hip just yet. And with a quick little bit of jumping and some hardcore parkour, he's top gen. I'm not sure if they're going to know about this until the drone reveals it. And even then, it gets broken.
It's not even that, Hazza. It's the stall that's coming through with the Harbour ultimate. Maybe they're expecting a peak or whatnot. I don't know. This is just incredible. Oh, hello?
Oh, wow. Nice shot, Dreamers. Yeah, they didn't even break the drone. Instead, Apex take the fights and lose out on almost every front. Metasport and Vong the Viking, a nickname which he was given long before he graced the green and black, has put in a 7th round for them here, but 7 must quickly become 8 if there's any belief left in this team.
Yeah, it's a bit an incredible one, the flank coming through from Dreamers. I didn't even notice it. But yeah, I mean, perhaps this is what they spoke about in that timeout. The fact that they should be able to manipulate flanks, which, let's be honest, Hazan, a few times have actually found themselves in decent spots. You're thinking towards Demiurge on that 2v2, should have got more from it. Maybe that's what Metasport are thinking, let's try and manipulate more of the map and try and put the pressure on Apex.
Vong 17 and 13 as well, a guy which tends to show up in the fixtures that matter most. And sure, against Apex, whether we expect to be paying the taxes that they ask for in playoffs or not, this is always going to be the toughest challenge that Metasport would have had. You know, can they make a statement for the other teams, the chasing pack of Beacon rosters, now made in Polaris, contenders for challenges?
Oh, it's made easy for Demiurge, and look at this, the reaction. They've seen more than one and they've got the lockdown straight away. A bit of delay for Apex, they tried to stick around for maybe one more. Is the reaction just to hit B? It looks like it.
They're certainly at least going to feign the footsteps away from the A site. Middle left clear, discounting the turret which holds the cross. So if you were to go under tube, there is a free walk out to the B site with Heartbeat playing from Snowman. Drone re-clears, it captures Kayak.
30 seconds left.
But not exactly held to rights here. There are ways in which Apex can find themselves free space, and Avova is doing exactly that.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they're waiting for the wall to come up or whatnot. That's a big pick. Yeah, just to stop the turret catching them. Mosey now having to find their way through B and on towards top site. This is going to be a big plan.
All of this information should be expired. Avova almost expected there towards the hut, but Demiurge on this warpath now, walking them back into the site where all of this land was lost. Mulsi on a flank, still around the snow pile, looking to add on further pressure and will so. Demiurge now lost, the duelist gone, and Kayak with his fake has gone back to the rest of his team. The wall is up, but the spike is planted in such a tough spot, top site. Finally, Kayak gone. It's Mulsi that you've got to be worried about, though. He's the last man left, and I think just about DreamHack will get on in time. So sure enough, the 8th round comes, but not until we reach the final hour of that round.
I don't know, man. I feel as if I saw so many fights, but like generally across that round, it was everywhere and anywhere they were trying to take fights. And I felt as if Metasport, well, they got towards the end. Like, that really should have been Apex winning that out.
I mean, just to start things off, again, you're seeing Vong and Demiurge working off one another. This time, the slow orb to tee up the peak. In fact, it's those two, really, which dominated the kill feed. Yeah. 2 kills each on the way back in.
Keep it cool.
Apex starting to have a couple of rounds where they're relying on one person to dig them out of trouble here. Metasport within 3.
Seems as if this time the timeout's paid in massive value. If you look towards this, Metasport actually starting more towards B, expecting Apex to hit that side of the map, but it's still the continuous A pressure that they've been putting on in previous rounds.
More than anything, the timeout just feels like taking a level head, a breather for a moment, because Vong looks so much more confident, so does Demio. They may be heading down a sinking ship, but they won't go without kicking and screaming on the way.
Well, the pressure continues on, Metasport gambling on that, but Apex have paused for a moment, waiting to see if there's anything that they can play out of, but nothing just yet. Still, the spike is taking its time to get on towards the site. The Kayak already gets the entry, trying to use the cove to beat out a peak, and will do that. It's picked left, right and centre, down to a 2v2 and a little stall. Apex looking to run away, perhaps bait Metasport into rotating towards the other side of the map, which he seems to have done pretty successfully. There's Heartbeat in mid.
Oh, they'll fully extend on this. Hype is there, and he wins the duel. He is good for it. A consistent playmaker for Apex in this one, sorry. Now Vong is all that is left and remaining, but he has looked so damn good thus far, and another clutch stands before him. Mossy, Hype, crossfire established. He needs to dislodge this and has a wall to do so.
Oh, he's played it towards the wrong side of the map, has it? It's so easy for Apex to pick up their 12th in the end. And it's just as simple as them playing, again, that fundamentals coming out, like you think, towards how they played on that site.
Heartbeat is going to be kicking himself for all the good work that they did inside the site. Vong here on the replay, narrowly away from finding one of those kills. And yeah, you even see with the zoom in there too, how close the Italian IGL was to making this a 9th. But no, just as they get nearer, Apex find exactly what it is they need.
That's it. Demio, something more aggressive this time round, but again, can't find the value. They've expended a little bit of utility in Apex, they've seen enough. They know exactly what's on that side of the map. They want to go quick, they're hitting B, but still they pay their due diligence, expending the drone to clear the corners, etc. So
look how different the setup is as well. Like Heartbeat, very happy to put the orb up early. The other difference to be spoken of is the fact that the ultimate here is available, and with the Reckoning chasing him so far back, it will be fumigated and the spike can go down.
Yeah, it can, but whether they attempt it or where they attempt it is a different question entirely. Much more further forward, trying to take more space and give them a little bit more to play around here, Hazza. A little bit more space to breathe.
I've overhad the pit from minute one. It now makes his mark on the site. Drone coming in. Does it have enough legs to get a tag? Mulsi runs forward into the possibility of his death, which does arrive to defend for his teammate, and it plays out for them. 4 versus 2. A prime position for Metasport to claw another back.
Yeah, but Hazard have still got more space. They can play from long, they can play lineups, but it's all up to Hype now.
In the clutch. First head taken. Wants a second, gets it. Third evaded. But Spolin sticking the spike does mean that we can head into yet another round as Metasport have extended play, but at a hefty cost.
Yeah, that is a hefty cost indeed. So many ultimates expended here. What, at least 3 from Apex, that's the big one. But the fact that the thing that undoes the whole play is Demio's just walking in with a bucket.
Yeah, and still, we have to say, Metasport were down to their last dime, so
yeah,
right here.
As long as they can keep churning out these rounds, there is life left in them yet. Again, rinse and repeat, early A aggression. They roll out the carpet. Apex trying to challenge back themselves. 3 players within range of this outlaw one-shotting. Spolin isn't one of them.
Oh, big from Spole, 2 entries. Mosey though still sticks around and is caught between 2 targets. The spike drop, but will be able to be recovered. The biggest key point here, Avova obviously been so far forward, but the res is available for Metasport. If Apex do pivot towards B, this could be a 4v2 in favour of the defensive side.
Now, not only that, but the Green Vikings here before had struggled to take fights in unison. They group up in a homogeneous blob, and with momentum at their backs, can snowball this forward to pick Demiurge back up on his feet. So now they have twice the numbers. They know that B has been discredited. However, they've got to be diligent to clear back through and make sure that they can find these player positions. Avova can even maybe take a jewel off of that alarm bot.
I love this though. They've went through mid because DreamHack self has allowed them to keep that information. They know no one's there, but they have to be careful again of Avova.
Toxins going up.
One quick kill, a cheap one. Lockdown still going towards main. You have to take him over if you want the control that's necessary to clutch it, or you've got to win the fight. And Demiurge, Metasport, they can do neither. Again, Apex, they make it happen.
I mean, see, at the end of the day, they had all the plans, they had all the right decisions, but they didn't execute it to the highest possibility. They knew that Avova was out on hut, didn't react to it. The lockdown puts more pressure on the players to act quickly. And again, as we said before, Apex and Metasport, they had similar game plans, but Apex just do it to such a high degree compared.
Apex, not exactly raising the roof there, but Mulsi reaching up on high, bouncing on his seat. Yeah, they have reasons to celebrate. They can take the rest of the day off now and look towards tomorrow for that upper bracket matchup, which they have secured for the third split in a row. It's a different team, a different roster, but again, the statement of intent was always there. We knew how good these guys were, and despite the improvements that Metasport made, they still meet their maker nevertheless. So, we're going to be heading to a quick break. When we return, we'll have the analysts to break down this first series for you. Plenty of playoff action coming ahead, so don't go anywhere.
Look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. to see what I'll become. I was burning like a girl on fire. Then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer. Mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. Bummer, yeah. Underground, yeah, going underground. Underground, yeah, going underground. Underground, yeah, going underground.
Welcome back to the waiting room for Only Fins versus Sweet and Sour. But seriously, that was a good game, actually, between Apex and Metasport. There, Metasport put up a good fight, but unfortunately, Apex is just Apex and did dispatch them eventually. You know, for a map 2 that was not their map pick, I think that was actually very impressive from Metasport. It's just that I think the damage had already been done.
Yeah, I mean, they showed some signs of fight, to be honest. Making it a 6-6 half to begin with, going into the second half, I think they were probably quite confident. There were definitely some rounds where we were like, okay, how have they managed to do this? And we'll talk about them just in a little bit. But for now, let's just have a look at some of the replays. Obviously, a lot of these clips are just going to be, well, it felt like every round that Apex won, it seemed to be like demolition, right? It just seemed to be like...
Yeah.
A confident round win. Obviously, there were a couple of close ones, and I'm talking about close. Look at this. Avova was, well, Avova was super unlucky to get the ace. But again, look, hype with a 4K. We even saw Avova's 4K a second ago. Twiggy, there was so much good to talk about from Apex, but at the same time, we do have to commend Metasport for actually putting in this performance.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was good, and I think, you know, we were talking earlier about how they're playing reactively against Apex, and I think that was the same case, but they were playing much better reactively. I think Apex just has this kind of thing where Kayak will run at you, Hype will run at you, and then you're being dragged into just playing scrappily, and you're being dragged into playing as... in the same way they do, which is just run at you, get things done, especially on Icebox here. That just seems to be their play style, is really, really difficult to deal with. And Metasport did a good job of meeting them on that kind of battlefield, but in the end, Apex are just kind of the better mechanical players, and it did show in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And there's actually some certain parts of that game where I was actually very impressed with both teams. And we expect it from these teams at this level, right? We are, you know, in the playoffs, and we're fighting to get into the next stage. But the trades in this game felt like they were nearly all on point, because a couple of times we saw the slow A main pushes from Metasport, and the trades were instant. There was one when Solkas got a kill on Pipes, right? And then instantly traded. And it was just like the split second that Metasport have to trade the kill, they did it. And it's those types of rounds where you're like, actually, I respect how well you actually are doing these little micro plays.
Well, I think next up we do have an interview ready, and I believe it is Molsey we are talking to. Is Molsey there? Hello!
Hey guys, how are you? How do you like the game?
Good. I mean, how are you? I can't imagine that was an incredibly that second map got a little tense there, but I think you had it under control the whole time. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, you are
assumption?
correct. Like, yeah, I felt like all the time like we controlled the game, even we lose some rounds. Like we knew what they're gonna do, and I was ready for like. Maybe we threw some rounds on the defense on Icebox, but I feel like all the time we were like, okay, this is the round. We go next, you know. We're gonna have next round for us. So we kinda throw because we felt too confident, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, we learn.
Cool. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the way you gotta look at it. You guys looked very kind of excited at the end of that one. Is that just was it put on a little bit? Were you playing it up a little bit for the camera that's in your room now?
Yeah, kinda. It was, you know, it was. Well, maybe it was, you know, real emotions, but no. I think like we just did it for you guys, so for some entertainment, you know.
Okay, good.
Because I saw you were sleeping after first game, so you know. I saw you sleeping.
I mean, look, there's only so much. We didn't have anything to talk about. You guys just shot him in the face. What do you want?
Sorry. Next time we will go for a few overtime, so maybe you know you guys don't fall asleep.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I felt like you summed that up right. You summed that up perfectly. They just shot them in their face. And mostly, talking about some of the shooting in their face, right? You mentioned that on Icebox you did throw a couple of rounds. I just want to quickly touch on one thing I asked. It may have been Soulcast last time, but one thing I asked was maybe the discipline in your team. And obviously you're all absolutely incredible players. But do you think sometimes even now at this level that you guys are, sometimes getting a little bit overconfident, does that creep in and maybe loses you a couple of rounds?
Of course, that's the. But I feel like there's two differences. You know, when we do discipline on the games that are close, we respect it more. You know, but when you have game when you are like you feel this, like that you control the game all the time, and you like going with this feeling that you can maybe win the round because you feel confident, and people like play on this. You know, and that's how we lost some rounds because we overconfident, as you said. But I think like. We know that if we would play maybe, let's say, better opponents, like that we would respect more the rules that we have, like with discipline, with like, you know, keywords, we play more like strict, you know?
Yeah, for sure. No, for sure.
Alright, one more thing before I send you off. Obviously, your next game is going to be in the upper bracket versus either Sweet and Sour or Only Fins. Can I get a prediction on who's going to win that game? And then do you think you're going to win against whichever team it is?
I think like I just checked like before I joined the interview like the head-to-head games, and Only Fins never lost to Sweet and Sour like best of 3. So or it's gonna be good day for Sweet and Sour today, or it's gonna be Only Fins, and I would say Only Fins because of the like advantage in the head that they have because they didn't lost a single like official to them, you know. But who I would want to play? Maybe we're gonna go for Sweet and Sour this time.
Okay.
And
Doesn't
no,
matter
actually
for
no. Go I just try to play, you know. I just try to play for you. Yeah, but you know, go on the Fins this tomorrow, and then we see in grand final Sweet and Sour. That's how I see how it's gonna end.
Okay. I like that.
Alright then, but either way, just another day at the office. Whoever you play, you're just gonna win, yeah.
A game is a game, you know. You need to win at the end.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who you play.
Alright. Thank you so much for talking to us, Molsey. Congratulations once again on the win. We'll see you again tomorrow.
See you guys. Have a nice evening.
Alright, well there it is. Another day at the office.
Can we have that quoted,
all
please?
Done.
Molsey, like Molsey 2024. You have to win a game at the end of the day. It's like
you have to win a game. Yeah. Well, I mean that's what they do. Look, it doesn't seem to matter who they play against. Like as much as I'm sure there is so much going on behind the scenes, there's so many anti-strats going on. They have a whole document of like what they're playing against and everything like that, what to expect. It just feels like they're just playing Valorant. You know, they're just hopping in the server, 5-stack, shoot them in the face, win the game. So I don't know. We'll take a look at some rounds anyway, because there was some strategical greatness in that game, and also some stuff on the other side. There were moments where Apex did bleed.
Yeah, and this was I believe this was the round when they wrapped, right? It was like Vong instantly plants the bomb, and as you can see on the minimap, he's already going on the flank, okay? So in this situation, it looks like they're already thinking, right, we can get a pinch going here, so that we can res on the flank. It will then be a 2 versus 2. Oh, sorry, 2 one side, 2 the other. They'll pinch them in, right? So all there is delay from the side of Metasport. Vong gets the revive, and off they go. Vong runs through kitchen. Of course, Soulcast does kind of expect it due to the res, but then at this point it's pretty much impossible for Metasport to lose that round, right? Because I don't know if this is like just a really quick thought in their head, wait guys, I can res, let's pinch. But from our point of view, it seemed like as soon as Vong had planted that bomb, he's already sprinting, being cautious of the flank, but he's already sprinting to go and get that res and on the flank.
Yeah, I do think that's kind of what you need to be doing against Apex as well. They needed to set up a situation in which there was that pinch there, that maneuver that they could use to their advantage. If it had gone badly, then it had gone badly. But Soulcast wasn't sure of the timing. He didn't know if they were up a site already or if they were still in kitchen. So it worked out well for them in the end. Could have gone badly, but you got to take risks against them. We can take a look at another round which Metasport managed to win. And I think this is where just kind of, as you mentioned in the interview, a little bit of complacency started to creep in for them.
This was the discipline, right? Obviously, Mulsey trying to get the information where the final player is, he takes that fight. And then obviously Soulcast being an incredible aimer, he's holding that angle, right? You've got 20 seconds left, and in that situation, you want to play it together, and then DreamHack just kind of outsmarts Hype, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's difficult, right? You're stuck in that 1 versus 1 situation. You don't expect that it's going to become a 1 versus 1 because like 5 seconds ago, 10 seconds ago, there was 3 of you alive. And even like small things like that was the round that made me ask Mulsey that question, right? It was about the discipline, because did Soulcast need to hold that angle? He could have just gone and sat next to Hype. But look, Apex won the match nicely. They got to 13. That's how you win. Mulsey, thank you for that piece of information. And then obviously talking about the positives coming out from Apex, there were a lot of them, but this one in particular, the final round, Twiggy, this was just kind of like a masterclass post plan in a 4v2 situation.
Yeah, I mean, they were just like, okay, we're going to give them the res. They know that the res is available there for Vong, and they know that they're going to use it if they do leave that space on A. They still do it. They go for the rotate on B. And it's basically just rating themselves. We can win that 2v4, put themselves in nice positions. Obviously, the lockdown kind of draws attention away from this. Avova gets the first pick after seeing a player go into kitchen, knowing he can get the drop on them, and just holds down that position so well. The lockdown is putting so much pressure on these players to push them towards that. And, I mean, eventually Demiurge finds the only piece of space in which he's not going to get locked down. And, yeah, that would be my reaction if I played something like that in a game. But these guys know what they're doing.
Well, when Soulcast picked that up, it was kind of like it's like those memes where it's like what he sees, what I see. You could like when they're eating like a burger. It's like the POV from a burger.
Oh yeah,
it's
eating
like
a burger. Okay, yeah. That's what we were talking about. All right, I was a little bit scared actually when they started jumping on the chairs. I saw one of them move a little bit. Look, I've seen people get wild injuries from jumping around on swivel chairs. Please don't do that, guys. We were like, let's not have an injury in the playoffs here. This is where that's complacency. That's the real complacency for me. Is that they're not they're not interested in their own physical health going into this one. But either way, Apex, as per usual, an exemplary team and still yet to lose a map here in Polaris over the course of the 9 games that they have played so far. Not 9, sorry, 8 games that they've played so far. They didn't play themselves in the regular season, although that would have been an interesting game, actually. It might have been the most competitive game they'd had, yeah. Apex or Apex, who knows? We'll find out at some point. Either way, good match from them, and up next is going to be Only Fins versus Sweet and Sour. Any quick thoughts on that before we head to a break?
Well, in the final time, last week, when we saw these two teams play up against each other, the stakes were very high. Yes, they're obviously still very high in playoffs, because obviously you want to win playoffs, right? That's the whole reason you get to playoffs. But I think if we're talking about when Only Fins are under pressure, I think we might see Only Fins take this again. But Ticey kind of had a quiet game in the previous series, and when Ticey pops off, they seem to have a winning combo.
All right, then. We'll be right back with that game. Only Fins versus Sweet and Sour. Don't go anywhere. Going to be an incredibly important game for both teams, and I think a really close match. So we will be right back. Quick break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth, nah. Just like it when you're looking like it, like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, agreed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire. Then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer. Mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer. But I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching Should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up.
tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done.
One enemy.
All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
Spike planted. Last player.
You got the best of me.
Spike planted. One enemy. Spike planted. One enemy. Last player standing. Last player standing.
You got the best of me. 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 Stuck on you. Stuck on you. Stuck on you. You got the best of me.
Welcome on back to Polaris, everybody. One game down. I mean, that was a quick one, but we've got one more up for you today. We're going to round out the first part of the upper bracket with OnlyFins versus Sweet and Sour, and I have a feeling it's going to be a much more competitive game than what we just watched.
Yeah, I mean,
what we just watched?
Bang! Really quick. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be super competitive. Hopefully we don't see a 2-0 because I do kind of want, the first series 2-0 out the way.
Yeah.
Now I really want to see some form of fight, right? I want to see why there's two teams that are fighting for this spot in playoffs, right? Why they want to proceed to the next part of the bracket. And I do think OnlyFins and Sweet and Sour both have what it takes to beat one another, right? I think a big part of it, and this is a little bit of biasy here, but a big part of this is if Nixon pops off, I think we're going to see a 2-0 because we all love Nixon.
Okay.
Nixon is he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
And seemed confidently be able to beat Apex as well.
Very
not
true.
Not just Sweet and Sour. So
Very true.
I think here's the thing. OnlyFins had their backs up against the wall. They had to win 2-0 when they last played against Sweet and Sour. There's not that much. There's somehow less pressure in the playoffs because they can lose a game. They can go to lower bracket. It's not the end of the world. But Sweet and Sour definitely had the same kind of stakes when they were playing in regular season. They didn't have to win that game. They didn't have to do insanely well. If they'd won the game, it would have meant that they'd faced a different team first. That's about it on that one. So for Sweet and Sour, there's definitely a chance that they do better in this one, at the very least. And I am expecting a 3-mapper from these two teams. I do think they are quite evenly matched on their days. Sweet and Sour, there's a reason that they were so high up in the league table for most of the time. It's not just that they had a relatively simple start, it's that they played really well. And the last time they played against each other, it was a good game for most of it, and then it just kind of went OnlyFins' way after a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. When we say the last time they played together, it literally was the exact same as what we just had with Apex and Metasport. It was last week, right? So it's fresh in our minds. I think the one thing that really stood out to me throughout the split was how well Sweet and Sour were playing, and you just mentioned this, right? Because we were even saying that they could potentially be the ones that beat Apex. Like before they'd actually played against each other, we were like, they may actually beat Apex. Obviously, it didn't happen, and they couldn't even beat OnlyFins. And I feel like their first hurdle to get to Apex is OnlyFins today. And there's their roster, 5 great-looking chaps ready to take on Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? When I will just touch... Actually, no, I'll go back to Sweet and Sour in a second. Let's keep talking about OnlyFins for now. But yeah, OnlyFins have had this kind of absolute... There's no other way of putting it that they've really had this cinematic, against all the odds kind of run so far, and that they had a really tough start. They had some difficult games to get going. Obviously, they played Apex quite early on. They were one of the first teams to really push Apex to their limit. Almost took a map against them. I think it was on Lotus. And then just the only situation they could have got into playoffs with was the first game going the way against NXT, and then them taking the second game 2-0. So they've just had this absolutely unstoppable run, and it feels like they've kind of got that protagonist buff at the moment. They've got Tubbo backing them, they've got everything in their favor. So I don't know, it does really just kind of feel like they've got that plot armor right now, and I do like to see them doing well. They're a team that just play beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, they started off at a disadvantage as well because, as some of you may not know, a couple of the players from the original OnlyFins were stolen in a nice way. Were stolen from the team, right? We saw Vubit, we saw him go over to Ascent, but prior to that, we actually saw Polvi, who was the duelist player, the jet player for OnlyFins, go over to Tier 1 over in the Pacific region, which, I mean, that's a feat in its own. So they had to really quickly get 2 new. Not quickly, obviously the additions are fantastic. They're in this spot right now. Don't get me wrong, they're great players, but they had to adapt, overcome, as Bear Grylls likes to say, and look, they've done it.
Yeah. they've done the hard part, I think, at this point. You know, the rest of this is just win games and you get on through.
Yeah.
The mental kind of toll that they must have had during this final series of the season must have been absolutely incredibly stress-inducing, right? You've just watched a team play tooth and nail in a series that has given you your only opening, the only situation in which you could have got into the playoffs, and then now you've got to perform. You have to do this right here, right now. There's one opportunity to get that 2-0 victory. They managed to get it done, and in very good fashion. And whether or not, you know, let's not even think about at the moment whether or not Sweet and Sour kind of let that happen in terms of maybe they not like sandbagging literally, but just kind of going like, okay, we don't have to do incredibly well. There's no need to really put up too much of a fight. But either way, they played really well. It was a really good series from OnlyFins mechanically. It wasn't like Sweet and Sour just left the door open for them.
Yeah.
And in terms of Sweet and Sour, the thing is, when you actually look at their kind of record, while they did start out 4-0, apart from Metasport, their first 3 games were against the 3 teams at the bottom of the table, right?
Yeah.
You have Human Tripwise, NXT later on, obviously, down towards that, but still stayed in. And Formulation Gaming and Hookahs were their next 2 victories, both of which got relegated. They lost against Apino Orchestri, OnlyFins, and Apex, which are the top 3 teams other than that. So it's a scary one for them, right? They started off the season well with Metasport, but apart from that, they are unproven against the rest of these playoffs teams.
They are, yeah, and I want to touch on one of the interviews that I was here for, and I got to witness. In fact, not just one, there were 2 that happened where we got to talk to the wonderful Athan, right? And he was, let's just say, very confident during the split. I'm pretty sure when we spoke to him about Sweet and Sour versus Apex, he was... Yeah, I think the question was, don't quote me, was, are you guys ready for Apex? And I think he said something like, are Apex ready for us? Something like that. And we love to see that confidence, right? But that's Athan, right? He's a confident man, very talented player. But also, it's Ticey that I want to have a quick touch on, because Ticey is a super, super talented player. And in the last series, when they competed, obviously, against OnlyFins last week, he didn't actually put in the exact performance that he wanted to, right? And looking at the stats, Limpe obviously kind of took control of the stat page.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, things have evened out quite a lot over the course of the whole season. Obviously, when you look at stats, things start to get to a normal range. You get that bell curve coming in after you've played a certain amount of games. So a lot of these players really aren't, you know, pushing the boundaries too far. But the fact that we still have these kind of raised players staying well above 200 ACS means that they are consistent performers. And that was the question coming in at the start of the season, right? Are these teams that have less experience in Tier 2, let alone Tier 1, going to keep up with everyone else when the pressure gets to them? And for now, things are looking good. You know, we've got 4 teams in the playoffs that actually look really, really solid. And while, you know, they don't all look as solid as Apex, they all do look like great teams in their own right. So I'm excited for how this whole playoffs is going to come together. But this game specifically should be a really, really good one.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to touch on specifically the first kills and first deaths as well from those 2 Raze players. Ticey actually had 8 first kills in that last series and 9 first deaths, right? So he was at -1. And as a duelist, right, yes, you want to be up there, but it doesn't matter, because if Ticey doesn't perform in the first blood, in the first kill area, you always have Tempo, right? Because Tempo just seems to be an incredible Cypher player. His lurks are always on point, and he actually finished +7 when it comes to first kills and first deaths. So he kind of made up for Ticey's -1. And then in comparison to OnlyFins, you then have Limpe, who was actually 9-9. So both of these Raze players, I think they have a very similar playstyle to actually achieve these first kills and first deaths. But I think it's, you know, now they know exactly how to play against each other. I do think this game could go either way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you take a look at this. Obviously, these were 2 relatively close maps. A little fun fact: Sweet and Sour only actually got 1 more round against OnlyFins than they did against Apex. So, whether or not you want to take that into account on this one, but either way, OnlyFins did have a relatively tough time getting this victory against them. Whether or not it was a 2 or 3 mapper, it was 2 close maps on this. So, I do think it is going to be really important for both teams to think about their map veto coming up and really make the correct choices, because these 2 teams aren't two teams with map picks that line up with each other, let's say. If Sweet and Sour have a different map pool to OnlyFins, and I think it is going to be really important to ban out the maps that the other teams want to play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just judging from what I looked at earlier on, OnlyFins, they like to hover like the Icebox, the Split, and the Sunset. They're kind of maps that OnlyFins are, you know, comfortable on, right? And then in comparison, we have Sweet and Sour, we have Breeze and Ascent, right? And I do want to talk about the Breeze and Ascent because Sweet and Sour have yet to lose on those two maps. Okay?
Yeah.
In this split. So potentially, are we going to see OnlyFins right now take out one of those maps? Are we?
I think so, definitely.
Yeah?
I mean, here's the thing. Sweet and Sour, I think, have the most unique... Oh, Lotus they're going to take out. That's interesting from OnlyFins, considering that they have quite a good win record on or at the very least a good round record on Lotus. Their win percentage on that in terms of rounds is quite nice, but... Oh, I've just unplugged my headphones, so I'm not going to be able to hear you for a second. But either way, I think Sweet and Sour have probably the most unique map pool out of this... out of Polaris, specifically. Obviously, I mean, when you look at the maps that they pick, Breeze and Ascent, they're actually quite common maps in terms of Valorant esports, but here in Polaris, there is kind of a leaning towards Lotus, towards kind of the newer maps that have been in the map pool. This is really wild. OnlyFins banned out Icebox when they played against each other last, and now they're picking it?
And then they banned Breeze.
Sweet and Sour banned Breeze.
Yes.
Okay.
This is weird.
Wait, are these the other way around? First off, okay, either something has gone really weird here with the overlay, or this is just completely... that has... Okay, OnlyFins picked Sunset last time, Sweet and Sour picked it this time, OnlyFins banned Icebox and now they've picked it. The Float of Split, that was the first map last time around.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on there.
I'm confused. Also, like, banning a map that you haven't lost on yet and it was one of your best maps, to me, banning it and not floating it is strange. I suppose the only way we're going to be able to find out, right, is when we actually see how these teams perform.
Yeah.
You never know. They might actually have a trick up their sleeve, you know? Just have to wait and find out very soon.
Yeah,
very soon.
I mean, here's the thing. Even if the sides were correct, I'm going to assume for now that the sides were correct on the veto there. Even if they were the wrong way round, that's still an interesting order of going about things. So I think this is either mind games completely just, I don't know, going... both teams have gone, let's just try and outpick the other team. I am not 100% sure. Hold on, I can check right now. Yeah, no, those were correct. Those were correct. So, this is the first time I've been genuinely confused and not trusted it, because that is
right.
interesting...
It did not look right.
It doesn't look right. That's the opposite way round to the way they usually do things.
Okay. Well, look, we'll take it as a positive, because if Sweet and Sour banning a map that they are unbeaten on, that means they have stuff ready for these other maps that potentially we haven't seen them to their full ability, right? And that means, I mean, they're in playoffs. They need to have been in the lab. They need to have been cooking, because these teams aren't just going to come into playoffs, play the game like it's nothing, right? They're going to have been doing their homework. They're going to have been going back on these maps in the split and being like, right, how did they play this? How did they play that? What comp are they going to play? And how can we adapt to it? Hopefully we actually get the agent any second. Wow, just like,
very nice.
Gecko.
Right on time.
There's the Gecko.
Okay, so they have changed... Wait, no, they have not changed their Sunset comp. I was thinking if they're going to pick it again. The thing is, they've lost 2 weeks in a row, and they have changed their comp over those 2 weeks. They lost 13-7 to Apex at first. They were running a Cypher and a double initiator, but not Gecko and KO. They were running Sova and Breach. This time around, they have got the same comp that they played last time when they lost 13-9 to OnlyFins. OnlyFins have not changed up their comp whatsoever. They're sticking with the same thing. So this is a mirror from what we saw last time between these two teams here.
Yeah, and I think when we look at both of these comps, we're definitely going to be seeing OnlyFins with the more aggressive comp, in my opinion. The more execute comp, right? The more, okay, Breach is stunning. I'm going to satchel in. We've also got the Sova as well to reveal at the same time. I think it's going to be very util heavy when it comes to executing, and a bit less aggressive. From the side of Sweet and Sour, because I mean, I did say that Ticey and Limpe play a very similar raise. potentially now we're going to see something quite different due to how different the teams are going to play.
Well, either way, last time we were here, we saw 13-9 on this map to OnlyFins. Let's see if that has changed at all over the week since we saw it. Hazard and Cairo, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. 3 of the 4 teams coming into playoffs from the Beacon Open split last year. The grand finalists now go against each other once more. Will OnlyFins yet again get the better of their long-lasting opponents?
Well, has a 5 best of 3s between these two. And now we get the 6th. Every single time OnlyFins has won, has got the better of Sweet and Sour, and that's even as the roster has got weaker moving in towards the Polaris playoffs. Sweet and Sour have been looking so much stronger since their Beacon split of last year. Can they finally beat their rivals in OnlyFins?
Battles through Beacon to contenders in challenges for both. Qualification matches, struggles to survive, now playoff pushes. Every game that counts have been won by the Finnish side so far, and they are not done yet. For Sweet and Sour, it's a shift of tone. The first 4 games that they won, followed up by 3 losses. They'll arrive in playoffs all the same. Can they start picking up the results they need, or has momentum been lost?
This proactivity from OnlyFins in mid is massive in terms of information. Everybody will hear everything going on B. The only thing that I will say though, Hazza, is you've got that Cypher utility on the back of B main, as well as the camera which has been destroyed. So Sweet and Sour have all the information they need to react, and the reaction is to go towards CT.
This is completely different from what we've seen before. Sweet and Sour taking a leaf out of Carmine Core's book, playing with the Gecko, playing deep post plants. They recognise this. OnlyFins liking to retake from main will go there, but they have market to play with.
They do have market to play with, and they're holding on to it so well. OnlyFins trying to burst out of main. They've got at least 1, make that 2. They're making great inroads into the site, but still not on the spike.
The retake comes all the same. Defuse starting to get worked on. Snowy can't reach half before his time expires. Now Nixon in a clutch. It's what he's fabled for, but still just too difficult to get done on this occasion. Famzam, 3 kills for him as Sweet and Sour are the first on the board.
Yeah, scrappy on the site, but it's Sweet and Sour. I think the reaction spot on towards CT, holding on towards market. I think the smoke just puts a little bit of something different, you know, a little bit of difficulty on the site for Sweet and Sour to contest, but they do so well. And then there you have it.
For all of these teams with their change in managements, we have to remember Sweet and Sour still remain without a coach, without an org, as they both do. Being that team that was supposed to bridge the gap between the chasing pack and that established authority in Apex, they came close, but as we know, another one put to the sword. The bricks that they build with, are they brittle? It's a good start for them here. Already reacting well to some of the issues in that last map played between the two.
Sweet and Sour have placed a smoke towards top mid. I don't know if that's to stop OnlyFins from moving any further forward. Put a question mark in mid, but OnlyFins have respected it. And Sweet and Sour, well, after they're picking up the orb, they're just going to go elsewhere. They've pulled across the majority of the forces of OnlyFins, and they're going to stay there because they don't know if it's a kind of stop and wait for OnlyFins to rotate. And it looks as if A side of the map is going to be completely free for them.
And OnlyFins have been pretty heavy on their retakes. It's a change of who's running Initiator here. Again, we just have to remind you, same comp every time from them on Sunset, but the role's changing. I don't think Nixon had the best showing on the Breach before, so he's back on the Omen. The Smoker, a role which Yesmu only just filled into halfway through the regular season. So the big talking point is that both of these teams have made changes. OnlyFins for the better, Sweet and Sour, a downward trajectory out of those first 4 wins.
Well, Thrash is already online for future rounds, but as for the now, things still a little bit tricky. OnlyFins trying to burst in towards the site. As they do so, it's just going to be firing down range for Ticey. In fact, the rest of Sweet and Sour getting in on the mix. It looks to be a bloodbath, a flawless round, which is exactly what you want from your bonus.
That it is. And you know, Limpeg trying to get the nade out, bit of utility into this retake. Nothing was happening. Only Yesmu to cling onto life itself before he's done, and it's flawless. So coming into the gun round, I want to look at Limpe a little bit closer here, because something to say about him as well, it does have the joint second highest first death per round. And sure, it's a little bit different in a situation like that, but I want to see the version of him that can keep a cool head and live up to, you know, the low expectations we had coming in. Someone similar to Demiurge, right? We didn't exactly have him out to be this blockbuster player, but starting to fit that mold.
Yeah, 100%. A player which we expected to be in challengers sooner rather than later, but coming into it, it just didn't. I don't know. I didn't think that this was his time, you know, and he's proven this to be.
Most certainly overdue. Many a run that fell short. Coalesce, the former Ever So Wavy Gang mix, but it's only Fins which stuck. You're talking about filling in for players such as Vubit, Polby, big names in front of you that have all flown the nest, but they're here now, as are Sweet and Sour. On the site, only Fins, another retake that they have to surmount to.
Yeah, the Thrash is about to come online for the second time as well. Fagan, though, getting that entry in towards Ticey, going to make things a little bit dicey. The rest of the players wanting to play from main, and that's a big entry pick on main and site. Creamy still hanging about, gonna get a second and finally cleared. We're not gonna get that second Thrash, but Ethan out on main, having to hold on to the rifle and perhaps hold on to his life now after the spike being diffused.
Again, you could see they wanted to take a little bit more space for themselves there, but only Fins quick on the uptake. Fagan unfortunate to get caught in one of his cages. Again, the game plan is just so set up ahead of time from Only Fins. They play a very distinct style of Valorant. And to go back on what I was saying about Limpet being that first player in, usually, a lot of the time they're just trying to activate that, even on their defensive rounds. And you'll see it here again, likely towards A.
Well, as you already put towards the B site, though, you're already seeing Sweet and Sour starting to poise themselves up. A real priority towards these ultimate orbs was starting on the B side of the map. Unfortunate to miss out on the breach of Snowy. But really wanting to build up these ultimates, especially towards Famzam, because the Thrash obviously being the lowest amount of ultimate orbs needed to get an ultimate online.
Limpet does get spotted top mid. It's only here in close proximity right now. Takes the fight, the tempo, takes them all down. In fact, a brilliant burst from him towards the midsection of this round has made all the difference for OnlyFins, and it's just off his sole shoulders. There was nothing there to incentivize the peak other than his own will to get it going.
Cypher set up here. This is going to be a difficult one. Ticey just getting caught, and Fagan knows exactly where to point his direction. In terms of the spike, still going to take their time. The Gecko going to help with keeping the guns up and trying to fight their way through. But with that being said, I've already lost a player in the spike plant.
All your last tools for initiation have dried up. The Dizzy is gone, the mosh pit with it. Now Ticey and Famzam forced to fight alone, and a stunned up Odin isn't a good one. A little bit more time and Solace to survive, but the aftershock had him dead to rights if Nixon himself couldn't claim the kill. So a quick equalizer for OnlyFins puts them in good stead.
I think Sweet and Sour throughout the round, I've got a nice game plan in terms of what they want to do with the ultimate orbs Hazard, but in terms of the engagements there, not the best. I mean, they ended up losing out pretty easily to just one player, like Limpy just holding from top mid, spraying players down. Not going to get a Stinger Rush this time round though, and even a Guardian to boot. So yeah, you've got to be careful if you're OnlyFins, because Sweet and Sour could easily take you off guard here.
That's the bottom line with these guys. An ejection of pace is not something that we should be surprised about, and OnlyFins will need to have built up the necessary antibodies to fend off that kind of infection, insurrection, if you will. But again, utility early, taking the A space. It's mid, which is vacant this time, and Limpet's absence. Can Snowy survive? Yes, he can.
Yeah, and it seems as if they're just going to continue to survive OnlyFins, just completely mowing everybody down. That's 2 rounds in a row though, Hazard, I just want to know. And Sweet and Sour have used a paranoia, and Ticey's been caught at the end of it. Just something to note about just the little 1% that Sweet and Sour haven't got when they're going for these plays.
They haven't headed towards either site on that round either, and something you can already see from the setup with the null command in play is that Fagan is prepared for it. His traps will go up towards one side of the map, the cam the other. Happy to just split those resources, make sure they're not getting caught off guard, And very quick to react to this midsection. They left the gap, but they knew it was there, right?
Yeah.
The back door was open, but the fly swap was in their hand.
I think that's the biggest thing about when you're playing these comps is knowing where your weaknesses are and knowing how to respond to it. That's exactly what scrims are for. OnlyFins, you can see exactly, they know where the problems are and they know exactly how they want to deal with it.
Even revealing the cam there, Yesmu takes the security guard off duty. Tempo, one of those names that looked so good against Apex, but in these final few matches, and especially the fixture, this being the repeat against OnlyFins the other time, didn't really look to have the strongest individual performance.
Has a look at this, the trap play set up and the ops ready to take fights. Sweet and Sour are walking into what could be a disaster. If the ops going to be fast, you've got Nixon to follow up second.
Oh, and another ultimate invested. The showstopper with it, but a quick curtain call. Ticey off the board, and Nixon dropping back even further to this loaded defense. 4 players towards the A site for OnlyFins, and Snowy with all of the supportive utility still available.
You've got to look towards mid. OnlyFins are actually dedicating resources towards that space in the map because they don't have any trips and they're scared of it.
There is a cam watching out of market though, so still relative security, and like I say, they can just peek out as soon as they need to. Limpet brings the house down on the heads of Sweet and Sour, and Tempo already has his work cut out for him. It is just too much to digest. And like that, twice the rounds for the Finns now. 4 in a row without a response.
Sweet and Sour are trying to brute force it a little bit. They're playing around the map and then trying to send it in, but they're just hitting a brick wall. OnlyFins have got every answer that they need. Sweet and Sour, no wonder they're timing out off the back of these last 4 rounds because, as we've already said, it's just not been working at all.
Limpet's looking really good as well, making a few multi-frags happen for himself, but the biggest highlight for me was probably the cause for concern that OnlyFins are creating. You saw a very early shock dart there from Yesmu, breaks the trap wire outside of A, they've got the one-way, they've got players over it. It's free early stall with utility that you usually get back, of course, shock dart aside. In terms of economy, things starting to build up. For Sweet and Sour, the game plan, like you say, it looked a little bit one-dimensional. That was something that I critiqued of their split gameplay. That's our decider here rather than OnlyFins' pick. We'll just have to see if the result is any different.
I guess you could draw comparisons between Split and Sunset as well, and especially the way that OnlyFins are playing this. Really, they're really happy to almost leave Split completely open with one player watching top mid.
And like Sweet and Sour always go all in. That's the biggest thing. Whichever choke they're fighting, it's usually, 4 players there at a minimum. Tempo not getting too much out of the flanks just yet. That's where the trap goes up. And again, OnlyFins flicking through the playbook. There are plenty of setups which they have. It's only Snowy around the A site from Link to deal with this early problem though, and that could just be a spike plant conceded.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with this though, considering how well their retakes have been OnlyFins. They'll be happy to just collect their forces in this time round, rather than worry about what's going on top mid. They've got a trap to watch it, and they know that they can just dedicate all their forces, all their attention towards the side.
Still big pieces though, Mosh the first of which to come out, Afen ready with the paranoia, and this null command could even slow things down, but instead, Sweet and Sour take it as their cue to head fighting forwards, straight into Limpet's op. Yesmu by his side, Famzam has to fight fierce, but it's not going to be enough. A 1 versus 1, the confirmation of positioning, it has been made. It's a stick from Limpet around the corner. Still hasn't worked on this defuse. Tempo's ticking it down. The time bank is all his, as will be the round. How on earth have Sweet and Sour snagged that one from under their nose?
I'll tell you exactly how they've done it, Hazza. It's through Famzam coming up absolutely huge on the Bulldog. I mean, you can see them, they want to fight towards Plat, but it's Famzam that essentially bails Sweet and Sour out of a disastrous engagement. Not only that, though, you've got to give compliments to Tempo in the end there, because they played that clutch masterfully.
Now starts to set up the first that we can really say about this IGL matchup. Afen, first time coming into a Challenger League to work with it, but not for Nixon. The most experienced head in the server on the other side. His dream of building that Finnish roster now continued with the absences that they had. It's a B play right off the back of that fast A push. They will be set up for it with the Cypher utility a lot deeper, making sure this retake is feasible. The players are taking quite a bit of time. You've still got Limpet Nixon towards the other side of the map. Ultimate used.
Yeah, 100%. And not only that, though, has Sweet and Sour been able to set themselves up with 5 players in main. But the Smoker is still up for OnlyFins, so they'll be able to put that up and stop direct engagements on the spike.
Just like Tomasi, his name begins with T. Tempo on the Cypher sets up the cage, the trap. Again, similar kind of stuff that you expect when OnlyFins will be fighting into enemy territory. Ticey gets the first of those kills in middle, and as the flood starts to come in, it is quickly halted. A bank of sandbags put up in front and a smoke to stop it any further. Snowy locked into the site. Lucky to get out with a gun, let alone his life, and not for the first time Sweet and Sour take a round in flawless fashion.
Yeah, there was a little big 1 versus 1 in mid there, by the way, that Limpy versus Ticey were fighting. It was Ticey that won out, which put a lot of pressure on the side, the players who were trying to dance between what was so much utility. A great setup all in all from Sweet and Sour, and you see the adjustments that they made from the same kind of setup that they've done before on B side, you know? Nice little adjustments, being able to get more value out of that, and now no wonder OnlyFins are timing out.
Sweet and Sour want to stick to their strengths too. They don't want to deviate too much from the game plan. We know that they like to hit and hit hard. It's about finding those gaps and being able to exploit a certain side of the map, because OnlyFins so far haven't really walked the line. They've been either, again, stacking up or laissez-faire. It's a Cypher setup or maybe a cam, something for their retakes. They do have the Rolling Thunder to, make that a possibility. But these next couple of rounds, when there's really not too much to call upon in terms of those abilities for either team, you just have to be looking at how exactly both of them are reading the map, where they're able to make their extra 10%.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think, as well, this is such a big map for OnlyFins. You've got to be thinking of their defence against Apex and what they were showing there as well, Hazza. I mean, we've already seen the strengths of exactly what OnlyFins can do, so no wonder they time out after the first 2 rounds, knowing that they need to get the maximum of this side.
AXX, BXX, 2-round wins. A left-right good night means that now mid is where they look for next. Ticey will be telling the rest of his team, parading the exploits of the previous round in that Raze head-to-head, and they do at least start to instigate things there. Nixon has been revealed by the Spycam dart and eventually does leave a crack in the lens and pulls it from himself. Sweet and Sour just still so far from committing to anything here. Finally, they show a bit of it.
Nixon, though, might be overstaying their welcome. At least gets one and gets out. No trades from Sweet and Sour, though. Nobody nearby Ticey as they take a solo engagement. And that's put them at a real disadvantage.
Both initiators move over, but the setup is still here. Limpet pierces the dome piece of Tempo and is already back on a fresh angle, ready to take the second fight. A from there. Now the market split begins to come in, but it's heavy-sided. Toppled towards the other end of things. The TP needs to cover some ground, and it does. Afen up in the face, but 4 players in front. Up close and personal. Yesmu from the backlines will finish off the job. So, Sweet and Sour, having won a couple of those XX, maybe try and complicate things a little too much, and it's not enough to catch OnlyFins off guard.
Yeah, a lot of this has been through simple, and a lot of the one-round wins have been through simple stuff, as you think towards the pressure that they were putting in through elbow on A, or even the way that they were playing B there. It just was simple stuff. Then they complicate it a little bit. Things start to topple. Even on that round, last round, you pick up Nixon there with a simple trade, and that B side or that A side could have been completely opened up.
Paranoia splits the pin, makes it hard.
Yeah.
Drone coming into middle, that will have spotted at least 2. It's actually revealed a couple of players. Somehow threads the needle. Big information, but neither team really makes much of it. They vacate the space, a big vacuum left. Well, now Nixon's thinking, hey, hang on a minute, I want a little bit more of this. Do they expect him so far up?
Surely.
First player peeks, it is his counterpart Aethan, the two Omen IGLs lock horns, but nothing is to be said of that one other than a lick of damage.
Yeah, but they want to re-engage Hazard because Snowy's in support, the utility's there, and it's beautiful, they just can't quite get onto the fight.
Yeah, Snowy's actually blinded his teammate there. Otherwise, Nixon has half a chance of catching the coattails of the evacuating players. He is still so persistent, as is his character. The captain of the team leads forward. He simply
Spike
holds the
down A.
torch, and the rest of OnlyFins fall in line behind it. He's given them the advantage.
30
Can they
seconds
close
left.
it out?
But it's not only that though, has it's the chip damage that's gone alongside it. Now Snowy's between a rock and a hard place. Needs to at least get one here or the numbers are even on both sides.
Well, the cavalry has already arrived, and that's when Snowy decides to take his peak, where 2 kills, make it 3, will be going his way. OnlyFins already breaking even on the half at the very least, but when you look at the money on the other side of the server, you'd be fancying your chances to build.
Hazard, I just feel as if Sweet and Sour just keep gambling in certain ways, like a double peak here, surely they're maybe expecting to get the trade, but there's no utility invested, they just... I would rather peak it dry, so confident in their own abilities, which may actually be their undoing.
I mean, Nixon and Snowy have this area of the map on lock. Finally, they look to go on the aggressive.
Right
Did
there.
this a couple of times on their defender's side, made good value of it. Cam immediately shut down. Sweet and Sour might realize something's up here, but not before it's too late. It's already 3 kills
Spike down
found.
mid.
Hazard, the way that OnlyFins are able to switch up the pace and how they want to play it. Passive, now aggressive. Tyce's trying to run away from the rest of the players, but being stunned up and all the utilities sent forward. They don't think they'll be able to get away with their life. Not with a minute and 15 left on the clock.
The drone is running them down to spawn, and Snowy pulling the strings. A few people would have maybe critiqued him for them not closing out that overtime against Apex, but instead of ruining the mistakes, they carry things forward. The protege from Project V that Nixon brought into this team is proving his worth in the big moments.
It's great stuff, Hazard. The way they're playing, manipulating the map, just switching up the pacing. It's simple stuff. But I guess the more expansive part of that is how they actually implement what they want to do. Nixon left alone on a elbow towards Ivy, and this time Tyce is chasing them down with an ultimate.
Finally trying to poop on his parade. It's a big rocket straight to the face. Tyce with a takedown. Numbers advantage, and little utility used to achieve that end. So Sweet and Sour, both initiators, they don't have to focus on FAMZAM recycling, and they have tempo for a backstab.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive part. Even a destruction of the tripwire will put them down.
Oh.
That is lovely layering of utility.
And the paranoia to make them backpedal straight into his
Wow.
crosshairs. Only 1 kill that he'll collect. The rest of the team have done their job. A 3rd flawless round for this attacking half. Sweet and Sour
Switching
comes in
sides.
at just the right time. That 5th round will keep them alive.
Oh man, the shout out from the observers, that was brilliant to catch because they've set tempo up so well with an ult command. Everything there was beautiful for Sweet and Sour.
And just as soon as that chaos begins,
Yeah.
your focus is taken straight away from it. So Sweet and Sour, with one final haymaker of the half, come into this one on their defender's side to try and get something done. The big talking point about the previous series was that OnlyFins won 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds. The only one that Sweet and Sour got was the attack on split. They're without that kind of opener here. Is it going to be enough?
Back in OnlyFins, starting on towards the B side of the map, just like Sweet and Sour did, but there's a trap play ready to go, a layering.
Ooh. Utility, like you say, but the valence of that 0 point, players behind it instead of within. Still, the information that there is presence here, or at least there was, it is quickly turning its attention towards A. Nixon on the front.
Look at the gamble from Sweet and Sour, the proactivity. They go and clear mid this time, and they might be able to catch one player off.
Wait,
Oh,
how
yes,
quickly are
we just
OnlyFins going to realise this, though? Are they going to react and take space towards spawn?
Yeah.
Do they get it before Sweet and Sour come back around? Questions which will be answered very shortly. For now, a 1v1 on the flank. They know about tempo. It's the rest that counts, and that spike plant only just going in.
Yeah, they're trying to invest back through. You're seeing the utility. This is good. This is brilliant. Teed up beautifully. Ticey. Now Sweet and Sour are here, all in full numbers. They're still worried about CT. They've not realised that all the forces are on the site. Wingman trying to get to work, but won't do so. We're still waiting on Tempo to be activated, but will be completely routed. Now the player's stuck on elbow. All the information needed as they swing through. They'll win all their fights, and Yesmu has no chance.
That was a 4 versus 2 situation, Carl.
Yeah.
4 versus 3. OnlyFins had an advantage at a point in time to be spoken of, but very quickly that crossfire gets broken up. There's so much damage dealt through the box. Snowy had a fantastic stun to just slow things down, and you see it there, 3 players caught, but not really capitalizing fully off the back of it. So a big one to bring them back in contention here, Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, this is what's went different from the script last time these two played. It was OnlyFins who won the pistol and got themselves started off perfectly in the second half. This time Sweet and Sour are going to be able to close the gap and put the pressure on towards their Finnish opponents.
On the defense, quite a few times against Sweet and Sour, it was OnlyFins pushing mid. We only got it once in this repeat of Sunset. Now on the attack, getting off on the other foot. They're going to try something here. Limpez just holding the angle towards top mid. Cam from Tempo will quickly be spotting that there are quite a few villains, thieves within the marketplace, looking if they can cash out on some success. Nixon goes down, and there's more than enough damage dealt on these players.
Yeah, that's it. The spike being caught in no man's land. How do you fight back in against what is Bulldogs and Spectres? You've even got Ethan starting to flank. This is slowly getting smaller and smaller as time goes on. And well, that space has been gobbled up by Sweet and Sour.
I mean, look. While you maybe would have wanted a plant there or something, one more kill from Fagan, and all of a sudden, he has 3 times as many kills as he did coming into the round. I hate to point it out. I actually not noticed that he was 2-9. But more importantly, it's reinvestments that have to be made.
Yeah.
Now, though, Sweet and Sour, 3 rifles, still strong by OnlyFins. No outlaw brought into play, so no punishment really.
There's actually a really big reinvestment from Sweet and Sour here. Look at what Ethan's bought into Hazza. Something to watch out for. Sweet and Sour obviously feeling very confident on this. Ethan getting tagged up. That's huge from Nixon to get that fit.
An awesome set piece, and OnlyFins will carry on from this. Both players forced to dig into their pockets, refill the magazines, but matters already made worse from that opening duel. Creamy needs Sheriff shots, and he's going to land one more on a low HP Nixon, and you're looking at a 2-on-2. It won't come for now, though. Spike in a tough spot. Creamy! Stop! There's no way. It's a murder. A bad workman would blame his tools, but nearly the Sheriff is enough to see them through.
At the start, like before we see Creamy do whatever that was, sitting there thinking, this is absolutely disastrous. What are Sweet and Sour doing? They're just wasting their chance here. Absolutely huge. And then at the same time though, a wasted opportunity just on this last engagement here from Tempo.
Sure.
Flicks away the last minute.
Not only that, OnlyFins could have made it so much cleaner. They could have really reinstated their economy here. It was a nice set piece early to just stick a pencil in the tape and rewind it. Cage with a TP and reveal. Such a delightful combination. This time it's the blast packs. Ethan does manage to flash Limper, but there is no follow-up from it.
The prioritization from Sweet and Sour here is to hold on towards elbow. You can see that with how they're focusing their forces here. In fact, they've even got 4 players towards this side of the map.
Sure.
You've also got to be looking at a late flank from Fagan here.
It's a very thin veil which cloaks them, but for now, OnlyFins haven't quite worked out the scope of the map. They're starting to test elsewhere because Fagan's found himself a strong position. The Cypher set up more towards the front side of B, and again, this camera is pertinent in the round. Limper 1v1 on Creamy brings an added player to skew the odds in their favor, but ideas about this rotation now boiling in the minds of Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, this is now starting to be a bit dangerous for Tempo. There is one player to support Creamy, and they have a full belt of utility. In fact, Tempo's not even being caught by the ultimate.
Finally, the trap collects, and Tempo finds off the back of it. It was both shots
30
invested,
seconds
but
left.
only half of the utility goes. Fegan again spotted by the camera right above his head. A top-down tag, but they don't even know!
What?
And Fegan overlooked, but not overstated. 2 kills are huge.
Nixon from the corner, they've not checked
Whoa!
that again, Hazard! They have not checked the corners! Only Finns just play a simple game and Sweet and Sour are undone by it. They had the information, Hazard, they had the information.
They knew it all. They really should have. There would have been a pulsing yellow object in the shape of Fegan on the side of their screens. But the revealed Tempo kill is all that's really to be said of this retake. Creamy gets one on the way back in, but Nixon wrangling the ball. Put it forward, back, whichever way you want to play it. Still brilliant stuff from him. And now an assortment of sheriffs to try and get something done, but we know they find more with less Sweet and Sour.
That's so true. It's really, what is it, Asda price? Tesco price?
Something like that. Look, other supermarkets are available, and if you want to sponsor Polaris, then hey, go ahead. But
every little helps.
that it does. Tempo's going to need a whole lot, a boatload here. Aftershock, still 1 kill. Snowy trades it out, and sure, there is still time left, so only Finns don't have to commit to the site, but they want it. They are hungry for it. And the spike now planted.
I mean, we've seen them go and do equals before, but on Sheriffs here, surely not. All the players of Only Finns are staying towards the front of site. They know they want to fight. They know they're better to fight together. And I don't think that might be the case. Ticey's gone, and the rest of the players are ready to go. Showstopper in. Only Finns out on main.
It was a huge kill in isolation, which could have completely changed this round. Ticey's managed to find himself the first, and the paint shells online make this even more difficult. Not an untenable task. The wingman is starting to get onto it, and Shaw manages to make this one a little bit more difficult. Only Finns forced to take the peak, but it's a peak together, which makes it more important. A double-digit scoreline now. They are inching ever closer, but a hefty cost they pay for entrance to the B site there.
Honestly, as soon as I seen that spike getting half in the wingman then beginning, I thought that was it. It was actually the smoke that I thought kind of worked against Sweet and Sour in the end.
Sure.
But
this is just the setup that you see, right?
Yeah.
Like so many teams, they'll put their own smoke and play for spam.
100%.
We have 3 Phantoms on Sunset here. When the statistic was in the regular season, we saw more Sheriffs than Phantoms in this league. So
Here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
they are in vogue on Sunset.
Little pause from Only Finns, respecting everything that's been put towards them, especially that one way. And Sweet and Sour are trying to take more for the worth here. Remember that there is that drone that's going to clear out space, and that's exactly the case. Now they're set up and they're playing towards it. Can't quite capitalise. That flash gets the trade.
Everybody blind. 4 versus 4, and Only Finns only having A control for the moment, so take their foot off the gas pedal. It's Fegan that will move his way towards elbow and find himself revealed. It is the Cypher, so as that blinks up on the HUD, Sweet and Sour have to make a decision. Do we think that this is a lurk, or can more be said about these player positions? They're going through mid. This is such a ballsy move, but one which could pay out big time. Diamond hands from Only Finns. They cash on the upward trajectory, but Aphon is astronomical with 3 kills of his own. Fegan will chase the shadows, but needs the spike and needs 2 more kills.
Yeah, look at this. Sweet and Sour evacuating. They don't want anything to do with this. They're allowing Fegan to do what he wants. Think about the angles. With 15 seconds left, it's all about saving the round, getting the win.
10 seconds left.
I don't even think Fegan's going to go for it.
No, there's no time to go towards B. A is under lock and key. It's Aphon to do it. Both him and Fegan have had some really big rounds here, and it's not suddenly feeling like a server which is being run by one player or anything of the sort.
Nixon's so huge, man. 19 and 11, massive stuff. You've got to be looking at the ultimates as well that are online just now. Real game changers here, and we've still not seen them being invested from either side.
True. one of the biggest comments about OnlyFins attack that we've seen from them before is they're great at cycling these to have maximum value, and maybe a criticism of Sweet and Sour would be that they didn't use them when they needed to. Plenty of cause for concern here. Limpet is moving on the front foot very quickly towards Ticey, who's just that much faster off the mark.
Again, coming back to clearing corners, as at this time, OnlyFins have got the bug, and this time they're moving into the Cypher setup. Tempo's all the way back in CT. What are these traps?
Oh, it looks like the, you know, like the drawstrings that you get on a bridge or something, right? Like, usually it's going to be the castle that is locked down, the fort. Those traps look like they're holding up a drawbridge, like a moat or something, but OnlyFins have already got past it and could turn the tide with some kills towards Spawn. Instead, they lose the spike for their efforts.
Yeah, that was confusing, man. I don't know if they were maybe set up for the race satchels out, perhaps, but Tempo was well set up for anybody to get through, and now the Thrash to reinvest.
Hey, the Thrasher's going to come in, but instead, it gives a window, a golden opportunity for Ticey to strike thrice in this round. Aethan up close and personal. It's his smoke which Fagan has the chance to play around. Only attack. They want to get visual on him. Try and find a way to take this duel, but the whole time the spike continues to tick.
I mean, they're being patient, and that's just, they're waiting for the Thrash to get back in and get on towards the engagement. Yeah, I was starting to worry for a second that they were maybe a little bit too casual. But at the end of the day, they still get the round over the line. And yeah, I mean, massive from Ticey on elbow.
OnlyFins now a little bit hot under the collar. We're within one round. Sweet and Sour starting to make it look a lot more like their own map pick. You look at the series as well. Icebox and Split next up. Both maps where OnlyFins have looked strong, and to be honest, going back to what we said before about Sweet and Sour and where their priorities lie in terms of a veto process, Bind, Breeze, sure they're both absent, but again, one of the differences from week to week is that post, week 4, we didn't see them play either of them when they remained undefeated, and from that point onwards, that was when they started insta-banning Icebox and it's found its way through. So the question I'm asking you, Kyra, and something we spoke about before is, did they really feel that it was necessary to reinvent the wheel, or is this just an identity crisis?
Yeah, that's what I've been feeling more towards, the identity crisis. Like, part of me, like, I know we did your video and we were talking about what's our pick'ems, and I was kind of going like, I'm on some copium and stuff, but I've been really trying to figure out what's been going on with Sweet and Sour. Like, the maps where they haven't changed any of the comps, like your Lotuses and your Ascents, etc., that's where they've been finding massive success. But the maps where they've been changing things up and, as you say, reinventing the wheel, having that identity crisis, is where they've been losing out more. We need to be seeing more of Sweet and Sour staying to something that is a little bit more concrete, and yeah, that's where I feel as if we're at.
Like, we're seeing more Famzam on the Gecko as well. Like, how often would you say that? A guy known majorly for his Viper, an agent which, only you said to me, he was like, I just don't enjoy playing the agent anymore. So, times are changing. A world where we see the 3 Beacon Open teams in playoffs who finished the regular season in the same positions that they did many months ago. OnlyFins top of the pile and ahead in this one by just a singular round. First time that we see the off-out for Ticey, but doesn't start it as he would have hoped. It's a missed shot and a weaponry revealed.
Still heavier towards the A side of the map. That's where the spike is. The only indication on where OnlyFins want to go. Still continuing with the mid-siege, and Sweet and Sour very aware of it. There's the off, here's Ticey, no support by anybody else. There's a Hunter's Fury being invested as well, and they're still scrapping, trying to find mid, and they've opened it up completely for Sweet and Sour. All the players gone from OnlyFins, and now they have to try and run onto the A site, with Sweet and Sour knowing exactly where the rest of the players are.
Both players heading out towards Link. There is 4 on the other side, and Tempo with Aethan and all of the rest making their player icons pop up in the kill feed, because again, it's just utility upon utility. They win out the round. The question in my eyes is sort of, do OnlyFins want to force some kind of a buyback into this? Because it doesn't feel like they're in a contentious position right now. It has been heftily one-sided in these previous couple.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, they are going to go for a half buy back in, and something that you have to say about the defence of Sweet and Sour, they've been suffocating in these spike plants for the majority of it. You only really seen a couple in terms of them going down on OnlyFins attacking side.
Snowy gets out easy there. Actually, the one-way from Afen disguises the Dizzy. Instead, it's a pick elsewhere, which we must turn our attention to. Big opener, Limpet pulled back, many revealed, and Tempo only with 2 should still be enough alongside his teammates.
Yeah, the spikes in no man's land as well. You're going to have to fight.
Yes,
you're going to have to take engagements, and yes, Moo's winning them.
You cannot keep giving this guy fights. Has to be an ace now.
Yeah.
Or at least close to it.
Those rifles.
But they sit out in the choke and the spike is there with it. He just needs a headshot. Something to the dome, but can't do it. There's Creamy with his third, and Sweet and Sour getting themselves back in front.
Yeah, they are. The only thing is, though, that was a half buy from OnlyFins. You've now got to be looking towards what is their full rifle round, and not only that, Hazza, they've actually going to have the Breach Ultimate with 1 Ultimate Orb. So in terms of this round, you'll be thinking to lean towards the Fins. One thing I will say, if you do see OnlyFins lose this, they could be relegated to a really poor buy with Sweet and Sour on 12.
And that was the decision that they had to make coming into it. Which of the two did you want to take the rifles in to try and sway that momentum back? Because it's something that we need to talk about. Sweet and Sour have recaptured the lead, and it is for the first time since round number 4. And Afen here, okay, getting 1. Ticey next up, and he steps to the plate brilliantly with 2 kills and a third as the paint shells go off without a hitch.
Yeah, this has just been absolute aggression to the highest level, and Snowy having to respect it. Has to be an ace. I don't know if you're going to be able to do this, man, because surely Sweet and Sour just play together here. I say surely because we've been known for them to have a discipline issues.
We know OnlyFins can make a late push. They have done in the league. They did the last time they played Sunset against Apex. It was overtime, which they reached and eventually fell. The guns aren't going to be great, so you probably want to keep this one if you can. Limper, Nixon, both low on cash. And Tempo with the op now checks the cam. Snowy knows that he's got to, remove a few more items here. But look how quickly Sweet and Sour respond and get those players back in main.
Yeah, they want to stop this rifle getting through to the next round. That's realistically the objective here, and it's been achieved on 12 with OnlyFins relegated to probably the lowest buy you can get. How many rounds in a row is that now? 5. Sweet and Sour are really in their rhythm, in their groove now.
There they are. They're making light work of OnlyFins. Especially on rounds like this as well, where just a couple bits of utility, and it doesn't feel like there's anything to be said of the Fins here. So difficult to try and take, to dust yourself down and go into that next with a fresh mindset, and B is where they'll head. It's Tempo's traps to be tested once more.
Remember, Hazza, this is Sweet and Sour's pick.
He's playing so close. It's a big risk that he's going to take, but with Sweet and Sour having bodies in mid, they can rotate pretty quick.
They can rotate quick, but there's going to be nothing immediate. The drone's not cleared them. The drone's not cleared them.
And neither will the ultimate. Towards market again, Limpet goes through, as does Nixon. Scrappy Jules taken, but ultimately won out by Tempo. Finally a trade, but OnlyFins not much time to stabilize. This has been a fast flood from the defender's side, and with Afen prowling the backlines, the paranoia in may just be enough to digest them fully. It is a map done and over with. Sweet and Sour demolish on the defense.
But Hazza, that was Sweet and Sour's pick. That was a map that they lost last time, and they have made amends for it. Really well played. There was times where I'd put a big question mark on both teams, but at the end of the day, Sweet and Sour's defensive side was just that much better.
Do they have the momentum to keep on going though? We said it before, from week 4 into the ones that followed up, they always banned Icebox. It was gone, an inevitability. That is the map that you now head to. Have those improvements going to have been made? We only saw 2 teams that ran half of Viper in the regular season find results, and other than Apex, it was just NXT. They're running a Reina for goodness sake. So what can they really do here? Are they going to stick with their guns? Do we see a deviation? And for OnlyFins, having such a brilliant start to that map and it looking like theirs to close, is there much more to be spoken of them here in this upper bracket? We'll have to find out, but first, a break.
Last player standing. Spike down. Spike down.
got the best of me. best of me. You got the 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 best of me.
Welcome on back to Polaris. We'll shed a single tear for OnlyFins on that one after a bit of a crushing defeat, a really close matchup. But if you're in Dubbo's chat, I'm seeing too many Sages, too many No's, too many Despairs. Bring back the lock-ins, bring back the Prages. Put all the channel points on one if you're a believer, because we've still got a possible 2 maps left. OnlyFins are not done yet. Their map pick is up next. And it was a close one. I mean, honestly, for OnlyFins, a couple of mistakes that gave away a couple of critical rounds is really the difference maker here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was looking so good, right? It was literally looking like the scales were tipping in favor of OnlyFins. There were so many good rounds that we saw back to back, and I feel like the time where it tipped into the side of a my god, I got that one wrong. The side where it tipped into sweet and sour was the one time when Limpei didn't check that corner.
Yeah.
I feel like that was kind of the breaking point / turning point for OnlyFins. But I did say, right, if Nixon pops off, we're probably in for a good game or an OnlyFans win. And he popped off, but then, you know, everyone else has kind of got to put in the same. And unfortunately, it wasn't reciprocated.
Yeah, there are a lot of clutch plays from OnlyFins, and while that is a good kind of thing, you know, like you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's great. It's not good if you really want to be winning games, right? You need to be consistent. You need to be able to win rounds on trades, not off of 4Ks. And for OnlyFins, we're leaving too many things up to chance a little bit, and maybe that is just because it's Sweet and Sour's pick there on Sunset, and hopefully for OnlyFins, they're going to be able to lock things in a little more on Icebox. Obviously, their pick, they feel a lot more comfortable on it. They've got a pretty good win record on it. But the fact that, you know, Sweet and Sour have done several rounds better. It was 13-9 the first time they played against them. And this time coming back for a 13-10 the other way, things are looking much better for them. They look more locked in. They look a little more kind of confident as they go into things. The fact that they were down to OnlyFins and still came back on that one was definitely impressive.
Yeah, and we did go into this map saying it was going to be close, right? We did go into this saying that both teams can take the win. Obviously, both teams can take the win, but when we talk about how close the game is going to be, it's one of those games where you really could not predict who was going to come out on top. And like I said, if you were an OnlyFins supporter during that game, you see the first half and you see how aggressive like OnlyFins were being and how it was working out, you'd be like, okay, right, well, we're hopefully catching a W here. And then, like I said, it just turned and got slightly worse as it went on. And that's not down to potentially individual plays. It might have just been a breakdown in team communication or even just the synergy mid-game, right? But like you said, that is not OnlyFins' map pick. Up next, we do have Icebox.
Well, let's take a look right before we go into Icebox at a couple of the rounds from this game. Obviously, we'll take a look at both teams' kind of highlights here. I feel like there were good strategic plays at different points. We can start off with round 12.
Look at it, right? He just waits perfectly for the KO ult. It's 100% communicated. They don't know he's behind. You have the paranoia come out from Athan, and he just waits. He knows they can't hear. He hit Tempo run behind him, and then bang, Tempo finds 2. It's that round right there was incredible. The use of the KO ult to put down the trip, and then the paranoia to come in so they can't hear a thing, And then Athan didn't even need to swing that one way, right? He could have just, like he did. He flashed, he waited, he's like, yeah, round's done. I'm just gonna let tempo do the work. And it was absolutely beautiful, that round was.
Absolutely. We can take a look at an OnlyFins round that was similarly well formulated here. If we take a look at round 17, and I'll walk through this one because I was very impressed by the way this was played. Actually, this was one of the few rounds where it was kind of more a whole team thing. We're waiting to queue that one up now, so I'll just try and explain it from my memory. But as OnlyFins get on site here, I think they deal with the pressure so well. Obviously, Famzam waiting to put this one in. Look, you can say what you want about the economy. I know they're playing against Sheriffs. It is what it is. But the numbers advantage goes to Sweet and Sour early on in the round. They take the space, they have the ults going, in go the showstopper, and they do have that null command available as well, so they can just get all of that space back, and OnlyFins are just trying to deal with all of this pressure. They're brought down to a 2v4. Nixun starts spraying through the smoke, manages to get 2 of them. That clutch kill onto the wingman there on that spike defusal, and Nixun does all the work in managing to pick up those kills afterwards. And that's the thing from OnlyFins, they have such clutch potential. They're able to get in there, they're able to do so much work on this one. It's very impressive to me, but yeah. I think they just need to be able to take control of rounds earlier on. The fact that they were put into a 2v4 against Sheriffs is a little sad.
Yeah, and I want to touch on just the end of that clip really quickly as well, and it's the microplay. It's the, okay, the bomb is half, right? Yes, it's half, but we haven't got to rush this. And notice how they both swung the same side at the exact same time. It wasn't one goes, the other one goes. It was just a simple rotates behind the box, 3, 2, 1, peek, same time. And that is why that we see these teams in playoffs, okay? That's why we see them in the top 4 of Polaris, because it's small things like that that we have kind of not seen from other teams going into the obviously the group stage or the split itself. And teams like Hookahs and Formulation, we have seen it before, but it's not something we see all the time, right? And that's what makes a great team into a better team.
Yeah, well, next up is Icebox. OnlyFins banned this one out in their last play against Sweet and Sour. They banned it. It was their second ban, I think. I can't remember if it was their first or second. Either way, they got rid of Icebox on this one. And Icebox has historically been, for them, quite a good map. They've lost it once. They lost it against NXT 5-13, but that was very much an interesting game, I think. I'm not 100% sure if OnlyFins were fully locked in on that game, and it didn't feel quite the same as when they beat Apina Orchestri 13-7 on it, or they beat Formulation Gaming 13-8 on it, a game which Formulation Gaming said they should have won overall, and I think they were mostly referring to Sunset, not Icebox. I think Icebox was very much a gimme for OnlyFins, and that is why I've been so confused about why they banned it out last time out. I expect to see something good from them here.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, you didn't know if it was first or second. It was the first ban, right? So Sweet and Sour, they banned Lotus, and then OnlyFins, they banned Icebox, right? So if you're going from banning it first to them picking it, right? Yeah. So first of all, you've got to leave it open, and then you've got to pick it. So that just goes to show that they're going to have changed something, and they're going to be comfortable on it. Because, like I said earlier, even in the Apex game, these teams, such as Metis, they're not going to be going in just to play the game, right? Because that's what they're here for. They're going to be doing their homework. They're going to be doing their research, and the whole reason is you have playoffs, right, where you can now start to actually pull out the nitty gritty strats, even so many pieces of micro plays, the macros, everything. This is where it all should be coming together, because at this point you don't want to hide anything, right? And clearly OnlyFins, maybe they banned it to hide what they have hidden. Now
possibly
it's ready.
Yeah, well, I mean, last time Sweet and Sour played this, they lost it against Hookahs, who didn't win a single game, which maybe is just one of their ways of going, okay, well, we need to pick something that the other team isn't very confident on. It's the same comp that Sweet and Sour played before. They play that Harbor on there with the Viper. The double controller, very strong on this one. OnlyFins going to stick to what they know. They haven't changed anything with their comp. This is the same as what they played last time against Formulation Gaming with the double Sentinel, the Sage to make space, to put the wall down, to put slows, and make sure you can get your plant going on both A and B on this one. So very, you know, two butting heads kind of things. We've seen this matchup so many times between these two differing opinions when it comes to this map, the Harbor or the Sage. And so far, Harbor usually comes out on top. It's just a little more useful in those post-plant situations, because as soon as you've used that Sage wall, you kind of have no utility that's useful. But either way, it's now time for us to butt heads once again, and only Finns for them. If they lose this one, they are down to the lower bracket playing against Metasport tomorrow, so they need to get something done here and now to move to map 3 on Split. Hazard and Cairo, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Sweet and Sour with the chance to take their first ever victory against Only Finns in a best-of-3 setting. It's been ages since we've seen it happen, and on Icebox as well. A 13-9 result going against them versus Hookahs was the last time that we saw this played. It's been a month since then, and they stick it out with the same comp.
I mean, Hazard, that's the thing though, they've stuck with the comp that they have, they've refined it, exactly what they want to do, and well, they've brought it back once again, up against Only Finns, a real test to go up against the kind of cookie cutter comp that we saw Hookahs play. There's no better way to prove yourself on Icebox.
Only Finns, of course, second place in the league. Same 4-3 scoreline as Sweet and Sour and Metasport, but it was that map differential which put them here. Many of the series we've seen between these two have gone to a decider, but they need to pick it up. If the upper bracket run is to stay alive, they'll start that out on the attack. Sweet and Sour with 3 players towards the A site. The information comes in pretty late. Limpet already up towards Maze, getting ready to engage.
Engagement's still yet to happen. There's a player just hiding up and towards Nest, and finally will be routed out. Only Finns take the site easy enough. Famzam with a little spam. But there isn't much to come out the other end. Spike goes down pretty easily. The setup from Only Finns is there with the mollies. It's all about Sweet and Sour getting back into sight.
Yeah, you could already see here as well the nuance of the comp. Sage wall goes up towards top site, open plant, double molly, first of which goes off without a hitch. However, Yasmu takes that one onto Famzam. It could be worrisome if not for Snowy and Fig, and Ticey double kill, but still not enough.
Yeah, I mean, what more can be said there? It seems if Sweet and Sour just, I don't know, give up on what they were doing with the stack. You see Famzam leave the site early, rather than just sticking to their guns, they would have been right. And it ends up just with Only Finns capitalising on those first 2 picks.
Only Finns as well, as I said before, you look at the games that they've played against each other. Sweet and Sour have only ever taken 3 maps from the 6 head-to-heads up until this point, so another one added to the tally. On Sunset, Limpet manages to find Famzam. They've already prioritised the orb though. Sweet and Sour will be happy for a couple of kills and some points on the board, moving to when they have weapons in their hands.
Yeah, look at Ticey on the map right now, already looking to try and poke and prod the backlines of Only Finns, test that flank on an anti-eco. Best time to do it.
Yeah. Only Finns are locked into making the A play, but it's behind a cardboard door which Ticey has them held to right. Again, the wall will go up and the spike down. Equal action both ways. Limpet continuing to push. Ticey wants to pull back in the direction of Sweet and Sour, but Nixon will disallow it.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird wall, similar to that of the Fnatic wall from ages ago. As it gets them onto the site, it won't get them the round. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but I don't know if I like it if they play that on a rifle.
Yeah, Fnatic against Heretics and VCT EMEA recently had Boaster move on to the Harbor. It's not something that they were really known for. The kings of Icebox, really, when it came down to playing fundamental compositions. And yeah, you can see what the idea is, to isolate the jail players, find more fights, stop anyone peeking out through pipes so you can take some of the early site control. Only Finns in an enclave of their own, locking things down and bringing in 3 rifles here. One of them is Limpet's Outlaw, and he'll be testing a first engagement.
Yeah, testing the extremities. But it's only just an initial one, and they've actually pulled out a little bit of utility. But at the same time, though, as OnlyFins move to the other side of the map, Sweet and Sour will be able to gamble on this
Right
pretty
there.
easily, considering that there's no follow-up to that pressure from Creamy.
I have an idea where Nixon is. Aethan is close by middle. That turret is very deep towards B and Kitchen. But as the drone comes out towards the A play, you can see what OnlyFins are trying to do here. Nixon lining up a wall maybe even that would cut across the site. Something to just keep them held further back rather than taking the usual liberties.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. I'll allow them to get in towards backside pretty easily though, and you're seeing that just now as OnlyFins don't have anything clearing just now. This little pocket where Sweet and Sour have put themselves.
Aethan's rolled out the welcome mat for Ticey to just tuck in the corner towards Jan. Lots of utility being burnt through. That's the second cascade now, and Limpet is in front of it. This is where OnlyFins make their move.
Yeah, Ticey's now trying to take engagement, swinging out. Limpet though being so deep will easily get the entry towards this round. Nixon close by in support. That's exactly the case. It's Famzam though that gets the biggest amount for Sweet and Sour. Spike goes down easily enough. That's a third for the Sober player, but the rest of the players further back for OnlyFins. That's it. Need to get more. Need to find further on towards the spike. Well, no one's on the spike. Sweet and Sour are close by. Up to Creamy, and that's exactly what will happen. Curling at the top of sight. OnlyFins convert their bonus.
And that Outlaw does so much from Limpe as well. Tags down onto Tempo, he's 10 HP, a quick burst, and OnlyFins just waiting for their chance. I was ever so slightly hesitant to call it in that they could succeed here because Sweet and Sour could probably have staggered that a little bit longer. The high tide went up the exact same time as the toxic screen, and it just wasn't enough to slow them down once Limpe had found that opener. So with 3 rounds in their wake, it's back to A they go again. Famzam with a really deep drone.
Yeah, managed to escape there. The rest of the players are up. Creamy somehow takes out Snowy though. Yeah, that was dangerous, but somehow Sweet and Sour end up coming out the better of it. An ultimate orb and a kill.
Honestly, that's your best case scenario, because in the meantime, Aethan is picking up the orb. He's starting to get closer towards that Harbour ultimate, rubbing his hands in the knowledge that as long as he goes down to a player on the other side of the server and maybe even finds a kill or something of the sort, it will be available when the guns come back for them here.
Similar wall again from OnlyFins, so we're seeing repeated traits for how they want to play this attack and creating a little pocket with a Harbour wall. This actually benefits the attack here.
Yeah, 3 players queuing up on the stage. Hero pose, draw bone. Well, bone drawn, sorry. Draw bone, hello? Who are we here? I don't know, honestly. Skeleton's out the closet either way. Here we have it. Kills being picked up. Fagan in the corner gets his one, but it was an early advantage which Sweet and Sour have really channeled forwards now. Tempo needs to land 1 shot, and he can take down Limpe. Finds a body instead. They even have a gun by his side. Instead, he just nails him. There we go. First on the board, Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, on a Thrifty as well. Absolutely huge. No ultimates invested either. A massive one for Sweet and Sour to win out here. And OnlyFins, they just walk in towards the site and the engagements just don't work in their favour, which is something we were complimenting them for on Sunset Hazard.
And something else as well, it's like a thrifty round with Sheriffs. They take the early advantage, and from that point onwards, OnlyFins didn't create any pressure elsewhere. They walk into a hefty stack of players. And Sweet and Sour just pull the trigger on it, pull the pin. And the space falls from beneath OnlyFins' feet. Suddenly that bonus not giving them anywhere near the value that they would have hoped.
Again, this is something else which Sweet and Sour do regularly on their defence. Just using this wall to create a question mark on what Sweet and Sour want to do. Stops OnlyFins moving any further forward. The only issue is, though, Hazard, on the B long side of things, there's nothing to back it up, nothing to hold it when it drops.
Viper Wall comes in A again, and standard procedure, Sweet and Sour, they do react to this with a cascade and a recon. Even Ticey weighing up a rotate through middle is where the op will be stationed, but holding onto the window can see Nixon if he decides to make that cross. Killjoy set up with a little bit of delay. Comes off the angle. Nixon hears the steps.
Oh, this has been relayed to the team. Everybody's starting to get things on as Tempo tries to delay and tries his best, but hasn't quite found any picks. In fact, gets picked up themselves. Hunter's Fury, Ticey misses the op shot. In fact, only finds get a second pick as well. This is looking good for the Finnish side. Whether they get a spike down's another question entirely.
And Nixon was allowed his way through middle there, and it's a lockdown right in the crux of the site. A repeat back to Kitchen is where Creamy will put him down, and another goes with it. Yesmu the next. Figan struggling here just a little bit, but will take as much ground as his ultimate can possibly afford. I don't think Creamy's going to expect him up anywhere near as close as this. 2 from Figan. Now where is the spike planted? It's in the corner. Ticey can force an engagement, but the Nano will take him off.
Ticey's just dancing with the devil, manages to escape out into the smoke and knows exactly where Figan is. Can he win the fight? No! Ticey winning out, or losing out, sorry, in what should have been a winnable position in a 3 versus 1.
A hero's clutch from Fagan. Pulls OnlyFins right back into this one. A Sweet and Sour were breathing down their neck. A missed opportunity, really, for the Irish mix. Because that should be them penciling in a round difference between the two, but instead the advantage grows and some big ultimates now come into play for both.
The wall being changed up from A to B this time round for OnlyFins, which is posing a different threat for Sweet and Sour. In fact, even to the point where Ticey's respecting it, jumping off of yellow.
How much do they want to try and rethink this? The drone will clear close angles short. Still, the possibility of players behind it does linger over OnlyFins' head. Only Ticey yellow, like you say, it sits on his shoulders to stop this moving any further.
Oh, it doesn't even get one engagement, has a fair one. Taken out completely, Nixon's just hiding away. Sweet and Sour getting caught out of every opportunity. Even though trying to re-enter and clear yellow, and there's still Limpy hanging around.
Again, Nixon becomes part of the woodwork that builds this map from the ground up. He has been in OnlyFins since the start. It is a project which lives and dies at his blessing. A project which we had seen conclude and then revitalize later down the line. Even with the changes made, they still look better than ever. And onto the A site again. The wall should be going up, but the heavy penetration of the Guardian makes it a problem.
Yeah, but the problem is being routed out by big laser bolts being fired down range and the bullets from the rest of the players. Well played from OnlyFins when it came to the fights on site, but as we are seeing Sweet and Sour fall to the wayside as this advantage grows and grows. Other thing I've got to note here is we were talking about a crisis of identity. I mean, Icebox has never been good for Sweet and Sour, and it's been shown in this first 6 rounds.
It's true. Again, the veto, a puzzling one for an outside viewer. Just have to try and break it down. Have Sweet and Sour crunch the numbers. Is there more to be said of what so far doesn't look like the best double walls that we've seen?
I mean, how long did that stat go on for about double walls not being able to get a single win apart from Apex? Sweet and Sour were a part of that statistic, aided it, and now as we get further on, it looks like they could add to it, buffer it a little bit.
Very slow round, a respective reactive one. Nixon with his finger on the pulse of Athan. Sort of between these two, they've been the first port of call for their teams and what they want to try and do. Maybe a last gasp attempt at selling some kind of a fake here. Nixon goes down, no more wall. But look at the players on the map. Nobody has moved from Sweet and Sour. They have not budged.
They haven't. Gambling on this, and they've gambled correctly. Remember that same wall, they've always been playing to try and plant it up, and Sweet and Sour are looking to flood the site. You've got the Viper's Pit to aid, and in fact, even on top of that, you've got the Harbor Ultimate as well. They can't exactly get the spam off because of the wall, but they can get some picks, some tertiary ones. 3 versus 3 at this point, and they need to try and stabilise something, and they can't do it. Still going back and forth, still brawling between the two. A quick switch of the weapon, and Ticey's still stuck, trying to fight for their life. Oh no.
Not happening. Yesmu shuts it down. And yeah, I mean, the spike plot there even was huge. Snowy in the chrysalis of his own creation. A Sage Wall going up top site, even despite the fact he was revealed, more than enough to put them in that situation. And then they win out on the guns that they have. The player numbers on the site. They're fighting further forwards. They're not just falling back for utility. There are several different ways that they can look to play this map. And it was that last man over from the B site that found Nixon at the start, which was the last man down on the retake.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour have not been able to hold sites or retake into them at all. OnlyFins have got everything sussed out. Whether they decide to change things up and try and play for the initial engagements. I mean, even at that point, you look towards that last round, there's that majority stack there to fight back in. They just can't seem to unlock it, can't seem to upset OnlyFins. Whether they maybe put more emphasis on the flank or whatnot, but as for the moment, Sweet and Sour just do not have the answers at all. And the worst thing about it is they've tried different sort of solutions.
They have. They definitely have. But as I say, you can wash away the blood, but if you do not seal the wound, then they will continue hemorrhaging here. OnlyFins 5 rounds to the good, and with a bye to make it 6. That's their tally for now. They've still got the ults, and yeah, you think about what Sweet and Sour invested in the previous. Short strong now for the remainder until they can get them back online.
Oh, big first shots. Don't tell me it's going to be Sheriff that actually wins Sweet and Sour rounds. That res probably will be the thing to upset it as the numbers go back in OnlyFins' favour.
There's a nice variation on the double stack. 2 players elevated that high up. One of them also will be Creamy. Top screens. Fagan with a big find, but Famzam's still alive to make matters worse. 4 versus 2 when the dust settles, so not too much to fear about here. OnlyFins. Apen doing the dance with death. Manages to make his way through before the wall goes up. But still, OnlyFins get what they deserve.
Yeah, I always find it interesting that Sweet and Sour love to force a Guardian in their ecos. They always bring it through at certain points to try and see if that can be their winning, their win case, you know, their win condition. Obviously, it's not. Ticey though, perhaps could be the one to be the win condition this time, as they're investing into that op for the first time on the defensive side.
Yeah, and it's on and off for Sweet and Sour here too. You come close in a round, you have guns, you lose them, an economy cycle which puts them in such a difficult spot. Ticey, hands tied, utility back through from the attacking forces has stopped him from contesting Belt any further without taking a deeper line.
Still beating those, there's still one player up on Boiler. That of Creamy could peek up at any moment. Ticey maybe not even want to take first engagement. In fact, they're going to leave Creamy to try and get something more, and Jesmut well aware and well punished.
Ticey wanted to take a peek on a wider angle, but with a tailwind evaporated, there's much more security that he really has. Nixon with an ult towards spawn. Everything pointing in the direction of an OnlyFins 8th, but Sweet and Sour have a lockdown of their own, which they could invest and will.
Yeah, trying to gain a little bit more space back, force OnlyFins to play from long. And Molly's as such is still available for them, one from Nixon, but all of Fagan's nanoswarms are being used up. Ticey firing down range, and the Cove down. This could be a disaster for the Finns. The stop to Spike Diffuser, Limpy coming in back, 3 players still alive from OnlyFins as they get to work on the Spike. It will be Sweet and Sour to win the round. Limpy, a potential win condition, is felled. And finally, Sweet and Sour get their second.
Yeah, this positioning was defunct by the time it got to that point in the round. The pit stayed up long enough to cloak the position as the rest of the team dropped back towards main. But a couple of key duels won by Sweet and Sour and a plant of the spike not for him means that the success cannot be found. And Just a bit of a momentum blocker here. OnlyFins immediately calling time. A very shrewd decision to be making, and one which can punish that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. I think overall, like, they just got caught off guard from the lockdown and forced back, which allowed Ticey to take opportune moments overall. So I don't think there was anything fundamentally wrong there from OnlyFins. I guess maybe coming up with a plan to deal with that lockdown maybe has her.
Yeah, and for Sweet and Sour, they looked a little bit more instinctive on the flood. Razor sharp, if you will, and the utility was good in support as well, right? The recon over from Famzam, just some of the utility, full stop.
Yeah.
Now has the Hunter's Fury from which to work, and in terms of Ticey's op, it seems to be finding value as well.
Yeah, I think as well, like, you've got to remember this is new territory between these two on this map specifically. Has the last time it was split in Sunset with the two new iterations, you know, putting that in inverted commas. So not playing each other here would just provide something different. There's no ante, only that of which they've played against other teams. Oh, Ticey's missed out there, that's massive.
Huge kill from Nixon. Tempo down low. Hafen, the sole defender of the B site, the bastion that has to put an end to things. But he does get spotted, and there's still time to recuperate this one. Tempo has rotated over, but again, not exactly the healthiest player, and very quickly made to rest. Light work, Limpet.
I mean, how many solo engagements is that from Sweet and Sour? They love a solo peak. No tradability there whatsoever, and OnlyFins have punished at every opportunity.
It's so crazy, man. Worlds apart are their attacking and defensive rounds at times. Either playing through individuals or brute forcing it as a 5. These guys have got a bit of everything, a bit for everyone, honestly, with the entertainment they've brought us so far. But Nixon catching the rotate, Creamy looking for a kill which he couldn't find. That's really the story in this one. Nixon just follows it all the way through, and on the warpath, they do get that 8th eventually.
I think, like, as well, you've got to just look at the differences between the two rosters, the personalities, everything. Like, they're so polar opposites. You've got, like, OnlyFins who are, like, really quiet and reserved, where you've got this kind of, like, rock and roll, like, loud personalities of Sweet and Sour. Even just, the way they play the rounds as well. Like, I mean, OnlyFins are always in a tradable position with one another. They just play good, fundamental Valorant at its core. And Sweet and Sour, well, yeah, let's not even talk about that.
I mean, like, one the sweetheart of the region, the other wears their heart on their sleeve. Loose-lipped as ever, Sweet and Sour, and a couple of loose cannons on that previous round do result in a loss where Aphid is just out in the open, and Nixon again poking holes like Swiss cheese in the middle of this defense.
Mate, the awareness, like, again, solo on their own, no tradability. It's the same issues coming back to haunt them, and OnlyFins are so good at punishing it.
Or Limpet tries to go top of the TV and find playback for anything more, but it's not to be the case. Late play from Creamy, only 3 players to take the site, but Snowy in transition is good for 3 kills of his own. Creamy even catching the brute force of it, the brunt on the way back in. OnlyFins 9-2-2, this attack looks so damn good.
This could be a quick map by the way that things are going. If OnlyFins win the next one, and then we get on towards the pistol round. We have seen crazier comebacks on Icebox though, Hazard. Whether we get to that case is a different story entirely.
That it is. And here, OnlyFins just doing the baseline, the bare minimum. Nothing too crazy, right? Nixon scaling B with his wall, finds a pick. Afen not expecting that angle to be an unsavory one. But again, they're happy to do this. Like, Yesmu will just send out an early drone B. You've got Nixon late through mid. There's ways you can put pressure on. The biggest thing to worry about is this A aggression.
Look at how far they've got on the back of the wall, even with a good punish, and Ticey is following it up. Finally does, Ethan, oh my god. Well, OnlyFins have been left scratching their heads after that one.
Yeah, the hardest part now is the retrieval mission of that spike. Nixon slightly aware of the possibility of tempo, yet still not quite locked in to take it. An important 3rd round. You know, Another checkbox ticked, really, because if you miss out on this, then that's your chances gone.
Switching
I
sides.
think
OnlyFins sending it straight to split.
Yeah, I think like a 9-3 is the minimum that you have to have a kind of lifeline after the pistol and anti-eco, you know. That means that if OnlyFins do win pistol and anti-eco, they'll be on 11 for your rifle to build that momentum. Rather than a 10-2 where you could be completely scratching your head to come round the other side. This is really important that Sweet and Sour do win out and put the pressure back onto the Finns.
5 players from Sweet and Sour. Outside of the B garage, they're starting to cough up fumes.
Look at 3 from
now
OnlyFins.
they will win or lose this map together. That is the most important word here. A little disjointed on the OnlyFins side though, picked apart by the controller players. Only Fagan and Nixon, but with the knowledge they're rotating, it's a deeper setup. I was thinking we'd maybe see a rotation, but no reason to.
I mean, that's just massive. Round could potentially have been won on those initial engagements. If OnlyFins win this, then I think that's the writing's on the wall for Sweet and Sour on this one. Waiting for a peek and it's just not coming.
And Nixon does have 2 mollies to stop someone making their way out. Ticey revealed, and they're just going to hunt him down. See if they can isolate this one player. Not give away any orbs where possible. You can already see Ape and Creamy working on some of the biggest ultimates that you have access to. Ticey's not going to get his anytime soon. It's going to be 3 kills for Fagan on the follow-through. But a 4th round for Sweet and Sour as we expect.
Guess that's a decent dent in the ultimate side for Fagan. Biggest point here though is Sweet and Sour started their attack off the best way that they possibly could. Start to get that momentum going, start to get themselves rolling with the punches. Remember, I mean, it's Icebox has at the end of the day, and historically we know what the attacker bias can be like.
Yeah, I mean, for Sweet and Sour as well, they have the tools to try and fake and feign any kind of map pressure that they so wish. A combination of utility is spent early to punish an A play, but nothing of the sort.
I like that Sweet and Sour are taking this slow, waiting to bide their time, see if there's anything that pushes them. They are though walking into the trap which OnlyFins have laid.
Hanging around the A site like a bad smell. OnlyFins are drawn in by its scent. All 5 players here, but none spotted by the drone. Just the Marshal of Fagan to have been seen thus far. Snowy takes one, a heal, a duck away. Oh no, Sweet and Sour going straight into the belly of the beast, and there's half a chance with Limpez Bulldog in his hands. Burst on towards Famsam. It's falling apart at the seams when only Creamy is left to be spoken of. He steps up.
How has he won it? How is the Marshal the one to push them over the edge? That should have been OnlyFins round. Sweet and Sour had no right, did not deserve, and did not have a chance in that round when they moved in. OnlyFins did so well. Unreal from Creamy. They can start counting the lucky chickens because that is one gone for Sweet and Sour.
Both of these hatchlings from the grassroots haven't quite taken flight just yet. The possibility of an upper bracket final against Apex is there for them both. The 2 teams which pushed them furthest. Neither of them will be celebrating how that round concluded. OnlyFins still thought they had a chance. For Sweet and Sour, they've lost most of their weapons, and you see it reflected with these hefty repurchases here. Nixon's got the first, Snowy by his side, but Nixon needs no help. The captain creates, as always.
Still isolation on the back of Yellow. The rest of the rotates are coming through. They'll finally pick up Snowy and the Cove down to get the spike down. So we're equal on numbers, and this is a big round for Sweet and Sour, remember, because of that reinvestment.
There is still imbalance though, Cairo. Limpez Outlaw hoping to punish some of these light shielded players, all except Creamy within range.
They saw the KJ, so do they think this is a lurk or do they think this is actually where the spike is going to go down? Look at them starting to float back towards the A side of the map.
Limpet feeds all the information back though. They can walk it that far.
30 seconds
The
left.
Sweet and Sour now on the prowl. Second tap of the spike. Still no committal to a plant. They want a gun duel before this one drops.
They've got it deeper. A spam coming through from Fagan, but they don't expect Creamy. It's 1-for-1. Limpy now pushed to try and get that rifle, get deeper, but it's Yesmu who's went massive. 1 versus 2. It's the young gun, the amateur, the novice, being pushed out. Only Finns find 10, that's double digits, and the reinvestment from Sweet and Sour has it's poor and it's proved to get no dividends.
I mean, lift your wrist and look to the watch. Tick tock, it would have been tempo time for many, but the clutch is beyond him this time. Not exactly a novice with how he's been playing in challenges so far, but certainly schooled in that situation. Now only Finns with double digits to show for in their first defensive round. Suddenly best Sweet and Sour in there by fully.
Yeah, but let's not count them out just yet, Hazard. We've seen this before where Sweet and Sour lose the round that they should win and then win the round that they should lose. So yeah, just be careful about what happens here.
Wasn't exactly sure which day of the week would be playing opposites. This time, Cairo. Playoffs is very much the same animal, but a different beast. Ticey already spotted, he's got to drop back. Not the way that he would have wanted to take that first fight.
Only Finns are aware that Sweet and Sour could try and poke and prod mid. You're already seeing that with Fagan setting up. Most of the set up towards us and even holding on to kitchen themselves.
Fagan can't even show here really anyway. Not when the Outlaw was in play. Now unchained, unshackled, he has his chance to strike. They knew he was locked in because he had to play beyond the recon on the updraft. But a 4 versus 2 and a spike plant. Sweet and Sour getting themselves in post, just struggling to see it through.
They do have a rifle to play off, in fact 2 of. So this is still tricky for Only Finns to get back in on. They have seen Ethan though, and Tempo from left field has got a pick. Now it's up to Tempo time, once again in a 2 versus 1. Oh no, he's
just playing them around the box. Tempo inviting the pressure. They're up above to the left and right. Finally, he's managed to find Vegan's foot over the edge, but can't collect the kill to go with it. And Only Finns now at an 11th round feel only moments away from a deciding map of split.
Tempo could taste that round, Hazard. You get that first, or the third pick in that round there, just as you saw Fagan drop, then that round is so winnable because of the time. Well played in the end from Only Finns to manoeuvre what was a tricky round. Now we're back in towards rifle versus rifle. Now you see the impact of getting those 3 late kills on that pistol. Fagan's on the lockdown with the more ultimates to boot. Only Finns should have the advantage in this last rifle versus rifle.
Should be all tied up. Only Finns in a waiting room for the map which could make a winner. Limper has pushed towards the jail. Tempo is here as well, and with the recon broken, he smells blood in the water. Tempo will not expect this. A side angle shown, and Limper gone in the dead of night. Smash and grab stuff, but they'll take it every day of the week.
It's like watching the CCTV of a shop robbery. You just see Limpy take the kill and then only being caught on the drone as they run away. Sure, it's good information, but at the end of the day, it's not what you want.
Fagan even catching Creamy with some Vandal spam towards middle. Nixon on the prowl in a prime position to be finding that already damaged player. Snowy does it instead, and they're running back into his crosshairs. Nixon should be getting at least 1 here. I don't actually know. I think we're stuck on a freeze frame. I don't know about you, Cairo, but the bodies are hitting the ground. Only Finns are getting closer one way or another,
left.
and there he is, Afen, and bang, he's gone. So not really sure what happened there, but look, 12-5.
I tell you what happened, Hazard. Sweet and Sour lost the round. That's the most important part. I mean, at the end of the day, they're forced into buying Guardians, Spectres, the like.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, and Fagan's Outlaw will be absolutely huge against 4 Light Shields. In the ultimate game, I would still favour Sweet and Sour though.
I mean, Fagan, from 3 kills through most of the first half on Sunset to a 3 KD on Icebox. Brings through the Outlaw, 4 light-shielded players. Ticey up behind the Cascade, a spam from Yesmu falling back. Sweet and Sour, their last stand that they may end up taking is a quick one.
Oh, okay, that's a big kill on Olympi, trying to dance with the devil, although Snowy, given that wall down, will allow OnlyFins to traverse the back of sight and perhaps take engagements that will favour them.
Snowy revealed, but far from gone. Anything but a pit and a res in the backside for them to use. Sweet and Sour cannot afford to give up this space. It's costly.
They've just taken the correct timings. Ticey does have a rifle. Tempo still in the mix. 2v2. Spike still not down. Think about that flank as well though, and look at the position in Nexu.
I mean, even the Harbour Cove on site there allowed Snowy to survive a little longer in bottom site. The Rafter Peak to come through. All of this buying attention. Nixon in the backline, the backstab, the captain to lead them, but no, he's gone. And Yesmu, his fellow compatriot, a player who has done it at Challengers before in DAC, now forced to take that trip across the channel to challenge for them here and bring out a deciding map, but he's thrown the towel in. It's not going to be happening. Sweet and Sour savour a 6th.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There's I think Snowy, for instance, is on like 400 credits. You save that up, you can buy up for them and just kind of stabilise the economy that bit longer, which is quite hard on the Icebox defence. As for Sweet and Sour though, Hazza, as we move in towards the next round, and if they can start to string a few rounds together, they're guaranteed to have a rifle round all the way to overtime if we get there. And that's a big if, considering, look at this, Limpy investing in towards the op for the first time for OnlyFins.
It comes late in the game, but they do have the money to facilitate it. Sure, there's a slight gap. Snowy push to a pistol, or no, he gets a drop from a teammate, so all sorted, all good in the OnlyFins hood. They're light towards middle. Fagan has his utility to cover their backs, and 2 players per site with an early Sage wall put outside a garage.
Just a pause, a wait, seeing what's happening. Although only one player found it is Tempo, so again that question arises, is it a luck or is this actually the main push?
OnlyFins certainly seem to think so, and as the drone rears its ugly head, information back to them. Limpet from the edge finds the gap that he needs to fire a single shot. Famsam out of the picture. Sweet and Sour put into a tough spot. They still look to be committing to this, but round the outside, OnlyFins have their number.
So why are they still committing to this site? There's a pit, there's everything here that OnlyFins need. You've seen at least the majority of 3, and yet Sweet still want to commit. It's all up to Ethan now, in a 1 versus 2 to keep themselves alive. It will be the Finzo that pushes to map 3.
We're going to a deciding map, Split. We hadn't seen it played by Sweet and Sour until that final play date of the regular season, and yet again it will be shown in a deciding map between the two. OnlyFins able to settle their heads pretty quickly after the city at the end of the sun. It will not be the end of the road for them. They have one more map to show us, and it may be the map that puts them in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a pivotal map. So many times these two have played each other on it. I mean, I'm so used to thinking back towards speaking when Povey would do something silly. I mean, threatening all sorts if his team didn't win. But yeah, the fact that this is the map that these two play to decide if one goes to the lower bracket or one stays in the upper bracket final is absolutely madness.
A series for the ages, as it always is. Sweet and Sour chasing their first best-of-3 series victory against an OnlyFins who overpower them on Icebox. We head to another of their favourites, Split, up next after the break.
Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
Welcome back to Polaris. What did I tell you? It's never over. It's never over as far as OnlyFins are concerned. And we are heading to map 3. We're heading to Split, which was the first map last time these two played up against each other, and it did go OnlyFins' way. So things for Sweet and Sour starting to slip through their fingers like the sands of time.
I feel like the things that are weighing on OnlyFins' shoulders right now are probably the exact same as what they were in the last series. Obviously, they had to win 2-0, right? Against Sweet and Sour, and they did it. They're in playoffs for that reason. And now it's come down to the final map to qualify into the next, or to the upper bracket, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like the same amount of pressure is being forced onto them. But that performance was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that was really just controlled all the way throughout. The thing is, you know, you look at a map, sometimes it flips and flops. That one was always in OnlyFins' hands, and I think that's a good way of doing things, especially as a team that does generally see quite kind of heavy, you know, imbalances in terms of how well they're doing a lot of the time. Consistency is really key in Tier 2 Valorant, I feel like, and that's something that a lot of teams are striving towards. Apex, obviously, the pinnacle of that at this level right now, and then you've got every other team that is just trying to kind of keep control of their play style all the way throughout. That looked really good from OnlyFins. That was the kind of performance that can take down big teams, and with a 13-6 scoreline against Sweet and Sour, you can definitely see why. Fagan taking a 23-8, almost a 4 KD on that map.
Yeah, that's
3. I can't
3.
do maths. I'm dumb.
In my head, I was thinking, wait,
yeah,
yeah.
At least I corrected myself. I don't know.
Exactly, and that's the main thing. That's the main thing.
I own up to my mistakes.
I know that's good. But no, that's the key word you say, right? Consistency. And throughout that, OnlyFins were consistent. Consistent in them peaking together, consistent in going to site as teams, and you can't fault much for what OnlyFins did, because they took control of that map and they did not let go, right? They had the reins. Might have been a couple of times where, you know, they might have let go of one rein, but very quickly grabbed it back, got the control again. And look, if they can keep that up going into Split, considering they have just beaten Sweet and Sour on Split before, and it wasn't even their map pick, I think OnlyFins are in for a good chance here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, they looked slightly underprepared at the start of Split last time. It was 13-10. Hopefully, this time around, both teams are coming into it a little more prepared, because it was a little bit scrappy, let's be honest here. OnlyFins versus Sweet and Sour, it definitely did start out a little bit all over the place. Before we head over to that, let's take a look at one of the rounds from this game. We'll take a look at, well, actually, we just want to take a look at the final round once again. Round 19, dipped in Mama Lisa's chili oil. I'm sorry, I couldn't get it out of my head. Hazza came into the voice chat and screamed it in my ear, and now I have to say, either way, this was just really well controlled from them. It was a good setup. They made sure that Sweet and Sour were not going to get anything at the start of this round for me.
Yeah, for sure. And quite literally, OnlyFins were playing in the gaps. Look at this. The first gap that the Viper's Pit actually formed, and Limpe found Famzam, right? That's automatically the information gatherer gone. And if there's one person you want to try and take on a Viper's Pit, it's the Sova. It's the Sova, because you can just wait it out, wait for the dart to come back online, and bang, you can reveal a corner, you can walk in. But unfortunately, he did fall. Creamy got a nice kill onto Limpe, not that he actually saw him. And at this point in time, again, it's the exact same as what I said on Sunset. They just take their time, they two-man swing, secure the round. There's no way Athan can win that one, right? And that's such a nice round just to seal the deal, end the game.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, setting yourself up for success is the way you want to go about things in this one. You don't want to leave it down to what happened in Sunset there, where OnlyFins were struggling to get control of rounds and then had to pull out amazing plays to even get anything out of it. So that looks much better. I'm hoping we can take some of that momentum forward here into Split for them. Obviously, Sweet and Sour are going to be warmed up as well, but the momentum does favor OnlyFins, and currently the kind of head-to-head on this map also favors them here. Ascent is not, as far as I'm... Sweet and Sour did ban that map, so
they
don't
did.
trust the graphic.
Yeah, don't trust the graphic, guys. So we'll continue to talk about Split, which
Yes.
is our final map. And we keep on mentioning it, and it feels like it's such a repetitive thing we're saying, but it did only happen last week, guys. So it is fresh in our minds. It's fresh in your guys' minds as well. And to start off Split, right? Okay, so let's set the scene, right? It was 13-10 to OnlyFins, and it was Sweet and Sour's map pick. But to start Split off, OnlyFins actually won 9 rounds on the first half as the attackers. Okay?
Yeah.
And we think about Split being maybe quite CT-sided. I kind of don't think that anymore. I'm just kind of throwing it because that's what most people think. Hands up, because obviously if you watched Navi's game when they were 2-10 down, you know they came back and was like, you know,
fresh in your mind, everything.
Fresh in my mind. But look, that's something very confident for OnlyFins, okay? Because if you can get 9 rounds on attack, usually you're going to be going into the defense half quite confident, because attack sometimes can be quite tedious, especially with some of these comps that we see teams run, especially the double controller. And here we go. Graphic has been complete.
Thank you very much, production. Very, very good. So yeah, and they're going to be starting on attack once again. Sweet and Sour have they did get the pick off sides as it's the as they're the first seed coming into this one. Or sorry, they have the first ban going into this, so they do get the first pick when it goes to the float map. And yeah, for OnlyFins, that does mean that they're starting on their stronger side. It also means that Sweet and Sour do rate themselves more than they did last time they played this map at the very least. Although the fact that they didn't pick it is quite telling.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. But also, one point, and I want to keep on mentioning this. I said at the start, if Nixon performs, they're going to play well in this series. The whole team, and they're probably going to win the series. Now, let's just focus on that last time they played on Split. They won 13-10, but Nixon went 7-18, the IGL. The ideas were there.
Yeah.
The aim maybe wasn't, but today he is performing very, very well. So as long as everyone else is doing the exact same, I think Sweet and Sour need to be very, very worried going into this. Very worried.
I mean, here's the thing. Sweet and Sour are not a team to be reckoned with too much on Icebox, despite the fact that they haven't recently had great performances on it and they haven't really wanted to play it that much. They're a good team on every map. That's the thing. They were at the top of second in the league for most of the regular season. You know, when we come down to the playoffs, we're kind of not looking at that anymore. We're kind of going, all of these teams qualified to the playoffs, therefore they're all on that same kind of level. But Sweet and Sour are the team that were pegged to be kind of the second seed going into this one, the team that were looking to win most of these games, especially against anybody but Apex. So the fact that they are running into this one and going, I don't want to pick this, we're floating it to the very end and hoping maybe that they ban it out, but either way, OnlyFins have a really nice opportunity now to really take control of that momentum and close out this series. But here's the thing, it could go either way. Both of these teams are really good, and Split was close last time around, so depending on the amount of development that has been created in the past week, which generally isn't much, things could go really differently.
I'm actually expecting a comp change from Sweet and Sour. Now,
I like that.
Split is one of those maps where a lot of the time you're going to have your Cypher lurk towards A, right? Just create that pressure while the rest of the team on attack, while the rest of the team are working mid, working B main. And the fact that you leave a Cypher there just keeps one of the defenders on A side, maybe even 2, okay?
Yeah.
But you're running a solo initiator. Both teams ran a solo initiator, okay? So we had Jesmil on the KO, and we had Creamy Dreamy on the Sky. But I am expecting 2 initiators coming out now from Sweet and Sour, because I feel like that could have been one of their downfalls, was lack of information on Split. If you're not being able to gather that information early, you're going to struggle trying to win that map.
Yeah, for certain. And OnlyFins, in fact, were playing, for that reason, obviously, the KO. They were also playing a Killjoy instead of a Cypher, which is definitely a slightly out there pick for Split. It's not I don't think it's a bad pick whatsoever. You can have some good setups as a Killjoy, especially on the A site, and take control of more of the map than a Cypher could, but at the cost of some of your rotatability. So you've really got to trust your teammates on that one, and that is the way OnlyFins played it. I doubt that they will have made any adjustments on this map, which does leave them open, I think, to something. Yeah, Sweet and Sour will have to, if they change their comp, play it very well. In Polaris, historically, if you've played a map 1 week and then you change it the next week with no kind of buffer in between, you do lose, generally. That's just kind of the trend that we've seen. We've seen a lot of teams try and change their comps on the fly, and it hasn't worked out for them. But it can. If you're well prepared, or you maybe have played 2 different kind of comps in scrims, then yeah, it can definitely work for you. And there are definitely stronger comps than what OnlyFins run. So if they play a different comp well, I could see them getting a leg up on OnlyFins here. And the margin was so small last time that you never really know what will happen. Just an update quickly on the game coming up. Small errors with the clients. Players are having a difficulty getting into the lobby, so we will be there very shortly, but we're just going to fill the time. We're going to waffle a little bit more. You're going to have to look at our faces just for that little bit longer. I know, obviously, just you know, cover up the left side of the screen, and Marcus will, you know, his face is beautiful, obviously, so you'll be fine.
But look,
you're in good hands.
Whoa,
there you go, perfect. There we go.
Screenshot, quickly. But no, going cringe. Going to, I want to go back to your point, right, and saying that
yes,
you make a good point. When I mentioned about the comp change, I do think maybe 7 days, not even, isn't enough time to solidify a different comp. But look, it might not be the reason they lost, because they're gonna know the reason they lost deep down, right? There could have been some communication breakdowns. There could have been just anything, right? It may have not been the comp. But what you also have to think of is, it might not be only 7 days of trying a new composition, because they may already have a composition as a backup, right? They may already have a composition where, honestly, and I'm not biased, because Na'Vi, you know, play with, play against, but the breach, I do think a breach on split is a game changer, because breach can decide the tempo. No pun intended there.
Decide the tempo, of course.
Yeah, no
Usually the Killjoy decides the tempo. I can't lie.
Yeah? Okay. But no.
Well, I meant in terms of the agent they play. We're so deep in layers of irony here that we have no idea what we're talking about anymore. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Tempo is such a big player for Sweet and Sour. I'll piggyback off of that one and try and bring this one, claw it back. I'm climbing up the mountain back to normalcy. Tempo had quite a disappointing kind of, for such a dynamic Sentinel player, had definitely a disappointing split, and partly probably due to playing Cypher, which is not as comfortable for Tempo as Killjoy generally is, and I think has less utility for clutch potential.
Let me slide in there though, because
okay.
Yes, he only went 10 and 20, but he was getting the first picks. He was 5 and 1 in first picks, so that kind of tells you that potentially Sweet and Sour weren't taking advantage of being in an advantageous. That's a good word.
Advantageous.
Yeah, they weren't taking advantage of that, right? So potentially when you're up 5 versus 4, maybe that's where you just need to relax, take 10 seconds, group up, hit somewhere together, because the worst thing is going to happen is going to be 5 versus 2, maybe 5 versus 3, but you're still going to outnumber them on site. So potentially we could be seeing. I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say when you get a pick, they change in tempo, but
timing,
but
control,
you know
anything.
Exactly what I mean, right? You get that pick, and instead of it being very right, I've got a pick. Let's go. Chill. Depending how much time you have left, right? If you're already playing a slow round and you go into that round and very slow, maybe a minute goes, you get the first pick. You can't really play too slow after that. You can't really do it.
Oh my god!
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Am I wrong? See, everything I just said is like
100%.
Like we may as well.
Yep.
End broadcast.
Yep.
I'll just go.
No, nothing has changed.
Literally nothing.
Nothing has changed at all. Okay, cool. Well, 10-13, that's it. OnlyFins have won the series. They're moving through the game is not over yet. And Sweet and Sour beat OnlyFins on Sunset. So it's possible now that we get the same result here on the other map that was played. Let's find out. You've had enough of us. We've talked for long enough. I'm so don't kill us with hammers. We will head over to Hazza and Cairo now. Take it away, guys.
Casters, start game, just get on with it. And man, I can't wait to dive into this one. A rivalry is now blooming on the top step of domestic play. Our grand finalists from the Beacon Open last year have one more map to battle it out.
I'm only joking, I was going to try and wind up Fraser there that I muted again, but I'm not. I'm ready for this one, Haz. I'm good to get in towards it. Only Finns starting on the attack where they were good before. Remember, this went Only Finns way last time. Sweet and Sour has it. They need to make amends. This has been a stalwart, something they have played consistently through Tier 3, now into Tier 2, where it's been less of. They need to come up trumps here, because if not, it's the lower bracket that awaits them, and no one wants to be in a do or die situation.
Roster reshuffles, changes, all the like, the result remains the same. The only 2 times that this game between the 2 teams has ever gone to a decider was in a grand final scenario. The stakes couldn't be any bigger than where we find ourselves now, and towards the back end of the veto is always where Only Finns were gonna thrive, and they get off by dealing the first blow. Damage on towards Ethan. He falls back into a deeper position.
And apparently Ethan's turned into Neo there as he dodges all the bullets being sent his way. And Sweet and Sour have now been left to re-clear out towards ramp as Only Finns leave without a trace. No players out towards there, and they're going to use the Trailblazer to do it. So they've burned through a key piece of utility.
Oh. But Only Finns want to go back in. It was the pistol round where they started on the attack the last time these 2 teams played each other, and now with a little bit more information on how they want to set up, they go for a similar execute, but with bated breath. Aphid in the corner, 1 headshot, 2 through the body, single kill picked up, and a free plant for Only Finns, as it was the last time they faced.
Yeah, oh look at Jasmine. Oh no! Gives away a freebie towards the defence, coming back in, and look at this. A heal, a regrowth, all the way back up to full HP, and a 4v3. Only Finns need to be wary of what's going on.
The plant is open. The post plant would suggest that there are players towards main or heaven. So instead, Sweet and Sour choose to attack through the screens. Nixon can hold them at bay for a moment longer before this one goes off like a powder keg.
Yeah, well, look, the powder keg's ready to blow, and it's Only Finns that are blowing Sweet and Sour away. It's Famsam who's held on towards heaven, making sure there wasn't a late re-clear. But the only thing is, though, Hazza, there's nothing to be re-cleared. Sweet and Sour have been wiped out the server.
And you're already seeing a bit of a metagame developing from the map that we saw a week ago to the one that we have now. Only Finns starting off with another A pissed around, but baiting out the rotate first. All these missed shots, Ticey with a takedown, but even that squandered opportunity wasn't enough to stop the result coming in.
I mean, Hazza, the fact that even from an advantage, Sweet and Sour let it slip, and especially on the defence, you've let the attack into this. So many times we've talked about a split being so defender-sided. Maybe as time has gone on, it's not been so much the case. More 50-50 now. But something still to be wary of.
And something I want to see from Sweet and Sour as well is what these setups look like, because again, you're already seeing Poison Orb towards middle. That is Famzam's territory. All of his utility typically focused towards this midsection and the Viper Wall that cuts across A. Tempo towards one extremity, and Ticey usually following it up. Only Finns did a brilliant job in the first 6 rounds before the timeout was called last time, making these gaps happen for themselves. Exploiting the areas where Sweet and Sour didn't have the quality, and with the camera broken, should be moving on to a B plant.
I think it's going to be easy enough, especially with Ticey realistically the only one closer. Only Finns, they've got the late luck coming through from Nixon. Spike's still not down though.
Yeah, it finally will do so. It's a safe plant as well, so players on site have to hold firm for Nixon to involve himself. The Ghost finally making stuff happen. There's paranormal activity on the back lines, and Nixon has gone down with just his one. Allows Limper to move further up and find damage for himself. The Stinger doing God's work, and the remaining players on the Sweet and Sour side probably just want to try and die to the Spike here or maybe take something with them. Won't happen for either, so a double up again.
Yeah, and I mean the anti-eco easily enough converted. The only thing lost was a couple of pistols, which you could see be reinvested into rifles if that's what OnlyFins choose to do. But more so, it was just the ease of which Sweet and Sour were giving up sights there. OnlyFins able to get in, get the spike down, no contest at all. Maybe you could argue that's because of the lesser weaponry, but we want to see that changed as the map develops, because if that's the case, OnlyFins, their post plans, even on Icebox, were so good.
Yeah, and again, as well, they're running the same comp here, OnlyFins, but they're just showing the depth of agent pool that every player has. Snowy on the KO, a role which usually it was Yesmu on, or Nixun, or, you know, the pick of the bunch, honestly. Limper, the duelist, was a staple factor though. It's a jet instead of a raise this time, and flying in towards middle. It's the one area of the map that feels like a certainty for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, really happy to hold on to it and fight with tooth and nail. You look towards it, that's 3 players committed to this side of the map.
It's an area which OnlyFins did consistently pressure the last time that these two played, but they never really made their move off the back of it. And like you say, Nixon spotted A, has already given a bit of an idea to this defense as to where the attack should be headed.
That's easy for Ticey to pick up, and the other two will have to try and get something back in sort of in terms of trades. You've still got a player lurking around in mid though, and Fagan is that one. With a rifle, in terms of engagements, there's nothing really close by. Maybe you could argue the Viper, but you're seeing right now, Famzam's happy to just forfeit everything from that point and would rather play on site. You've got Ethan taking contact on B main.
Honestly, if you blurred out the names and didn't tell me who was who, I think it was Sweet and Sour on the attack, because that initial committal not working out has quickly pivoted into a full spawn rotation.
10 seconds left.
Nixon beats the first line of defense, or Jesmu, I should say, now on the Omen.
Time.
2 kills picked up, Spike plant, and look, Fagan is towards Rafters as well. But as you've already highlighted, the Spike plant won't even come in for extra cash. They fully give it up and keep those 2 rifles for the next round.
Yeah, I don't even know why they didn't just attempt it, even though the round was lost, so that OnlyFins could get that extra injection of cash. Every little helps at the end of the day, as we've already spoke about. But at the key point being, OnlyFins, just as you said, just giving things up easily. Once, leaving things a little bit too late. Sweet and Sour played it pretty well and really reserved compared to how they were playing the last map.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, the most worrying part for those who saw the game last week as well is I'm ever drawing comparisons here because, you know, it is most pertinent that they've already played in Polaris. It was such a strong attacking half from OnlyFins, a 9-3. When you move to the defense is where the struggles come in, so every round here matters just as much as the next.
They found my wife.
Still, the pressure being put on enough for smoke and mirrors to be the case for Sweet and Sour to panic. And they've given up the site once again. Would rather play a retake scenario. Fagan being lost out will allow that flank to be open. And they've destroyed the trip that was holding on towards Heaven as well. Spike finally going down in a safer spot, but OnlyFins are in position to take a more front foot, decide against it, and look to hold on towards the extremities of the site.
They have 2 players doubled up towards screens, and the same for ramp. Opposite ends, and Sweet and Sour flooding fully through the top side of the site. Flash right in Nixon's face, but pressed against the players in front. He will get a double kill. Tempo, he has no idea about what's going on. The wall pulled in front of their eyes, but the spike plant is most important. Ticey with a tap, nothing more. And can't take the kill either. So Limper closes out. 3 for him and 3 for OnlyFins.
That should have been a 1 round for Sweet and Sour. They had the advantage. They had everything that they needed to do, but they just get caught out by Nixon in a weird spot. I mean, sure there's trades and we get into a 3v3, but at the same time you look towards the other side of the map and Tempo takes a complete solo fight here, and that's just the tail of the tape at the end of the day, is what ends up costing Sweet and Sour. I mean, imagine setting yourself up into the perfect position and letting it slip once again.
You can't afford to be ruining those mistakes and kicking yourself because, as I said, the rounds will continue to play out. OnlyFins up against a really mixed investment here. Ticey already letting them know about the Sheriff. You can already see this split idea which they had of the map has regrouped. Everyone on Sweet and Sour has got over $1,000 cash in pocket, so there was definitely an argument to be made of a force buy here.
Yeah. I think as well it's easier to force on the defence, especially with the angles that you can hold. The Judge, for instance, the Sting or the value which you can find. They are heading into the Cypher setup here.
It does depend just a little bit, right? But it's up in those close and personal angles where something like a Judge can make all the difference. But Afen on the opposite extremity for now. Famzam takes down a revealed Nixon. Tempo's utility having a lot of value. A 4 versus 4 held at a stalemate. Flank coming in late. Spike going down most importantly.
There's no regrowth available either to get Ticey back up, so the players are going to have to just fight as is, and as they do so, they are falling to the way side. Afen noted on the flank, there's a respawn, and remember, you're still waiting on Tempo, who's going to be extremely late.
Judge wanting to collect a kill, Fagan faces in front, wins out, Tempo tapping away! A 1 versus 2 would be the biggest clutch that he's pulled off so far, but I tell you what, the guy cuts it fine every single time.
Yeah,
Not quite enough on this occasion though, and there we go. 4th round on the board. The guns come up for Sweet and Sour again.
Such a gifted player as well, Hazza, that Sweet and Sour have. The fact that Tempo just misses out once again shows you the quality that's in pocket.
Yeah.
And I mean, what more can you say about the sight hold? It just comes down to the gunfights.
Yeah, the fact that it does come down to him to win the round has to be the most worrying part though. Creamy, yet to find liftoff so far in the map. You hate to dog on one player specifically, but this is a guy who has been putting up numbers since his debut. And maybe not shown as much in recent weeks. A reason for their fall off as a roster.
I think that, as well as many other reasons, has it.
Sure.
And Afen being able to get that pick off the back of a Trailblazer. The respawn from OnlyFins though, straight in towards B, sending it Cypher setup down, and Spike nowhere near committed.
It's a very, very segregated split push that they go for. The 2 tower players come out immediately. Spike actually picked up in main by Limpet. Yesmu won from the ult, would have needed a kill to retrieve it himself. Sweet and Sour off-site though. You look at the ults that they've got. Trying to find their way back through. Creamy's utility's been brilliant so far. That flash will confirm there's players up close, and he still has 1 left.
Here we go. The showstopper to get themselves back in. There's many which could be picked up. There's the first Limpy already been found, but it's the guns that do the work, not the ultimate. Maybe force them out from the corners, and OnlyFins are out themselves. Afen can't get the fight that they were looking for, and OnlyFins on the attack, Hazza. They feel unstoppable, even when they're in a losing position.
It's exactly the same as it was a week ago, and many that support the Sweet would have feared this as their worst nightmare coming true once again. At the 6th round is where time was called before, and funnily enough, they need another 60 seconds to readjust their aims heading into the remainder of this half. But hey, it's OnlyFins actually instead that want to call a break.
Apparently so. I mean, maybe someone needs a toilet, I don't know. I don't really see much, but for... I guess like the biggest thing would be like their early engagements. They seem to be giving things up easily for Sweet and Sour, and then they're scrapping their way back in. Like, how many rounds can you have said so far, Hazza? Sweet and Sour, they get the early advantages and then let it go. That's the biggest criticism that I have for the defence so far. And it's that killer instinct, that little bit at the end that they keep getting caught out on, and why OnlyFins are so far ahead. They can, I guess I've used this phrase before, but count your lucky chickens. And if I'm OnlyFins, if Sweet and Sour are able to correct those mistakes, I would be starting to count them pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure. In taking stock of how things are, Nixon in the post-match interview only a week ago said that, look, if he's feeling the pressure between maps, he'll take a trip to the shop and, you know, go ahead and clear his head. They are close to cashing in on this one now. Still plenty of rounds to be played, but it's just the tone in which they've started this map and how things have changed from the opener when Sweet and Sour looked to have undone everything against them.
Oh, Ethan.
Dropped.
What?
Spike
What's
down
Creamy
A.
doing?
Creamy
Jeez.
combines, chains all the kills, 3 players in 1 collateral, and a 4th to effectively finish the job. Can he find 5? Yes, he can! You thought he was gone, but from behind the glass curtain, he smashes out and saves Sweet and Sour.
Hazza, get him to put the lottery on. Tell me his numbers. What the hell was that? That man, that's incredible. That should not have happened.
A player who had 0 kills coming into the round finds 5 to level out his KD and puts himself at the top of the charts for Sweet and Sour.
Hazza, that could be their undoing. That could...
What?
That's crazy. That could... This timeout could honestly be OnlyFins undoing. They've allowed Sweet and Sour to collect themselves, and this is a nice response off the back of that lockdown. They've cleared A main. They know that this is a committal towards the side, and Tempo's even got 1 more to get out.
And gone away with his life too. We don't have a moment more to dwell on what we have just seen. It's non-stop action. And towards the B site is where things are going to start this time. Yesmu makes the cross. Tempo takes note. A flash around the side, but not caught by the blind. Still a chance that he can make something happen, but chooses instead to disengage. Limpe aggressive through mid, floats over the trip, and Creamy's there again!
Oh, fair enough, mate. That's a fair effort, but maybe a little bit too cheeky. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, though, they've gambled off the back of this is going to be an A play. Seen the jet in mid. They are stopped by the trip, though.
Moments like that. A freak incident,
30
but
seconds left.
immediately into the next round. Keeping the velocity up. Look where Sweet and Sour have fallen to. Dropped back so far in position. They're happy to play retake anywhere that they choose. Creamy still has the dog. Ticey can fly in on a double blast pack. Other than that, though, there isn't too much to go off. And OnlyFins have left this very late. It is going to just be a saver of weaponry from them and you know, saving face after how the last round ended and this one started.
Yeah, after the timeout has been almost Sweet and Sour. They've allowed the defence to collect themselves. I mean, we weren't calling for a timeout. We even thought that was going to be the case. And yeah, like it was the fact that it was OnlyFins. Like Sweet and Sour can still time out if OnlyFins reach 6 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think you can read into it too deep, though. It's a quarter of the map played if we go the full 24. OnlyFins with their own reasons, but they have to make it count. We come into a gun round. They've got the ults to play with. Everything on their side of the court. Every single factor playing into their hands. Ticey spotted on the op, though, and that early involvement is an important one.
Stall out in mid, the Viper are doing just that. But remember, those toxins are starting to run low, which will be the go button for OnlyFins.
They had a trapwire here as well before, right? Like, how many times were we seeing them do that? How many times was Ticey on an op blended with the Cypher setup instead of just a rifle? There are differences in what Sweet and Sour are doing here.
Are they looking towards Limpy though? Look at how much damage that they've taken just from the setup that's been used. This Trailblazer's not going to find the value that you were looking for. This is bad information for Sweet and Sour.
A red herring. Creamy's called a rotation. And with only 1 flash left, has to make it count. Ticey's op does exactly that. Cracks the whip, finds the first kill. Limpe down and out from the low HP. Can you trade off the back of the human probe? Afen only 1 in the corner. Yesmu with a double up. But Fansam has found 2 kills. And Snowy already from Death's Door. At range from the judge. A quick blast and bang, it's gone.
Hello?
4 kills, 4 rounds, sorry, racked up now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The judge from that distance, obviously Ethan has just done enough to pepper them up, but that's incredible. Now we're in the midst, the guts of where these ultimates are starting to come online. Look at Nixon's Viper's Pit, for instance, has it. That's going to be a big one when it comes through. Limpy, I imagine, will bring the Blade Storm as well as this Stinger. It seems as if OnlyFins are going to try a little half-buy and see if they can upset the status quo, which has been for the past 3 rounds.
Sweet and Sour have got a setup that works for them now, and OnlyFins just keep on playing into middle. Ties the opposite extremity. Nixon happy to give him the time of day. It's on this re-clear where things will get difficult though. Missed shot does allow for the potential.
Look at this. OnlyFins starting to culminate their forces outside A main. You're seeing Afen though hold on towards that paranoia outside B, so you can see that right now Sweet and Sour don't have a full grasp of the picture right on the map.
It's the Blades that would be the biggest benefactor for OnlyFins. Limper doesn't have to worry about the mid-trip anymore. There is still Viper utility to take into account. You look at the position of Yesmu. He's going to have that paranoia to send straight into the tower so he can play off the back of a dash, and that he will, but it's straight at his feet where the snakebite lands. And this push is halted for a moment longer. Afen spraying off the back of his own blind side.
Oh, this is nice trigger discipline, although it will cost Famzam their life. Here we go, the ultimate invested in Neuro Theft. Has it been good enough? The pins come through, and here comes the operator with 15 seconds left. The spike needs to go down, and you're up against 2 players, 2 of the best, Creamy and Ticey.
Fagan's found a way to get back towards the default box. Ticey flying in with the short, he shuts it down. A moment there where maybe Fagan given half a chance, but not going to work out for him this time. And already we find ourselves at level footing once more.
Yeah, Tempo just cost it. Cost the life there of his teammate. It might be a little bit, ended up being a little bit dodgy. I think the key point in the end, though, is the fact that the round was won. That gap of 5-1 being closed, and the OnlyFins, they're over the hot coals now. They're really starting to cook.
Yeah. Out of the frying pan and into the flames. After Creamy finds 5 kills, Sweet and Sour combine 4 to find a 5th for themselves. Again, the same mid setup, but it's spring-loaded. An opt to take first contact, and Famzam will wait close by for his chance.
Oh, I mean, it's just given to him on a plate. Given to him on a plate. We're talking about cooking, we're talking about being over the fire hazard. OnlyFins are starting to burn. They're starting to feel the pressure, and this last deciding map.
But that could make all the difference. Nixon, big kill, op gone. And one of the staple pieces of how this defense has functioned, now missing. Afen looking to fill the vacancy. Creamy is in vents. If Nixon clears this, it should be a kill for him, but he looks the opposite way, and Afen makes his mark once more.
Yeah, now with the wall back up, you've got to try and go through, guessing if there's a player left, if there's a player right. You've not got much time though, Hazza. Look at this. We're on the 35-second mark. A bit of chaos could favour OnlyFins at this moment in time though.
30 seconds
Held
left.
back. Yeah, by their own mental fortitude, concerned of how much free space that we exactly have to be working with. Snowy's disappeared on the map. Guy is just gone, but straight back there, and yeah, Fagan left alone by himself as well. Another clutch situation. Snowy has the most of those in Polaris at 13. He needs a 14th hit. If they can be counting on a 6th round of the half.
Yeah, it would have to be something sensational, and unfortunately for him, he's not Henrik Larsson, so he won't get it. The thing about that round though, Hazza, you see there, Fagan just tried to take a couple of extra steps, tried to get himself a little bit extra to try and get picks back, but it's just not going to work out. Sweet and Sour finding 6, and again, it's been all them since the timeout. It can't be stated enough. They've got 2 timeouts for the rest of this series, or the rest of this map, and they've been gifted this run of form from OnlyFins timeout. That's the only thing that you can say.
The crazy thing too is they just keep playing into the mid setup. They just don't know how to deal with it. And having Limpet on this Jet now as well, you don't have the Raze utility to be breaking it up. Quick technical pause as the OnlyFins coach is absent when you need him most. I mean, I would be feeling that the last couple of rounds was probably the perfect opportunity to call some kind of a timeout. But as you say, they opted for it early, and Sweet and Sour still have both of theirs.
That's the biggest point. Well, we get this little break. There's nothing that can really be discussed as well. The players are meant to stay in the same position, so from this point of view, Hazza, I mean, OnlyFins have just got to wallow in self-pity at that point. You're not really going to be able to do much, I imagine, with everybody starting to move and the utility going down. Means we are back and ready to go for the last round of the half. Remember, this is the last chance OnlyFins will get a round on the attack. And they have some ultimates to try and do that.
And they've used these to great effect before against the same opponent. I'm thinking playing fakes, using the null commands, a Viper's Pit close plant towards A side and elbow, all things that they've demonstrated. And an opportunity to do it here. Famzam has his utility stripped away. That looks to be the key of access, the entry point to middle. A core restabilized, Snowy back up, but Creamy still here and tails and fades away with one.
Look at this, the Viper's Pit to give some extra space, deny having follow defence, but it's all about the site. There's players still there, there's a showstopper invested, Tyson trying to find something but can't do, and the one way actually working against the defence which they set up. Pagan, so many gunfights being taken, and Ethan just decides to TP out and not deal with it any longer.
Full sticks it. They do have the ultimate still in tower as well, so it's a retake which got to be taken out on the ground. Fortunately for Sweet and Sour, this is where they are. Fagan getting a little bit flustered, but he's readjusted the aim now. A smoke from Afen in front of the turret, a flank which they may not expect. But Fagan is checking for it, clearing it, turns away. Afen creeping ever closer. Nixon out of the pit. The captain's return. And just like that, the alarm bot will be enough to spot out the final player. So 6-6, no less than either of these teams deserve. We're going right down to the wire for the final half of play.
Yeah, we're back to round one again, almost Hazza between these two. There's nothing to differentiate between the two on the second half. It's whoever's the best on this side is going to be the winner. Right, as we look at it though, and you look at the setup, Sweet and Sour, something that they love to do is brute force it. Try to play as 5 and force the choke. And that's what it looked to be the case, but this time though, they've actually started to split up and look for clues.
A little bit more towards middle. And again, like I said, it was not an aspect, a facet of their game plan which we had seen at any point in time before. Up against OnlyFins. Maybe Tempo was playing through their late, but he has support this time. They're going to take the ramp control early, but again, it's not an area which OnlyFins are looking to contest. Snowy by himself, forced out of position, and they'll get in through vents.
Yeah, look, already the players in elbow are starting to feel the pressure, but they've disconnected, and that's the worst thing that they could possibly do. They'll be isolated. Gun Jules, Nixon feeling the pressure on towards the back. Will get completely taken out, but Fagan just manages to escape himself in towards side, trying to get something from more, but I don't think that was to be advised.
OnlyFins played a lot of retakes last time, and they will do it again here. Fagan's classic, collecting as always, but still a lot to be asked. It's Famzam up close, players towards backside, Afen spotted on the cross, a smoke where Limpet drops straight down. In front of it's Afen, the burst won't go his way, finally they land, but Creamy is down and Yesmu has him traded. OnlyFins, another pistol for them, and with both now under their belt, they are poised to be taking this Polaris upper bracket final.
Yeah, it's a great way to start the half. I think, again, it's another situation where you're sitting thinking to yourself, Sweet and Sour in the best possible position that they could be in this post plan. They just let it slip, they let it go, and they allow OnlyFins into the half and to start things off perfectly on what is their defense.
Afen 11 and 12. Not quite breaking even, but still at the top of the leaderboard for the sweet and sour side of the server. Not something we've seen too much from him before, but a happy set of circumstances. Somewhat soured, a full stinger by Cairo. They have doubled down with an investment like this. And it's a timid start to the round as well, where they bring it through.
I don't think there's anything more sweet and sour than a stinger rush on a force on that people.
Oh, and they're just getting laid to waste. No! Sweet and sour. 2 kills back in the conversation, and they can start to dominate it themselves. Like you say, the regrowth puts them all back up in standing order. An open spike plant, and look how far away Limpet is. The strongest rifle out of the set. A flank from Snowy. A fight on all fronts.
Yeah, but look at this. Sweet and Sour are aware of the flank being open, and that's where most of the numbers are put towards. You've even got one player actually watching this entirely.
Suddenly, Snowy is the weakest link. Afen isolated, but a quick trade of those near sights means that he is in clean contention. Sweet and Sour may just have pulled the rug underneath only Finn's feet. Afen comes down as collateral, but so will the A site. Complete collapse means that the scoreline is stabilized once more.
Yeah, we're back to even between the two. The thing is, though, Hazza, is that it is Stingers and the likes being brought through in towards the next round. Oh, sorry, 2 Spectres. So it's not the greatest to get through, and only Finns could still find themselves at the better of the 2 buys.
We'll just have to see what both teams opt for here. Afen, more than enough to be going light shields and some kind of a rifle, but instead he prioritizes having that paranoia available. Only Finns take it no steps further. They hold on to what they had. It's whether Limpet can pull off something magical here to muster up another round.
Totally respectable. I think only Finns truly caught off guard by that last round and would rather stabilise themselves. Limpies took a gamble, and unfortunately they've lost everything for it. That's a second kill, which is massive onto Nixon. No more Viper Wall, no more Viper Orb.
Both players go down behind it, but Snowy using the 0-point knife clears out all of Market and finds the Phantom back for himself. So in terms of the weapons they had coming into this round, they still have all 3 of them. They've just changed hands.
Nope, straight on towards the site and to get the spike down easily enough. As for OnlyFins, thought with them being more towards the A side that they were thinking about the save once again, but no. Slowly making their way back over.
No reason to. You've put everything you've got on the line right now, at least to force a repurchase for Sweet and Sour. Tempo, such a late win condition here. Yasmu's going to want a better rifle than a Bulldog. There's no reason to keep this for the next round. They should be throwing everything they've got. He looks for tempo, but not deep enough. Still no Qs made. They may even just go down to the spike here.
I feel as if that would be a waste. Yasmu's trying to get exits here, try and make this expensive, but remember, this is essentially an anti-equal for Sweet and Sour, so the rifles that they bought up are getting through to the next round. And as you said, the players are going down to the spike.
Yeah, the only one worthwhile bringing through here will be Snowy's Phantom, so he keeps himself out of that one. The rest buy through. Yeah, it's a smart way played by OnlyFins, min-maxing the situation. They're now down a round. Managed to find, you know, pieces here and there where they needed it to either side of the half, but now you start to wonder.
This goes here.
Yeah, I think something else to note has, remember the last two that played, last time these two played was 10-13 on split, so it was still a close affair, as it is now. Maybe the way that the rounds fell is a bit different, but the affair's still the same.
And again, it was OnlyFins' weaker side, the defense. And they're here again. Another thing to mention, Limpet on the jet. It's exactly what Polvi was playing when they ran it against them before in that grand final of Beacon. But missing out on a bit of extra utility damage, I feel like could make all the difference. There's no punishment on the players towards middle. They give up the space quite happily. Nobody gets across the tower just yet, but there's no information on OnlyFins' side to confirm this.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, One thing that Sweet and Sour didn't do was split two sides of the map at
Yeah.
once. They will here, and the spike is somewhat isolated in Garage.
Yeah, it is, but the thing is though, Hazza, there's at least 3 players here for OnlyFins. Although that hasn't worked out the way that you think it should, Limpy does hold on towards Garage, which is a key point for them to try and propel themselves
30
from
seconds left.
OnlyFins. Oh,
Spike
Fagan,
planted.
well aware of the CT pivot, and nearly gets 2.
One kill, knows about the second, and Athan teleporting further forward means that Snowy has to be careful here. Hold his nerve, pigeonhole them further back, frog march those players down the alleyway so that Limpe can outmuscle them on the front lines. First flash comes in, but like for like the utility goes. Snowy onto it. There's an
One
ultimate
enemy
coming
remaining.
through and it takes him
Last
down.
player
Ticey
standing.
on the first fight, Limpe the second, on towards the spike. Pros don't fake, he just holds it out. And OnlyFins get the score back. Even Stevens.
Has a complacency on the spike. Sweet and Sour, fair enough, you're starting to stagger the utility. First it's getting thrown the paint shells, the second part the showstopper, but then Ethan just decides not to swing.
There.
You're in a 1 versus 1, man, you need to. I feel as if they've just been too confident that it is going to be straight off the spike. And as you say, pros do not
One
fake.
enemy remaining. Last player.
Another statistic, OnlyFins still yet to lose when the Tubbo watch party is on. So maybe he's the good luck that they needed.
Ah, there it is.
I know. Shameless, but here we are. 8 rounds each, but with the casualties that OnlyFins suffered, they don't get to put their best foot forward into the next. Yesmu already has the guys in spawn, for goodness sake, and he takes down one with him.
I don't know if that's a good trade though, Has. You've traded Ticey for Yesmu, which is like a big piece of utility for the defence. That's your smokes, that's the paranoia. Hello?
Sweet and Sour will invest valuable utility to re-clear this though.
Yeah.
OnlyFins not with much information of their own.
They put
Ticey
Wallensteins-
being the point man of the
Yeah.
push. The time bank is slowly eaten away and those final grains of sand are starting to hit the bottom of the hourglass.
Yeah, Has I think as well, OnlyFins put a lot of danger signs out towards mid, so they're just holding on towards the exits from that, and that's what you're seeing here. 2 players towards backside B, you've got Snowy holding on towards CT, and then you've got the
30
KJ
seconds
set
left.
up for towards the A side.
An extremely dangerous hold, but a TP from Ape is straight into the hands of
Spike
Nixon.
down, B.
He needed more.
The spike.
You can say that safely because now the numbers are outweighed. OnlyFins coming into another retake. A player also down. That was the story when these two faced against each other last time. One of the reasons why the defense struggled so much is that they just simply weren't competitive in the late round.
OnlyFins still worried about mid. They're using utility to clear that up and wasting time in doing so.
Precious time, but utility still available to be expended. Snowy has to make sure he doesn't get caught out with a flash in his hand here, and he won't. First goes his way, tempo on a spam, a little more damage, but time evading them now. The script has flipped. Sweet and sour. Snowy taking another, but still, it's done. That is a 9th nailed in. Famsam at the forefront. And there we have it. The lead is theirs once more.
Has I mean, the round, like, just a big question mark from Yesmu. Like, gambles on the flank play. Like, fair enough, you get out with one, but it's just so not worth. And then from then on forth, it just begins to unfold, unfurl. And that's how we see Sweet and Sour end up in the top. A second time out for OnlyFins here, after which has been a bit of back and forth between the two.
Down on money, staring at the barrel of a double-digit scoreline for Sweet and Sour. Limp has blades, and he did get caught in no man's land on the last round instead of just double stacking the backside like we thought they would. Caught in transition, but light on his feet with the blades in his hands. I'm really curious to see what they want to try and do with this one.
Yeah. I mean, you start to look at what the future rounds look like as well with the anti-eco. Say for instance Sweet and Sour do win and it does go to 10, right, for instance. You've got to be looking that Fagan is guaranteed to have the lockdown from then on forth. Like if they don't get any kills, Nixon and Snowy will be one away. So there's plenty of plans which OnlyFans can create, and we know they're good at creating because of the way they played the last time. Which should be able to try and even out the numbers when they're at that deficit. The only issue is, Hazza, is they are in this really tumultuous eco cycle.
They are. Another Achilles heel of the defender's side. Sweet and Sour giving them the respect after this break in play. Something which we've seen both teams do before. Wondering what's going to happen. Don't want to be caught out by some kind of a quick play. Another dog, but from so deep, just to get that first bit of preliminary mid space.
Yeah. And only
it's not even one that they station a player there for either. They have just cleared it for the sake of clearing it.
But not only that though, it's the fact that now, like so many times, OnlyFins just leave mid so open. And let's look at the response here. They're stacking 4 towards B. They're completely worried about this, and Sweet and Sour are going to be really easy able to fake this side of the map.
Seekers come through, and Ticey off the back of this tries to sell a fake. Only Fagan here, the Nanos could have stopped them if Tempo hadn't just shot them out and shot him in the face. Limper close by, but these blades can't really do too much. Did still have the dash and calls it all the way through. That is reckless from Limper. And now a 5 versus 2 means that the round is done. Not making the most of the hand they were dealt there, OnlyFins.
That is unreal from Sweet and Sour, by the way. That really nicely played macro-wise. They clear B, they fake that they're going to go for that B split, and I mean, OnlyFins, they eat it up, man. And there you go, Sweet and Sour, they just respond, go to A, get the spike down. What more is there to say? And now we talk about that ultimate game that was previously mentioned. Lockdown available, 1 away from the Viper's Pit, 1 away from the null command. They should have enough, they should have plans to get OnlyFins back to 10.
This is their end game. How many eventualities did we foresee where the 3 teams promoted made it to this stage, or OnlyFins even being one of them? A standoff outside of B Garage.
Oh, the reclear.
And like you say, a reclear coming through. Have these players not been spotted? Finally, Fagan does, and with Snowy, they cut the root of the issue. A minute left to play, and Sweet and Sour could still turn this on their head.
They could. They've walked out. They don't know.
Oh my god!
Oh, they've walked straight into Nixon. He's got at least one. The numbers still stay in OnlyFins' favour, and they've got 9 without expending a single ultimate.
I hate to be cliche, but ships in the night is probably the best way to describe that entire round.
Ships in the night?
It was plural, right? Not the first time that we saw it happen.
I mean, I would probably use a different type of word that sounds similar to ships in the night, because they did not know what was going on behind them. You destroy the molly, you give away that you're going to be doing something, and then you just walk out unbeknownst to anyone like, oh, I'm sure there's going to be no one on the A side of the map after I've destroyed a molly. Like, come on, man.
Look, Sweet and Sour may have shipped themselves off, but OnlyFins ship another round for themselves.
Can we please stop saying shit, because it's starting to make me giggle?
Well, you have actually said OnlyFins with an A instead of an I once on this already, so...
I mean, let's not throw back to any of the other casts that's happened.
No, let's not. Definitely not.
No. Let's though talk about the pings on the map that's coming out from Sweet and Sour. I think they're perhaps thinking about changing up this Viper wall, the luck wall that we've been seeing a few times. Again, like it was easy for OnlyFins to go and collect those kills. In terms of how they've been playing the map, a lot of emphasis put towards the kind of middle aspect. Now it's going to be just straight towards A. The Viper wall hasn't been changed, but the difference being is the amount of players towards this side.
Quick pit under pressure. Will Nixon crack under the heat of the situation? Ticey's already past it, Atham's above it. And a lockdown called as well. For a team that was so good at cycling their ultimates, it feels like they've thrown everything but the kitchen sink at the first 30 seconds of this round, Cairo.
I feel as if when they're eating their Haribos, they've just ate all the cola bottles first. That's the best ones. Why are they investing them so early?
I'm more of a Tangfastics purple crocodile guy myself, but you'd think that the Viper-infested fumes on A were more than enough to stop them trudging their way through. I really don't know what the idea is from Fagan. Didn't want anyone to have crossed further, and now he'll be the one that is tasked with stopping them, taking A, the first point of contact, and the nano, which forces a B pivot. The hand is there. Limpez stunned, no op.
Yeah, that's massive, stopping the op, and now Snowy has to hold things down by themselves. A nice flash that was actually from Sweet and Sour. The op still not connecting though. And look at this, Snowy giving away all the passive information, which allows Yesmu to collect. I said it should be easy enough to get 10, and that is exactly the case. We are all even once again.
A hefty toll that only Finns pay to take their 10th. Sweet and Sour already beginning to accrue the necessary ultimate points to swing this one back in their favor. The blockbuster bout between the Beacon teams is continuing on in challenges, and this one will be going down to the very dying embers.
At some point, has a Sweet and Sour have to get a win. At 10 to 10, this is the best chance yet of doing so.
It was Stingers in the second round before. They'll call it here. 2 rounds away from taking it straight into the Beast incarnate. Nixon calling things his way. And Sweet and Sour happy to oblige. Vegan spraying through and nearly finding them both, which he will on this classic. Only Finns, the lead is back for themselves in flawless fashion.
Only Finns are just a bogeyman for a Sweet and Sour. They are 2 rounds away. 1 round from Sweet and Sour, and we are guaranteed regulation maximum here between the two. As you said before, the ultimate game is starting to swing towards Sweet and Sour. The only issue is whether they have the economy to back it up when it comes down to it, when it matters.
Nixon and Fagan will have eaten their fill as well, but again, I think you've just got to discount only Finns having any kind of X factor in these final few. We look purely to the rounds themselves. Limpez Op is the first that dares walk out into the mouth of middle. The dog will spot him, but only on the exit. Escape rope taken. Fagan elsewhere. The lurk cut out leaves Sweet and Sour short strung.
Yeah, that's massive. The fact that only Finns are addressing mid as well by actually trying to hold it is huge. Lop still here. Limpale waiting for an opportunity. His only Finns look to clear out vents. That's big information.
Sweet and Sour
for
hear this. Yeah, they know the proactivity is being wagered. The B creep is slowly getting closer. But Limpez Op yet to be tested. Aethan does have the paranoia to push him off the angle, and Ticey the paint shots for the site itself, but a quick 1-for-1. The poison's up in his face. Limpez screaming to have his angle back, and he's just about missed Aethan as well. Creamy Famzam find the openers. What an unforced error that could have given up the site for an 11th Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, exactly, Has. And not only that, the Viper's pit's invested, and it's towards CT. You have to force your way out heaven, which only Finns have found a way to do.
Vegan's right above him. He'll hear the steps of Aethan scurrying away as the nano goes in. Another blow dealt. Could there still be a twist in this tale? We come now to the late rounds. A full health Famzam is melted apart within his own ability. Ticey will come back from the heavens. He takes down Limpez with him, but now they know. Is it enough? It's getting too late. Snowy's got to be clutch king again. So many angles to think about, and the spike ticking down at his feet. Sweet and Sour. So many chances to make it look easier than they did, but they get the round all the same.
Hazza, we are guaranteed to go to the maximum amount of rounds in regulation. Oh, what a series of unfortunate events, though. From the 1v1 out on A main to the Viper orb in B heaven. And not only that, has a Ticey's late flank, getting those 2 kills, brings back the paint shells, allowing to deny the spike. And only Finns with no chance in the round have reinvested what they can in this one. The op back online. Sweet and Sour, if they lose this, though, they're back to an equal.
A 2-round shootout, both teams good for it. Sweet and Sour with the possibility of 4 losses off the back of their first 4 wins. Now finally look to show something, but only Finns have an equal response. Limper, 1 bullet, 2 kills, 3 frags through middle. And it all goes quiet in the loudmouth camp.
Hazard feels as if we're sitting at the battlefield after a great war has been fought. And it seems as if only Finns could be the victors this early on, as Limpy's op is the difference in this one. Tempo trying to do something, find anything, which has not been given. Look at the stack from OnlyFins. 50 seconds remaining in this round, and it's already done.
A 1 versus 5, or overtime at the very least, is where this one settles. Sweet and Sour must hang their head and let this one marinate a moment longer. They were so close. 10-8 was the score. OnlyFins come back with 4 out of the 5 rounds, and now the 12th is calling their name.
It's almost like we're at, what is it like deuce or whatever in tennis?
Juice,
like the advantage towards the OnlyFins. They are looking to clear out and find Tempo's rifle, which is pivotal that they kind of keep this one, because if they don't, obviously that means it's 1 less rifle into the next round. They can buy over towards others. OnlyFins are hunting ferociously, and they will get it. So Sweet and Sour rolled down an extra piece that we should have been on the board for them. And then even at that, they've had an extra 50 seconds to sit and talk about what they want to do next. They're one of the Seekers, and they actually have the Showstopper as well as a piece to try and navigate this map.
Still a strange set of circumstances for Sweet and Sour. This one over in a flash. We know that they've done so much more with short-handed income before, but this is the biggest test that they will get to keep the upper run alive. As the barriers come down for one final time in regulation, Sweet and Sour look to both ends of the map for an ever-evasive answer.
Stall, a pause. Sweet and Sour walk into what is OnlyFins territory and has a... It's not like it's just 1 or 2 players. There are 4 sitting, lying in wait. Sweet and Sour walk into a trap that has been laid by the Finnish team. Although
It's a roll call. A who's who of OnlyFins, and they're all present, ready to take register.
Snowy's knife could have just dissuaded them from hitting this site.
It's not going to do much but prolong their reprisal, Cairo. We're staring at the strong possibility of an OnlyFins upper bracket run, and Limpet, who's taken them so far, has the chance with the first shot. It misses, they're in, but only as long as Yesmu allows it. Utility in the face, and they run straight into it, Cairo.
Yeah, they do. They're getting cut, they're getting diced. It looks like it's going to be all OnlyFins, and rightly so. It's been 6 best of 3s and 6 times OnlyFins.
Nixon pulling the strings, Alexi B incarnate. He says, give me your finest Finns and I'll take you there. The blue and white road path to the upper bracket final. And look, this roster is just the gift that keeps on giving. Honestly, as strong as Sweet and Sour were, there's no such thing as a bad hand for this roster. As long as they're from that one place up north, then they will be taken all the way to the promised land.
But this is the thing, this is a roster which, when it comes down to OnlyFins, we have said so many times that they are not the best that they could possibly have. This is a weekend to OnlyFins, and they're guaranteed to have a 3rd place finish and Polaris split 1.
like a kid who was having the time of their life, playing around in the nursery, toy after toy taken away, but never the mood soured. Sweet and sour with their opportunity to do so, yet they are unable to take out the only national roster that remains in the competition. Only Finns will be joining Apex tomorrow in the upper bracket final, but there's so much more to be said of the action that we've seen today. We'll be throwing it one final time over to the analysts to break this one down after a quick pause.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Defenders win.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, so is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around.
Welcome back to Polaris for the final time today. OnlyFins continue their anime protagonist run through Polaris. They made their way to the playoffs just about by the slimmest of margins, and now they have won their first series against Sweet and Sour in the playoffs by the slimmest of margins. This team just cannot lose right now. They are on a perfect streak. The plot armor made from Finnish dragon steel, it seems, after what was some infuriating rounds, probably from their perspective, on the side of Sweet and Sour, with Creamy Dreamy just unable to do wrong. They brought themselves back in such spectacular fashion.
I totally forgot about those rounds, I'll be honest, because watching the end of that game was absolutely incredible. There was so much going on and so much we could pick through, but like, we have to talk about it, right? That ace from Creamy was absolutely incredible. And I've mentioned it twice already to you, but it just reminds me of, you know, the happy one dig. Oh, on a second, you know, that the whole thing was absolutely beautiful. But yeah, like you said, there were some very annoying rounds, especially like with Ticey satcheling in, shorting on default on B. But look, that was 24 rounds of good Valorant, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There were a couple of things where we were like, okay, what's going on? Even Feeken's very, very early Killjoy ult, right? But we'll talk about that ult in a little bit. But I do want to quickly note that some of you at home would be like, wait, why was that so early? There was definitely method to that madness. Definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a lot going on in that game, which I think that was probably one of the best kind of strategic games we've seen from, at the very least, these two teams. I think, you know, the first time they played against each other in the regular season was quite scrappy, or at the very least started out very scrappy, and got a little better as it went on. This one was very much a battle of titans. There weren't too many rounds which I thought were just complete, you know, nonsense in that one. They were trying to outplay each other in a really spectacular fashion, and it just shows how much everybody wants to get through these playoffs here. I mean, OnlyFins themselves, in fact, Nixun, who will be talking... Oh no, apparently we're not talking to Nixun, we're talking to Snowy. I know you were looking forward to that one, and I just saw it on the run of show that we're not. But either way, you know, they said earlier on that they did expect to be beating Apex in this one, and... well, that's a good start for them. We will head over to our interview with Snowy right now. Are you there? Can you hear me? How you doing? Yeah, no,
hello, yeah,
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Oh man, shaking off
let
that
me bring
one.
my friend over here.
I see.
Baby.
Oh man, okay.
It's my good friend.
Well,
It's my good friend.
Yeah, you're not even going to be playing against them.
Well, yeah, I'm waiting.
I mean, who cares, right? Look, okay, I've got to start off with, you know, obviously, last time you played against Sweet and Sour, it was relatively, not casual, obviously. They put up a fight, but it was pretty easy compared to this time. Was it, you know, in the server, way more challenging for you? There was a stretch of rounds, especially in Split, which felt like it was just kind of impossible to get past them, especially after that ace. Did it feel difficult?
Yeah, I think it was definitely hard on Split, but I think the Sunset could have gone either way. So, I mean, the game could have been a 2-0 and we could have just gone with our day, but unfortunately, we lost some important rounds, and yeah, Split was a very hard game.
I have a quick question about the veto, Snowy, because this veto, when me and Twiggy were sitting here and we were like, okay, these maps, we kind of thought it was a bit backwards. We thought it was going to be completely the other way around. Can you kind of explain, without giving away anything too much, because obviously you still got a few big games to play, why it went the way it did?
Well, I mean, we've always been comfortable on these three maps, so we felt like this veto was actually very good from us. Last time they banned Icebox, and we've been very strong on Icebox, so I think that's why it went a little bit different. And yeah.
Well, I mean, Nixun told me last week that when you thought you were playing against Apex in the first week, that you would beat them, you'd get through. You are now playing against Apex in the in the next game. You will be playing in the upper bracket. Will you be dropping to the lower bracket, or are you going straight to the finals?
Only Finns, only wins.
Perfect. I can't ask. No notes. It was amazing. Thank you so much.
You had that ready, right? You had that.
Of course, man. I'm a natural on the camera.
Acting.
Look, right, going into this next map though, right? Is there not next map, next series, should I say? Is there anything that you have already seen about Apex where you're like, okay, they're kind of weak there? Don't say what it is, but are there things that as a team you've already spoken about and you're like, look, we can maybe pick this map, or we can definitely do this? Or are you having to go into it kind of blank canvas?
I mean, we have our preparations, we have our ideas how we want to approach the game, and I think mostly these games that we like lose are just mostly on us, to be honest, like as a team. So if we play together, we should be playing good Valorant.
Okay. Well, there you go. I hope to see some good Valorant. Obviously, look, you got a lot to think about going towards your next series, but that was a great one from you guys. Obviously, dispatching of them for a second time. It was a little more difficult this time, but you got it done, and we couldn't be prouder of you. You've got a lot of backing from some unexpected co-streamers as well, so I hope that their energy is giving you something to go towards. Let's go. So, good luck next week. Sorry, next time you play. And
tomorrow.
I mean, congratulations on the run. Yeah, tomorrow. Good luck. Good luck. Not a lot of time to prepare. So,
can I say one more thing?
Go for it.
Buy the GE bundle.
He's got to support his boy Polvi.
There you go. Okay, fair enough.
I see
Love
it,
that.
love
Okay,
that.
You heard it here first. Buy the GE bundle, not the Gentlemates one. Okay, right.
Yep, exactly.
Cheers. Thank you very much for talking to us, Snowy. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right.
What a nice
I mean, what a guy. Look, it seems like everybody we talk to from OnlyFins is just amazing. So, look, no complaints, no notes. Love that from them. OnlyFins only wins, and hopefully that will continue tomorrow. But for Apex, I don't think they're going to want to let that happen.
No, for sure. And I'm pretty sure we got Snowy for that interview because he 100% said in TeamSpeak or wherever he talks, guys, I have a bin. I already have Metasport's logo on there. Let me take this interview. I have it all prepared. Yeah. He had the script and he just went with it. And you know, that was a fun interview, right? It's not. I like the interviews where you're not overconfident, especially going into your next game, but also, you know, you can have some banter, you can have some fun. So Snowy, props to you. Great acting, and great series as well.
Yeah, that was a really good series. We can take another look at some of the rounds that we saw in that series. Unfortunately, I was a little worried as we were going through it. We were kind of highlighting all of the OnlyFins rounds, and I was like, wait, what if Sweet and Sour win this one? But they didn't, so it's fine. We can take a look at all of these and go, wow, look at OnlyFins play. They're such an amazing team, despite the fact it was 13-11. So I think this was the start for me, and this is when I thought, you know, OnlyFins are just taking this one. You know, like their post-plant positioning here was so good, managing to take all of this space, no matter where Sweet and Sour came from, just posted up in the correct positions. Trades came through, it didn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. And the main thing we were talking about, right, was how they sent 2 towards ramp, 2 towards CT, and they just covered all their bases. And even on the retake right here, yes, the HUD was lacking, you know, a tiny bit. It is a 2 versus 1 right now, and they had to make that decision, right? Is Ticey going to be sticking this? Is he getting it half? Clearly, they played the risky game and didn't go and check the bomb. And look, it worked out for them, and that round was fantastic. And then we go straight into round 20, right? And I think this round, no, not round 20, sorry, round 6.
Not yet.
I don't want to skip too far ahead. We'll go straight into round 6. Sorry about that. And this again was another great round, right? And it starts off with a beautiful flash to get the info that there's going to be one heaven, right? And I just note the post-plant positions here, because it's super important. So Limpe has to kind of peek out because he doesn't want to just die without getting anything. And actually peeking there makes the Raze ult go to waste, which is very good. And that right there, how the paranoia doesn't hit Jesmu is beyond me.
I remember seeing that and I was like, hold on a second. I saw a paranoia hit Jesmu there. Why is he not blind? But either way, I mean, the thing is, it wouldn't have mattered because his teammate was right there waiting for that trade. So even if he did die, it should have been fine for him. We can take a look at round 20 now. Obviously, you're so excited to get into it. But yeah, I mean, like, as we got towards the final stages of the game, it was getting more and more difficult for OnlyFins to get anything out of this. This was something I wanted to note as we kind of looked at this one, that this early utility from OnlyFins forced out such an interesting play from Sweet and Sour, and you can see as we get through there, the lockdown comes on through because they think Sweet and Sour already have control of Heaven after those double satchels, but that doesn't happen, and the fact that OnlyFins still have control of this round is kind of wild.
Yeah, and I think Feeken's positioning is also very important. Being by the vent, making sure that he gets the information to his team that actually they can't go vent, I'm there, there's a molly there, they have to go towards B. And then look, they're literally set up, ready on B. Jesmu in an absolutely fantastic position, utility on point, finds that 3k with the Vandal. And, you know, Tempo, he's a fantastic player, but in a 4 versus 1 like this, there's not really too much you can do. And I just want people to understand that, yes, that Killjoy lockdown and the 2 snake bites and the Viper's Pit, everything was super early, right? But the thing about OnlyFins is they're a smart team. They're on this miracle run, and they have backups. They know exactly what they're doing. If they use this util early, they know they can rotate to B, and they know they still have A unlocked. You have the Viper's Pit, you have Feeken by vents. The only place they can go is male to B. And as long as you have a piece of utility online from Feeken, he can also rotate towards CT. So it's a really, really good round from OnlyFins.
Let's take a look forward as we've taken a look back, and we can take... oh god, how many times am I going to say take a look? We can have a look at the playoffs bracket now, as Apex and OnlyFins are the teams moving forward in the upper bracket. Metasport and Sweet and Sour now on that elimination game. Obviously, whoever loses that one tomorrow is going to be taken out of the competition completely. It's been a good run to get themselves into this position, but the fact that OnlyFins is now safe from elimination, and it's not going to be them going out first, is, I mean, just another one of these like absolute plot armor runs from them. It's so wild to see how they've gone from 6th in the league all the way up to now being at least 3rd out of everybody that's playing now. So excited to see that. Tomorrow is going to be Metasport versus Sweet and Sour first, the elimination game first, and then we will see who is going to be first moving into the finals. Apex, an incredibly difficult opponent, versus OnlyFins, who did manage to get a good amount of rounds against them when they played them earlier in the season. But definitely, no team has really knocked on the door properly with Apex.
Can I just add that Molsey did say that he thought OnlyFins were going to win today, right? And then he was then going to be playing Sweet and Sour in the final. Like, he did say that, or was it the other way around?
No, that was correct, yeah.
So potentially...
Molsey has predicted that Sweet and Sour will win the lower bracket game against Metasport and then win against OnlyFins after that.
I think obviously they have the advantage, though, because they're going to have been warmed up. There's always that.
Yep.
Like, it's not just like a normal scrim. It's going to be like an actual game, elimination game, or like a continuation game. So that will be very interesting tomorrow.
Yeah, well, all of that to look forward to tomorrow, and the excitement continues. It keeps building. We're going to keep on going, but that's it for us today. Make sure to check out the socials where you can see clips from today's games and everything that you will need to move on forward with this playoffs bracket. Things are really heating up, and we've got some really maiden kind of storylines forming here, so I can't wait to see who is going to be winning all of those, who's going to be losing, who we're going to shed tears for, who we're going to laugh with, cry with, and celebrate with in the end. But thank you all so much for watching today. We're back tomorrow at the same time to play our elimination game and then our upper bracket final, so don't miss out on that. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you around tomorrow.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back.